Yeah, I mean, so much of it is just reverse engineered occultism, but just taking the most replicable parts of occultism and then like putting more quantifiable numbers to it. But to your question about like, could they ever exist? Is like, there's no world in which I could ever say something like that. It's just that, given the evidence provided, I see no reason to believe that at any point nukes have, at least within the 20th century and till now, that nukes have ever existed as a technology. In the live stream text, I did post a book by Michael Palmer, Dr. Michael Palmer, Hiroshima Revisited, which essentially just goes really in depth from. Essentially, there's no way that nukes could have been used in Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
But do you think like nuclear power exists? Or is that just all a scam?
I would say, like,
it's just
there's been times where I've had like better answers, but I would just probably say that it's probably a fundamentally different technology from, boiling a hot rock versus making a big boom from splitting an atom.
It's literally just a steam engine.
I mean, pretty much every source of power is a steam engine.
No, not nuclear if it existed, and not some like electromagnetic like generator.
No, I mean, like, essentially every form of power just kind of comes to generate energy to make steam to spin a turbine.
No, just after the reset, since they gave us gas powered and things you have to like, use like some combustion to, because they don't want us generating electricity with just extracting it from the atmosphere.
I think solar panels do that.
Yeah, which is why I said like most technologies. But solar panels are also just a meme. They're useful for the purposes of like, if you want to have something that's simple to like have off grid, but also not if you're trying to have reliable power.
I don't know. I'm thinking about putting solar panels on my house. You think that's a bad idea? I think it seems awesome.
If you're like if you're already on grid, economically it doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Like
it definitely does, because the panels are going to be paid for in 8 years, and then after that they're still going to be producing power, but I will have paid for them already.
You have companies that have existed for like 3 years offering 20-year warranties on these panels, and the panels need a lot of maintenance. And there's no way to guarantee that these companies are going to be there in X amount of years. Because I know in Arizona, like, solar panels are a big thing, and it was at one point very profitable to essentially be a solar city or just solar panel salesman. That was like really common. So like I know a lot of people who have done that kind of work, and like, yeah, the economics just don't sort of add up.
What maintenance does a solar panel need?
They need to consistently be like cleaned. Otherwise, they lose their ability to gain power. And I believe there's a couple other things that need to be done, but don't quote me on that.
Yeah, they just need to be cleaned once in a while. Most places, rainfall takes care of it. But yeah, you should clean them once in a while.
If you're storing
Other than that, though, the company existing or not in 20 years, it's the solar panels and shit and the way you got hooked up. Other than that, you should be good. And there definitely are economically profitable for people. Like I said, I'm going to have mine paid off. They'll pay for themselves in 10 years. And then after that, for the next 10 or 15 or 30 or however long they go, it's all free electricity after that.
I mean, it's just not how it's actually worked in Arizona, which would be the place. Like, we have infinite sun here, but like at least for just real quick, is that for the longest time, like, there were all of these promises that like, oh, it'll pay for itself, and it just never does that here. At least for the solar panels that have actually been bought in the past 15 years.
Okay. 3 videos I'm about to send you by DM. If you like the movie Tenet, there's something called the Sator Square, Sator. The movie is based off of a magic square called the Sator Square. Most magic squares have numbers. This particular square uses Latin capital Latin letters or whatever. This square is like a square that they used for 100. You can go look it up. It's a big deal in the Magic Square community or whatever for 2,000 years or something. That's what they base the movie on. These 3 episodes. If you just watch the first one, you might think that's kind of retarded. But I think if you watch all 3, you will see something that is unexplainable. At least in my, I can't explain what I'm looking at when I watch these 3 videos. But I think you might find them very interesting, especially if you like that movie.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, on the solar panel thing, at least where I live, like you can get like tax incentives to do it, and like I'm thinking I can like install them myself, and so like you just buy a crate of panels and then install them yourself, and like maybe you spend like 10 grand or something like that, and then you spend another 5 grand on the battery, like when you have the money to do it. Like that's a lot of savings. I spend like, you know, maybe like during the summer, like over $200 a month just on energy or just on electric.
But, you know, in some states they like charge you extra for the power you do get from them if you're making your own electricity. They like measure you how much you're making and stuff, or how much they like notice you're not using as much, I think, and they charge you more.
It's also another thing is that solar panels very often, like depending on the kind of roof that you have, just take decades off of your roof, and you'll need to get a roof repair much sooner, which is, you know, very costly because like you're especially if you have a shingle roof, you're having that hot metal like go deep into the roof, which is going to cause a lot of damage, which is a cost that is not factored in, is having to get your roof replaced.
Yeah, but
What you do is you get a bunch of deep cycle marine batteries. You store your energy throughout the year, and then during like really high demand times, you sell back to the company. Then you only sell back when the cost rises, and you can make bank doing that, like a ton of. But you can't just like get some basic setup and run it. You got to actually store it and be smart about it.
I'd probably just do a base setup and then just get like 1 or 2 small batteries, whatever it is, to store it for like when my power goes out, so I can like at least have power and candles. But like on the shingles thing, like very rarely does someone actually pay to re-roof their house. It's always almost an insurance claim. So like it wouldn't really affect you that much.
These semi companies that are putting these giant megawatt batteries in the electric semis, they're able to like sell the stored energy in the semis that are during like high demand hours, and it's crazy. I was seeing the numbers. Some of these lots can make like 80K in a month just with like basically hot like live power available in the semi batteries.
80K? That's for a brokey. I'm gonna get in my bike.
It would be a question like what specifically what you're trying to do, Oscar, if you're trying to say like insurance would cover it. Of like if you're trying to do the roof thing, it's like, oh, because this was something that you didn't install professionally and now the roof is, you know, going bad quicker than expected, it's not covered.
Yeah, maybe. Although, like, I work in construction, and so, like, I think that would technically be installed professionally. I don't know if that's true. Just like I had a bunch of wind damage at my house, and I had an insurance claim, and I just gave my quotes to rebuild and fix everything, and they just paid me to do the work on it. You know, I didn't pay someone else.
Yeah.
That's fire. That's so smart, bro.
Well, yeah, I mean, I remodeled my entire house, so it's like I'm not gonna pay someone else to do it. But like on the solar thing, I haven't looked into it that much. It's just like I feel like I'm just throwing away so much money. And then if you put solar panels on your house, it kind of raises the value of the house as well. Like it just seems like kind of you know no questions, it's a good deal. But I don't really know, I guess.
Yeah, it's just like in Arizona, unless something has dramatically changed since COVID, essentially, the actual economics have not worked out even vaguely close to what these companies have promised.
Well, yeah, I'm assuming a bunch of the companies are overcharging for them, but like you can like buy like a crate of solar panels for like a third of the price that you would just buy them on the market, and just put the entire, crate of solar panels on top of your house. Like if you're comfortable, like, bolting the panels to your roof, I would be.
Yeah, I mean, a big reason why so many people got solar panels is because it was essentially like half off, and that like half of it was paid through by subsidies. And despite that, it still wasn't economically feasible.
Who needs solar panels when you got a Bugatti?
Yo, Gio, do you want to talk about the Southern Stars and stuff?
Is Joe even here?
I would go back to another point that goes back into the thing that we were talking about earlier with what's it called? Nukes. Is
Fake
that
nukes.
yeah. Like it was a recent like what's it stream and presentation where it's like I caught a second where you're saying like, oh, Israel has a secret nuclear program, like nuclear weapons program.
Wait, he believes in nukes?
No, and that's the thing is that like I know that he knows that, or like he's had the information of nukes being not real. But I'm going to expand this out into a more generalized point.
But he's fear mongering about Israel, so he's not sharing it on that stream.
Yeah, like people have like hierarchies of points, hierarchies of conspiracies, and that like if it's convenient to ignore that nukes aren't real because it's convenient to hate Israel, that just throw it out. Throw it all out.
It's like an agenda for him. He's not even doing any like ether or flat earth stuff anymore. It's like full like RFK, like health, whatever his like position is. I don't even need to look. Like I know it's like so like me and Blob of like he knows like he doesn't even like know about health, and he still acts like he's like can do health podcasts and stuff and political podcasts. Like it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I'm just trying to generalize the point out. And that like, somebody whose like primary thing is to, push anti-Israel or like, somebody who could have otherwise been skeptical of like
the best thing you could say is that he's just doing it for money and he thinks that there's more money in like Israel, like fear mongering, right? But the worst is that, he's actually set up to just be like a conservative podcaster,
Oh, is that why they banned everyone who was supposedly like a Jew defender on cosmology? Is because Witzit's now like pivoting into an anti-Semitic tactic for his content, since the flat Earth and the final experiment's not making as much money anymore or something. So that would make sense, right? Okay,
it's about money. It's like
the final experiment fucking failed. We have to focus on anti-Semitism, and anyone who defends the Jews like Lion has to get kicked out of cosmology. That would make sense, actually. That's a move. It's a pretty good move.
I think they're pre-planned. I don't think any of this is random. Like Jaren going to becoming a full-blown retard glober, like that's planned, completely planned, obviously. Witzit seems like a little bit more organic, how he like kind of got pushed out by people in Flat Earth, calling him like, shill for faking it. So there might be
you.
What?
But by people, you mean you?
Oh yeah, I'd love to take all the credit, but I don't think I get. I think a lot of people did a lot of good stuff. I didn't even do I didn't do any of the big videos that like got around. So like Jaren doesn't even know I'm fucking anti like TFE. Like it's hilarious. He doesn't even know about me. So.
Well, I'm just saying that's pretty smart, bro, from a content point of view. Like, oh shit, no flat earthers want to watch my shit because of the final experiment. I'll just pivot into anti-Semitism. and then literally just have the servers that you go to ban anyone who would defend a Jew. That's actually pretty smart, bro. Like, I'm not saying that's what happened, but if that is what happened, that's pretty strategic. That's like some Napoleon shit.
I don't think it was planned that far out. At least like consciously, you know.
I think he's trans, but it wasn't planned out. He would be like completely initiated with like all these plans if he was trans, and as you say, like secretly trans.
We're talking about a very specific
That's
thing
a
in
little
which
far.
very specific
That's a little
people
far.
had a
You're doing
struggle
the thing
session.
you just said Witsit does. He doesn't.
Calling someone a
conclude all
trans is a little far, bro.
We're talking
I'm not
about
gonna
a
lie,
very,
bro. That's a little far.
We're talking about a very specific thing of a struggle session that happened on this server where people were dogpiling a specific member of the community. For like the whole Lion thing.
Oh no, I'm talking about Lion getting kicked out of Cosmology. It was because they were saying like Hitler was right and shit, and then he was saying no, Hitler's wrong or whatever. From what I know, because I was banned because I called Galatrax out on some shit.
You stuck up for
from
your
what I
baby,
heard,
your baby daddy.
No, there's a
daddy.
time here where they like all of the Ether
No, I'm not
bros-
talking about here. I'm talking about Cosmology. I'm talking about
Yeah,
on
yeah, yeah,
Cosmology. They kicked out a bunch of people because they were being anti-Semitic on Cosmology, and a couple people called them out and said, "Bro, this is like not even realistic that a whole race could even do this." Like, and basically, they just kicked everyone who disagreed out of that server, and that coincided with the same time that Witsit pivoted away from flat Earth topics and started talking about anti-Israel stuff. So it's just a weird coincidence. Seems like a tactical move.
What I'm saying is that coincided, like right after that happened, all of the Aether Bros came here, and like we're having an 8-hour struggle session, just like attacking Lion for his like essentially accusations that people over there are like more anti-Semitic or like kind of hold that like super anti-Israel view, or like, oh, the Jews are part of everything view. But like it was legitimately 8 hours of them like grilling him on this kind of stuff, which was like just hard to listen to.
I mean, in no way am I a fan of like the Jewish culture in any way, but a whole race of people, it would be fucking impossible to organize that many people and make sure all of them are on board. Like, maybe a majority of them, but like to say everyone born of a certain race is a certain way is kind of ignorant, I think.
I think that's kind of a straw man of their position, but like I don't have the energy to like properly codify what they're trying to say.
Well, they
Are
still
codifying that a Judaistic religion is evil? Because it's still less evil than Islam.
Which Islam?
The real Islam, Sunni or Shia?
Are you sure that's a real one?
I don't know. Islam has a better view of Jesus than Judaism does.
Yeah, but they have certain codes of ethics in Islam that would just neither a Christian nor a Jew would ever do. Like, so
yeah, but like one thing is that you could say is that like it's the same thing with like democracy versus other forms of government, and that like democracy is more covert, clandestine in terms of
that would be Judaism.
Hiding of
Judaism
power.
is like Islam will go up and cut your fucking leader's head off right in front of you and say fucking submit, pay your tax or die. Whereas Judaism will like subvert your nation. So but I do think to be subversive, you at least have to follow some higher form of ethics where you won't directly murder someone. Whereas in Islam, they will directly kill you. Like they will fucking kill you, bro. They will stone you in the streets if you're in a certain country and you're a woman not wearing a hijabi. Like you don't think it's true, but I have friends who've been there and they're women. They said, "I will not wear a hijabi. You will fucking die."
Yeah, but like I view that as better in the sense that it's more honest, and because it's more honest about what it is, it would be infinitely less likely for like Islam to sort of properly take over the West than something that's more clandestine, hiding itself, not really being honest with its intentions, etc.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of lies in Islam, like egregious caps too. So I don't know, but that's more on like the theological side, I guess.
Do you think there's gonna be another? I was kind of waiting for it to happen, like back in I don't know, like a year or so ago. But like, do you think there's gonna be anything else like 9/11 type thing where like they get us into like a full on support? Like, cause right now like it's like divided, right? Like, but if they do like some 9/11 thing again, then people will be like, oh, you know what? Never mind, fuck Palestine, and then we're all like jump on the Israeli train.
Nah, that can't happen anymore. Like people just don't care as much in the same way. People are so desensitized to where it's like there's nothing you can really do, like especially because of like where culture has kind of gone since then. Like, there's that one Iranian general who got like airstriked and 3-4 million people showed up to his funeral because like that person was actually cared about. And kind of a reply from somebody in the Iranian army is like, oh, if we wanted to do that to America, who would we go after? Like SpongeBob, Spider-Man? Like there's nobody.
That's fucking hilarious.
Yeah,
Trump.
yeah, like
Trump got half the nation enthralled, and the other half hate him.
yeah, but that's like, killing the literal like leader as opposed to like, somebody who's just a powerful like hero, Because I mean,
Yeah, our
obviously,
heroes are
killing
shit,
the leader
dude. You have
is
no heroes.
effectively, yeah.
People's hero is like Travis Scott. It's like, I mean, I guess his production value is all right, but who knows who actually even produces the shit? Like, they say it's him, but really, the only thing we can actually visibly see is a guy making retarded noises, and that's our hero.
I wish Tank didn't leave. It's like what I love debating with him about. He's a very big Trump supporter. He thinks Trump is gonna save us.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, that's
No
one of his pet
way.
peeves. He's very emotional about that. He even defends Elon Musk like for like faking being good at video games because like he has to defend. He has this like theory that like Elon Musk is faking being good at video games because he's psyoping the video game industry. That is like not fair. It's a really funny theory. It's all based on his love for
Oh yeah,
Trump.
didn't he play some game where it's like
Oh, dude, it's a
it
joke.
takes like 2,000 hours of like gameplay to get
Yeah.
to the rank he was at or something
Dude,
fucking
he's made so
ridiculous
many
like
lies.
that?
He's made so many lies. He's claimed to be like the best at like 3 games. Basically, the new one is like PoE 2, which is like there's all these people that spend all their day like playing it, and they're like sick nasty. And he's got like a really high character, but he doesn't know how to play it like at all. Like he doesn't even know how to like recharge like the mana, like basic shit, so that he can use his attacks and stuff. And dude, he's like like Joe Rogan like basically interviewed him about how good he is at video games. And like when like you got like the commentator like buttering you up and like he's like acting like he didn't know the questions were coming, like yeah, I'm kind of the best. My reflexes are like point oh 0.02 milliseconds or some ridiculous shit, and I looked it up. It's like impossible reflexes basically that he claims. And then like when you watch him play, he's just like can't even beat the. He actually like streamed like again to like double down and like show people that he also can play, even though he like been caught like boosting his character. So like he played just like the walkthrough at the beginning, and he fucking couldn't beat the tutorial boss at the beginning. It was fucking hilarious.
But yeah, that's like rubbing in your face that the guy's a fraud and a liar, and then you're just gonna have to accept it.
Well, I don't think he was trying to get caught. I think it's just like he just lies about so many things. He wants to like kind of connect with the video game, generation, so that they do Neuralink. They're like, oh, this is a cool guy. He's gonna do cool video game Neuralink stuff that we're gonna trust.
I mean, it's until
It's
like
literally just a surveillance kill switch. Sorry, go ahead, Yosuke.
yeah. I mean, it was just until the time where he aligned with Trump to where he was just like the god of Redditors. Like Elon Musk was worshipped by the Redditor class in society. Soy millennial.
I'm in like all the video like comment like threads under like these gamers that are like exposing like Elon, And I'm like, all right, so he's faking this, but what else? How about space? Trying to get trying to get them going towards the important things.
Dude, the Tesla car in space where they show you the fucking green screen fucking room thing that wraps around it is just that's just gold, bro. Like that's fire that they even showed us how they did it, and like people would deny it. Like, no, it's impossible. It's like they're literally showing us a green screen thing that goes around a Tesla to make it look like it's in space, and then saying, no, we didn't use this. It's actually there. Like that's crazy, bro.
I think they claim
That's like if
that's
I had another girl's panties and I put the fucking other girl's panties in front of my girlfriend's face and they said, no, like the panties are actually here, but these aren't actually the panties that we use. Like actually
Are you
didn't
drawing
cheat.
from a real experience? Are you drawing from a real memory, except it was your panties that you got caught with, and she's like, whose panties are these? And you're trying to like tell it to us?
And I think he's hot mic and Q up.
No, maybe I gotta come up with a different analogy.
Yeah.
I gotta come up with a different analogy.
You ever been caught? Is your girlfriend ever caught you with with panties that weren't hers?
No, my friend got caught. He had panties in his car, bro, from another chick, and then his girlfriend caught him. I was like, how does that even get left in your truck, bro? Like, wouldn't you notice that? Like, I don't know. What's a good analogy? What's a good analogy for the Tesla car thing? Where they literally showed us how they faked it and then told the Goldbergs, oh, this is how we could fake it, but we didn't actually use it. We actually did it for real. It's a good analogy for that.
Well, they claim that's
it's like a serial killer showing you how he killed someone and saying, no, I could have killed him this way. And these are all the steps I would have taken, but that's not actually what I did.
You mean the thing that they opened up, the room, the Tesla? I think they claim that's the rocket before they opened it up, like the inside of the rocket or whatever.
It's so funny, bro.
Who are those two dudes that do those funny clips all the time? Two black dudes.
The Hodge twins.
Hodge twins.
They don't fucking twins. They do those funny little skits.
Key and Peele.
It's Key and Peele.
Key and Peele, yeah. They did a skit once where like one was the cop, another one was like a gangster, and he's like, he had like this cassette tape of him like explaining how he killed the guy, exactly how he did it. It was funny. You guys didn't see that one? I'm not even a big fan of those guys, but that skit was pretty funny. He's like, I shot up Roger, shot him 9 times behind the burger joint. Like he explained in detail the whole thing.
I saw that one. It was really
good.
Carry on.
You see the one around the airplane? They're like a couple of freaks on the airplane, dude. That was so funny, bro.
It was calling them Terry's.
Yeah, that was the dude. That one is. I think that one's goated, bro. That one's so fun.
Bro, I can't tell you one that wasn't funny, dude. Like those guys they're definitely freaking onto something.
They did go to space though. There was one where they were like, he was like in the space station, and the other guy like knocked on the window and said like, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think they get enough credit, dude.
Yo, if anyone's a clone or like a body double, it's the new what's that fucking comedian? The new Dave Chappelle. That's a fucking body double.
He's not even funny anymore.
Dude, Oprah had like 4 body doubles. It's like kind of racist. Like they don't even look similar. That's clearly not Oprah. Like that's literally just another fat black woman. That's not even doesn't sound, look, or talk or act the same way at all.
It's Okra, not Oprah.
Yo, you guys, it's pretty rough at Omni's. A lot of Globers. You guys should do like a Earth Awakenings versus Omni server event. So it's like a flat versus globe instead of like 100 Globers fucking circling.
Honestly, man, honestly, man, like I'm kind of like limited on what Globers I'm gonna interact with from here on out. Like new Globers that are new to it, sure, that kind of like are trying to like make sense of what's going on, like maybe, but like these guys like Left Lane and Omnivore and just the guys that have been in here for over, the last few years, just vehemently refuting what's blatantly in their face and never like conceding to points that are clearly won. Like I'm done with all the tactics, bro.
Yeah, it's rough on Omnis. They
Dude,
don't give
you
you.
know they have a new tactic, right? What they do is they have 3 to 4 guys in there that essentially don't even make arguments. They just insult you. And basically, if you ever start making too much sense, those 4 guys will just personally attack you and
Bro,
you get funded. You don't even get to make your points. It's
you
like
guys, you
actually
guys
such a
know,
good tactic, bro, because they don't even need to do the shit. Like, Omnivore doesn't even need to do the ad homs himself anymore. He has like literal henchmen, and I don't know
yo,
how he does it, but
I'm
every
just
time you're
saying,
on
dude.
to making a good point, like they all come in like a unison attack group, and it's like, whoa, like this almost seems like coordinated.
I'm just
bro,
saying,
do you
bro.
know,
Like I'm gonna end up modding heavy-handed, bro. Like coming up, dude. When this place starts getting back in motion, and I'm probably gonna lose my mod role. But point is,
yo,
dude, is like I've already lost it in the past for this kind of shit, and I got it back. And then the same guy that I lost it over, I completely forgave him, had his back, dude, let it go. And then it's like the second he gets a mod roll, dude, like he's just over there flexing on me, bro. Like that's why I had to leave Omnis, dude. I was just like, I was getting beat up and abused and shit. And then SE and Lion and all the freaking mods that are on my side are just sitting there just rubbing their hands together, dude. And I'm like, you know what? I'm
bro,
the fuck out of here.
Lion fucking muted Noah before. They don't mute any Globers like that. You know that French dude that's like, you don't understand, you stupid flat earther. They
Oh
fucking
yeah,
let
that
that guy.
guy.
They
That
let
guy.
that guy fucking yell at everybody for like hours, bro. It's crazy.
Yeah, like I said, dude, they have 3 or 4 like really bad apples over there, and basically none of the Globers have to ever do any more toxic shit. They literally just have 4 henchmen who specialize completely in making ad homs and never actually making an argument about anything.
Exactly. Exactly.
It's like Left Lane on steroids. It's like Left Lane on steroids. Literally, it's like what? Why are these 3 people even here?
Yo,
They
when you're
never make points.
yo,
It's literally exclusively just high school shit.
bro, when you're in there and left lane speaks, you're like actually relieved that it's not like one of the other guys. You're like, oh, it's just left lane. It's not gonna be.
It's just the Left Lane add-on. Like actually, it's pretty Left Lane, bro. I was talking to Eggshells the other
I'll
day,
engage
and
with that left lane. That was actually
dude, I
kind
swear
of
to God,
almost an
Eggshells actually looks like a stand-up guy. Like Eggshells is like the cream of the crop over there. Like I was actually like,
Eggshell.
wow, like
Yeah, he's the best in there.
I appreciate Eggshells now.
Yeah, I like eggshells, bro. He at least tries to see your point. I mean, he can be a dick, but dude, honestly, eggshells is pretty cool, dude. Like,
Yeah, it's not.
I've got a lot in common.
He's not trying to see your
Yeah, I
point.
kind of the other
He's
day,
not
dude, I
stupid,
seen
bro.
eye to eye with Eggshells. I was like, actually, you know what, bro? Like, I think he also was on some sort of roids at some point and got off him because his personality at one point got like really like aggressive, and now it's like way more chilled out. Or maybe he meditates, or I don't know what the fuck he does. But the other day I was listening to him and I was like, bro, like fucking cheers. Like everything you said all day has made fucking sense to me.
No, I heard you say the other day in there that you're almost a Glober.
I did not say almost. I did not say almost. I said I am
You said
reconsidering
you're
my
curious.
ideas.
You're Glober
Okay,
curious.
I could say globe curious. I'll say globe curious,
Bye,
not
Globe
almost
curious.
but not almost a glober, bro. That's crazy.
The
Pretty good.
Globe Curious is the first step to then inevitably becoming a Glober again. Just telling you.
Well, I was just kind of contemplating like if it was a globe, but it was not like it was actually like a geocentric globe, like how they believed like an ancient in like Rome and shit, or I don't
What
even
ancient
fucking
times they had a globe geocentric Earth?
Ptolemy.
Oh,
Yeah, the Ptolemaic model actually lasted way longer than the new heliocentric one.
so Greek mystery school stuff.
I don't know if it's not all mystery school stuff. It's like a lot of it's public
How do you know they even
record.
taught that back then? How do you know it was like even public knowledge or
It's
like
just all
public
the
to?
evidence shows. Yeah, it's like all the evidence shows about what they
They
thought.
burned everything else. They kept the things that they want us to read. Stupidest shit.
I mean, so either I can look at nothing or I can look at what we have that survives.
Okay, but they're
What do you
Greek
want me to do?
teaching a
Because
fucking.
one leaves me completely in the darkness. The other, maybe I'm in a lot of darkness, but I'm not in complete and utter darkness. Like
So you
just not accepting anything at all, and basically
just want
not
you just
being
want
able to
random-
know.
You just want random theories. You can't imagine. You can't try to figure out stuff on your own. You need someone else to think for you. Some ancient.
Well,
Greek
I mean, have you ever tried to like get somewhere? If
It
you
could
tried to
be.
go without a map or compass or people's help or looking at street signs, it would be a lot harder. Whereas if you just, follow the map, ask people for directions, and look at the street sign, it'll be a lot easier.
I was actually going to use that analogy. It may be better to be in the dark than to have false information. Because what if you're in the woods, you're lost, you come to a fork in the road, and there's a guy standing there, and you don't know which way to go. You ask the guy, he says, "Oh, go to the left." And the right is the actual way to go. The left, he has a band of thieves waiting to murder and rob you and kill you. It'd be better to just not know which way to go than to have the wrong info there, right?
Yo, Osco, that's a direct analogy comparable to the globe model and the trick that's waiting for you. And if you wake up now, you might not suffer the consequences.
I don't know. Well, I kind of agree with Jeremy on his hypothetical, but I don't. I don't think that, because in the analogy, essentially, the guy telling you which way to go would be history. I don't think they can fake that much of what they have as history, basically, because there's every like people group around the world has its own history.
So why
Like
does the Vatican need to hide like a million, what, like 1,000 miles of books, or is it 100 miles? I forget how many
I
miles.
mean, they don't need to show you. If I have private things that I wouldn't show you. I mean,
So they pick.
that-
So it's like dinosaurs, right? They hide
you should
all
understand this as an
So the
American.
Smithsonian hides all the giant bones and all the other shit, and they make dinosaurs out of chicken bones. And you're like, it's better at least that they show us something than being in the dark. I'll believe in dinosaurs.
I don't think that they can hide, like, go through and find every book that's ever been written by mankind and burn all
Have
of
you
it.
heard of the Inquisitions?
That's kind of
Have
a
you heard of
far
the
stretch.
Inquisition? They literally burnt.
Well, nonetheless, like there were definitely people who believed in a geocentric globe. Like it just makes sense. Like the first people that sort of said, "Hey, maybe Earth isn't what it absolutely appears to us, i.e., flat," and they say it's a globe. They wouldn't just jump to spinning around the sun globe. Like so, definitely people believed in geocentric globe.
Yeah, I was thinking about that, and I was like, a non-spinning or spinning. I would say non-spinning geocentric globe is. I don't know. I was just kind of thinking. I was pondering it, trying to think about it. But then someone asked the question: What would a geocentric universe look like with no Earth or no globe? It would just be all the stars rotating around like an empty point or whatever. And the idea was kind of bothering me. I was kind of thinking about.
Well, the idea would be that the universe, including Earth, was all created at once.
Yeah, that was actually my exact response that I gave to Eggshells. It's interesting that you say that. That was my exact response.
Yeah, I'm kind of globe right now, but Globers have told me, although I haven't looked into it, that it's impossible for reasons I don't understand. But they seem to think that you're on a globe, they can convince you that it's a spinning, twirling, shooting.
Because you'd have to have things going faster than the speed of light. That's probably the main reason why they think it's impossible.
So even
Just
if
a guess. I don't know if that's the case, but that would be my first argument. If I was why can't it be a stationary globe because now everything's moving around us. Think of how fast shit would have to be going. Something Polaris, or no, use a star that goes around the equator or something. That's 400 trillion years away.
Yeah, but that's
It's
in their
circling us every
paradigm.
day.
But that's in their paradigm.
Well, no, I know.
Who says that the
But
stars?
that's why they say it's impossible.
Who says that the? But I'm saying the Ptolemaic model does not have the stars lying light years away. They're actually relatively in the Ptolemaic model. It's actually relatively close to Earth. So although they would be spinning very fast, they would not be spinning like light years and light years fast.
The closer they are, the faster they would
Well,
be
I hear
going.
you. I was just addressing Osco's thing. Like if Zanuck had told him it's impossible, I would guess that would be Zanuck's main reason why.
Yeah, it kind of makes. I haven't thought about it that much, but it actually makes sense what you're saying. They would have to be going insanely fast, and it doesn't really make sense to be like a quote unquote geocentric glober if the globe's just in the center, but it's still spinning around and tilting and stuff.
Like think of how far the sun is out. You'd have to say the sun's doing that every day. So it'd be going
But also you could say the sun is more
pretty
close and
fast.
local.
I don't know.
Yeah, but if you put the sun close
no,
and
I hear you.
local, it kills Eratosthenes though. The shadows, it kills that if you put the sun closer on a globe Earth.
How far did Eratosthenes say the sun was?
Yeah. I don't think
Well,
he did. I think he just got
has
a
to be.
range of-
Yeah, it has to be very, very far away though to make the light rays quote unquote parallel to fit what a curved Earth would be. So if you just can't have a globe Earth with a close and local sun. It doesn't work with Eratosthenes. You have to have a flat Earth with a local sun for those things to work.
Gio, you're breaking up a little bit unless it was me, but we heard you. We heard you.
I want to know how far you thought the sun was, because I know that they thought the sun was drastically closer, like way, way closer, like a couple thousand miles, if that. That's what the
I think
Greeks thought. They did
Aristarchus-
not think it was that far.
No, I think I think they thought it was far away because this Aristarchus story.
Didn't they
It
do
was
like 3
actually
million miles, or is that recent?
it was
More recent?
it was Hipparchus. Ever read King's Dethroned? It talks about like Hipparchus is the guy who came up with. They just put it as it was infinitely far away.
I do know there are people in the modern day who believe in a globe, maybe even believe in space, and also believe that the luminaries are like, within the realms of like tens of thousands at most miles away. Like very, very close. There are people that actually hold that position.
Yeah, but then to Jeremy's point, at that point, it is just saying magic sky again, because like they would have to defy like laws of physics to speed around us that fast.
I think the sky is magic no matter
Okay, I
what the scenario.
got something right here. Eratosthenes, the Greek mathematician and astronomer, made a remarkable calculation of the Earth's circumference in the 3rd century BCE. He used observations of the sun position at different locations on Earth to determine the circumference, which he estimated to be 40,000 kilometers. Yeah, it says nothing about how far they thought the sun was, but I know that it's changed like
That's because he didn't
drastic
do it.
amounts.
Dude.
Like they added like 100 million.
You got to look into like Aristarchus or the thing Issa said, maybe hippocampus or whatever.
I would
No,
also
it's
say,
hippopotamus.
I would also say it's another thing
Anonymous.
with regards to Noah being globe curious and that becoming a more common trend. I'm waiting for more and more people to actually adopt the position of Tolkien Earthism, where the Earth started out flat, and then at one point it was a dramatic cataclysm happened, and it was made to be round to hide extra lands.
Was that just them changing the story, like through the movies or through the books?
No, that's in Tolkien. That's what Tolkien wrote.
How do you know it's maybe?
But there was a great transgression. But it was that there was a great transgression, and then it turned into a globe. So
Yeah.
that's interesting. What was the transgression?
That's kind of funny. I didn't know that. The
Yeah.
punishment to
you
live
could,
on a globe, bro. That's funny
yeah.
as hell.
So you could probably say that was the Great Flood, and that part of the Great Flood was turning the Earth from flat to a globe, because all the super sinful people were trying to, do things that they shouldn't have. And
I'm
then it's
dealing with
like,
pizza
well,
here.
you've lost your permission to go here.
You could also interpret that as a part of the loop got cut off from the available space of the realm. Like you have no way to go there anymore.
Aristarchus wrote a book called On Sizes and Distances.
Yo, Arwen, I heard you believe in Pac-Man Earth now.
Yeah, no, not now. I've been talking about that since 2017.
So you've always believed in that, you're saying?
Well, I definitely saw it as one of the options. But I mean, it really just makes everything more complicated.
But my understanding, though, you don't necessarily think it's Pac-Man. Like,
okay.
Sorry, go ahead. There's a delay. Go ahead.
Just saying, we're dealing with spatial nonlinearity, so that it makes everything difficult. Like, to be sure, you have to literally measure just every part of the realm physically to get the orientation of everything, and then you can figure it out, like what's actually going on. Might be like spatial holes at places where there's just more land fitting in there than should in that amount of space, that kind of thing. Like, there could be all kinds of spatial mysteries about the realm. Like, let's just look at the Pacific, right? I mean, how much do we really know what is there? Could be all kinds of bizarre places that are very hard to find because they're very compacted in very specific spaces. That kind of thing. Like an open TARDIS.
Isn't that claimed about the North Pole? Isn't that claimed about the North Pole that there's like it opens up to more space there than would normally we would think in terms of the miles that we're aware of?
Well, I suspect that the North Pole was basically folded into just an ocean, right? By making it circle centric, which is like it's a transitory model. So by imagining Polaris being at a specific point above the North Pole, literally, and that everything is centric around it, you can just cut off actual realm space further to the north. It's just the projection is hiding what is further beyond.
Do you guys know about this transit of Venus thing?
Wait. Transit of Venus?
Ooh, I just wanted to hold on before we totally shift. Well, before we totally shift, like I was going to ask Arwen, like in terms of the Pac-Man thing, my understanding though, the way Arwen you've talked about it, it's not necessarily the same way Pac-Man is. You've talked about it more like a loop, like an infinite loop, right? So which is a little bit different than the classic kind of Pac-Man where you just pop on the other side.
Yeah, but Pac-Man seems to be sticking a lot better with people, so that's what everybody comes up with first. I find it very annoying, but it can't be helped. But yeah, I call it a looping continuum.
Okay, here we go. I got the number. Ptolemy, Copernicus, and Tycho Brahe all adopted comparable value of 1,210 Earth radii, all or known as 8 million kilometers. So, I mean, for the majority of this globe model, the sun was 8 million kilometers away. Now it's 93 million miles away, which I can convert to kilometers, but that's millions and millions, and that's more change than there was even original distance thought to be. So, yeah.
Right, so if you want to understand what I just meant, why there's further space to the north. Just look at the picture I posted before all the trolls start spamming it out of view. Right? It's just there's probably more space there. And I mean, this is like a rectangular projection, but in reality, it could be shaped different from perfectly rectangular, which makes it even more confusing. Right? Could be tighter to the north and even tighter to the south, or just tighter to the north. But this is the easiest way to basically show it. Right? And then the disk map is basically taking that antiquator at the north, folding it into one point, and then stretching every part of the realm around that point in circles, and that's how you get the disk map projection. And then disk map projection is folded around the globe, doing the same folding in on itself of the antiquator at the south. And now we're on a globe projection, which is like in synchronous lockstep with the celestial sphere as we will always see it. Hope that helps.
Yeah, so essentially they went from thinking that the distance to the sun was like a fingernail to thinking it was a full-grown human body. And that's the difference in distance they basically made. They were literally 100 times off, according to their own paradigm. That's what they say.
Right.
Like they can't deny it unless they're going to not deny the whole globerism in general. You
Well,
can't
the
just have a
original
pick and
problem was
choose what part of
mathematics.
globe you enjoy.
Sorry. Original problem, like of the astronomers that basically, created the globe and everything and all that mathematically, the solar system and the supposed distances. Like they had a sizing up issue of like how far does it need to be visible the way it is, right? Because intuitively, like it doesn't seem that far away, just like purely on an intuitive level. So they had to just kind of like maneuver with the math until it kind of seemed to fit. And that's why they started out estimating the distance to the sun so much closer than they ended up with. And they probably wanted to move it even further away, but they just kind of like, nah,
Now they
whatever.
can't though, because they've said that they went there with rocket ships into space and sent probes that looped around the sun and shit. So they
Yeah, but that's
they
way
can't
after
be
the
back out
astronomers.
unless they fucking admit that they've been feeding us fake space. But and that's another thing. Like even if it were like a geocentric globe model, but space was a lot smaller, like there was no light years, like it was all circling Earth, and the sun was small. Sun and moon were smaller than the Earth. They would still have a reason to fake space because essentially that would still be pretty miraculous and definitely point for there being a god. If
You're coming up with your new tiny globe or tiny universe theories.
I'm just saying that the geocentric model had a whole like era of 1,000 years where there was no heliocentrism or space or anything. Basically, like all that other shit is new. Heliocentrism is new, and then from there it gets more and more absurd.
I think heliocentrism came at the same time as the globe. I think they just feed you false information. They found some old books that they maybe talked about balls, and they
So you're saying there's fake books about like
Yeah, dude.
Ptolemy's globe model and all their measurements and all that?
Yeah, do you not know me?
So like the whole geocentric era is not true and it never existed.
It didn't even exist in mainstream. What are you talking about, dude? Just the Greek. The
It did
Greeks claim.
exist in the great mainstream.
You mean like the Greeks?
Yeah, the Greeks and the Arabs had like geocentric ball earth fucking model, dude. As well documented.
The Arabs?
Yes, the Arabs. The Arab Caliphate.
Is there any art or like stonework reflecting that, or just paperwork?
I think they even have like old fucking globes and shit.
Yeah, I just don't believe in papers. I look at the only ancient stuff I believe in is like, you know, symmetrical megalithic stone statues and stuff. They were very lazy after the reset. They just made
Yeah, but Noah, like, how would they have even known it was a globe back then? What, boats over the curve? I mean, come on, boats over the horizon? Six in the
And the
ground?
sticks and shadows and boats over the horizon is the claim. Yeah, that's how they knew it was a globe.
Well, there's the guy with the
That they
all they
deduced
had?
it, right? That's all.
No,
I
they had
mean,
the guy
all
with
they
the-
have is
They had the guy with the horizon. I forgot his name. Famous guy, measured a mountain, a dip. You don't remember that? Oh, what was his name?
Aristarchus?
No. Indian
No,
guy.
Al Baruni. You're talking about Al
Baruni.
Baruni.
Baruni. Yeah.
yeah, that was an Arab guy. There you go, point in case. Glober Arabs long ago, and they had a geocentric model, not a heliocentric one or relativistic or whatever they're going to come up with next. I mean, if you lived on a geocentric world with no outer space and it was all just, I don't know, like God and the angels circling around a geocentric Earth, there would be a big reason to essentially, or whatever, you could say it's Cthulhu. Who fucking cares? If there's something out there that's very drastically different than what's happening down here, be it it's a globe or a flat Earth,
I was gonna respond, Gio. I was gonna respond to you, but it's kind of interesting to talk about on the VC the star trails and how they, you claim like you think that that's proof like the sun does that too.
Yeah, I'm like driving right now and I'm going in a place that I don't know how good a signal I'll get. Plus, I'm not like at home where I can like have images in front of my computer. So, yeah.
Yeah, I definitely.
I don't know.
So my position is that I definitely don't think the sun does that, right? And then what the stars are doing. So if in every if all around the Earth, right, at different parts in the south, you get that curvature of like the stars going, you know, curving out south, and then, you know, in the north they're kind of curving towards the north. If that happens in different positions, then there's almost like a flower of life going on, right? So like trying to like imagine that over a flat Earth, if each position has that kind of effect, then that's not like a two pole effect. That's like if it's in a flat Earth like an AE model, then on the other side, if it's doing that too, that's not two poles. That would be like another pole down there if it's like curving that much the stars, right? So I still don't think like that has anything to do with the pole. So
All right. I think I follow what you're saying, but that's from the assumption that the equator is a circle around the north because the sun goes straight at the equinox. It doesn't make a circle. So
what do you mean that the equinox goes straight?
like at the equinox, it rises due east and sets due west. And if you put like a stick in the ground, it'll make like a straight shadow, like it's going directly straight. It's not. If it was an AE map, you'd be seeing half of the circle. So why would it go straight over? It would make if it was a circle.
You're roboting, Gio.
All right.
Poor timing for roboting.
So where?
Specific.
Yeah, I don't think I don't know if my connection's gonna hold. So we might have to pick it up. I'll kind of listen, but if I'm gonna keep going in and out, I don't know.
No, you're
All
good
right.
now.
Well, I just know I'm going through a
here's
mountainous
Gio's
area,
question.
and I don't make this drive that often, so I don't know how good the connection is. But yeah, go ahead.
Here's Gio's question. If it's an equinox and you walk underneath the sun, now what? This is going in a straight line.
Yeah, but it appears as a straight line. It's just over your optical area, so it just says widened a little bit. How do you know that's like it's going straight? Like I just don't.
Because Geo said you could use a stick or the shadow or a what's the clock? Sundials. You know what I'm saying? Like if you walk underneath that, if you just stay at that spot, I mean, I'd like to actually check that and make sure, but
Yeah, I
if you
just
stay
don't know
underneath
what.
that,
Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm just saying if you walk underneath that, where are you going? You're gonna come back around, but you're going in a straight line.
It's just, but you're only looking at the sun as it's gone over you. So if it's just straightened out a little bit over you, that might just mean that it's widened its circle and now it's like centered with you. Is that only in the equator? Like where exactly is that?
You see it for 12 at the equator on an equinox. You see the sun for 12 hours, and it's going in. It's not turning left or right. You know what I'm saying? It's arcing over you, yeah, but it's not. It's
Yeah,
not
but,
appearing to turn left or
yeah,
right.
but we have a tiny optical like dome going on. So I don't know why you would think you would see it.
You see it for 12 hours, half of its thing. It's not. I mean, you can say it's tiny or whatever, but it's half of it's half of this time before it comes back to you. So all right.
So it's in the equator. Only in the equator you get that much sun.
In the equator on an equinox, you're going to see the sun for 12 hours, and it's not turning left or right. It's just coming over you, directly over your head. If you had something that could pivot, and you only had one pivot point, you know what I'm saying? It could only turn 180 degrees. You could just keep it on the sun the whole time. Like it's not turning left or right. That's what I'm saying. And it's got to come back around in 24 hours. You're seeing it for 12. I realize that's the sky, but if you were walking on the ground, that has a GP position on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Where you're directly under it. I mean, I don't know.
I just really don't think we have enough information to like even like we haven't mapped the whole thing like on our own to like see if like their maps are even like the AE map would even work, or if any of. And then how many places do they check this on the equator? You know what I mean? So it's like I just see them faking TFE, and it's like, okay, so the sun doesn't do that, and whatever the stars are doing is pretty strange anyway. So I don't know.
All right. Well, when you're in the south, if my connection's all right, when you're in the south, do you agree that the sun rises south of east and sets south of west? Because that's making that anti-arc pattern. You can see that anywhere from the south, South America, Australia. The sun is it's if it was making 3 concentric circles like an AE map, it would rise north of east and it would set north of west. If you were at like let's say Punta Arenas or whatever, 53 degrees south, because you're south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and on an AE map, the Tropic of Capricorn would be north of you. Therefore, you would get a northeast rising, northwest setting. But instead, it anti-arcs and it's a southeast rising and a southwest setting.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't looked through like, I mean, that even if like this is the case, which I'm not gonna like really believe it just because I don't think there's enough videos like probably even showing it that I would even like I don't even think videos would even really do it for me because the map could be different than we think. The videos could be untrustworthy, and even if they are, like, I don't know, it's just even if the sun is doing that, it doesn't really make a difference to me. Like I even said that before TFE. I said I don't care if what the sun is doing. It could be. So we just have an optical like we got like we don't know what the sun is, right? There could be like some type of dome or magnetic field that has strange geometry that isn't just like a spherical, hemispherical dome. It could be like some type of like almost like toroidal or other flower of life type geometry to it that makes all these kinds of. So I don't care where the sun goes. The only reason I don't believe that the sun does that is that because they fake that. So maybe you might say the sun does that because what you're saying, which I haven't really verified, and I probably don't plan to. And then they're just faking the TFE because we can't. they don't let anyone to Antarctica. Either way, I don't care. I just know they fake the sun. So
Yeah, or there actually is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and that's just how it projects there.
yeah, there might be. I'm just saying they keep faking it. So I have no reason to believe it or not believe it.
Well, they were acting kind of weird, but I
It's
mean,
kind of
I'm
a
not even sure they were at Antarctica. I kind of
they definitely weren't,
felt
bro.
like they flew to like one of the Argentinian islands or something.
Yeah,
But
there's like a million reasons that I don't think that that show that they're fake during fake they're faking stuff. Like even just Vapegate is like a confirmed like something that Witsit faked, right? So
that
uh,
is just such a detail thing. Like that's
yeah, but that's
literally
just
like
one of the things that
psyop quality
is definitely confirmed.
stress.
That's like 100% confirmed.
Yeah, but
So there's
like
deception going on. He's
it
deceiving
doesn't
us with
prove
like
anything.
being in a
Then
cold environment.
it doesn't prove anything. Like
I'm
the
just saying
best
that's
we
just the
could
first
get
thing
out
that's
of it is
confirmed.
that he kind of like wanted to make it seem more like he was at Antarctica. It doesn't disprove there was a
You can make
24-hour
excuses
sun.
all you want. I'm just saying that's the confirmed thing that they deceived on. There's lots of things that they deceived us on, but that one is confirmed. We can just all agree. So there's already one thing that they're deceiving during
What
that trip.
exactly? Like, did he deny that he was
with
using
that
fake?
memo.
Yes, 100%. Could someone mute Noah?
It's
Did he deny that?
demo.
I'm
Noah,
asking.
we hear you singing.
Oh,
I'm not singing. But I'm just asking, was he denying it? That he was
Yes, he was
using
denying
fake?
it straight to my face in here.
Wow, okay, that is weird.
I was literally the first person that like asked him about it, and then everyone piled in.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, if we're gonna actually talk about this, the thing is that why would he fake it when he knows there's like 10 other cameras all around, all the other cameras? Why would anyone in their right mind fake it when they know they're on film with a bunch of cameras? That's one thing. Secondly,
Right.
it looks like he went inside, he hit the vape, came back, turned his camera on, thought he had blown it out, and then knew, because he also said that when you go inside and you drink water, like you like more of your breath will show when you walk outside. It's possible that he thought he would get water. I don't know, but I mean, it just seems like he came out and hit the vape on his way out and then blew it out. And by the time he came to the camera, he was trying to show his breath. It just doesn't look to me like he did that purposefully, like he was trying to purposefully, because like I said, with all the other cameras, why would anyone do that to fake their breath? Plus, there's a bunch of other footage that shows his breath, like that whole interview with Owen Benjamin while he's drinking like hot tea. You can see his breath the whole time.
That looks fake as fuck, bro. Like I'm trying to I tried to really like stare at his mouth and his ex, like when he like seeing his body language, seeing if he's actually exhaling when those breaths go by the screen, which are always in the same direction no matter how he's facing, and they're very random, right?
Okay.
And it just doesn't match up with how he would be breathing. It's just
So
very
let's just
strange.
go. I get that you're really into this. Let's just go with. So yeah, maybe that was fake. So what does that prove about the whole thing? Does
He's
that
alive.
prove that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
No, I literally just said it doesn't prove that. They could just be
Right.
faking the 24-hour sun because they don't want to do any footage there because Antarctica might be completely different
No,
than we think
but it
or
doesn't
whatever.
prove that. Now
What?
you literally said you didn't say that, and now you are doubling down on it. Like, no, it doesn't prove anything. It could have actually been a 24-hour sun, and it just is like a lot of clout grabbing, attention grabbing, like psyop distraction.
I said it
to
doesn't
get
prove
people
anything. I don't know
caught
why
up
you're
on
saying
the
I didn't
details
change my position.
instead of facing what has actually happened. Have you ever considered that?
So it proves that he's not trustworthy and that he lies. So that means that you can't trust anything that he says. And I live
Well,
in
I don't
northern
have to trust anything that he says.
I live in northern Wisconsin, and when it's cold out, you can see your breath all the time. It doesn't matter how dry it is. As a matter of fact, the drier it is outside, the more you can see your breath.
Yeah, because there's a contrast of the dryness and your
Yeah.
moist breath is why you see it. So that's why the
Right.
winter you
So,
see.
and
That's
I
why in the
come
winter you
by
see your
the
breath
beach.
so much because it's cold and dry.
But why are we
When it's
dependent
cold and humid,
somehow
you're not going to see your breath
on
at all.
Witsit being trustworthy? Like, how is that even relevant?
So he's literally the astronaut. He's the astronaut. If we don't
Yeah,
trust
he
the
likes to
astronaut, we
think
don't have to
he's the
believe in the moon
astronaut,
landing.
but how is it relevant to what
How
had
is it not
happened?
relevant? I don't know.
Well,
You
if
can
you
still
can't,
believe in the moon, even though you don't trust Witsit went to the moon. I don't think they went to the moon because they have a fake video of an actor not, lying, like deceiving us. So that's just
yeah, if somebody proves to themselves to be a liar, I don't trust anything that they say. How can
But
you
it's not
trust them
about
since
what
you
they're
hear it out of
saying.
their
It's
mouth?
about the actual recording of a 24-hour sun.
It's highly suspect. Everything about that trip is so highly suspect. They did a much more worse job of filming that than the moon landing. The moon landing,
Okay.
that's worse. They just the footprints, the vape gate, the shape of the sun. It's just ridiculous.
Shape of the sun, really?
yeah. This kind of sun squishes and it's like a potato. It's like don't. It's retarded.
Dude, I was
Maybe.
looking at there was a
Yeah.
that's actually a known effect of 360 cameras. I was looking at a YouTube short randomly, and I noticed that exact same effect. It was just and it had nothing to do with Antarctica or anything. It was just filmed in Colorado or somewhere, and it showed that exact same effect. And it was just on some random YouTube short.
Can you show
You
us
know
that?
what?
Because everyone,
Right. So
whenever I say all these things, all these different problems in the sky in the video, people say it's like an upload rendering artifact or 360 artifact, and it's like,
did they Photoshop? Is there like art like
yeah, there's like
where?
a bro. You want me to give you the presentation right now? Like,
I know
like
there
you've
was
never seen
something
any of this
weird
stuff?
with like the footprints and all that. That was kind of weird. It's on the ground though.
Bro, the sky is the problem. The whole sky is a mess. There's lines all over it. It's fucking cropped, fucking repeating cloud. There's
Really? On the new footage? I know there was like on the old supposed 24-hour sun video that was clearly edited.
no, they did the same thing, bro. Like, you want me to show you right now?
Okay. And was he actually there, or is it just footage that was taken separately and they just shoehorned him in on the side to be
So
a
there's one
supposed
picture of the mountain with the camp that's supposed to be in front of it, and the camp's missing. So I think they were at Union Glacier a couple of different times during the year to compile different shots of the sun going around there.
Oh wow. Okay, that's
And let me
pretty
just show. Can I
extraordinary.
just show you because you're actually interested? Usually people are not interested. So
Yeah, no. If you could summarize it quickly, because I'm not interested in going like through piles and piles of data and just looking
no, I
for
was just gonna show
detail.
you the video, but I can't stream on here anyway. So
All right, if it's a short one.
someone want to give me stream perms if you guys want to see that.
I just posted in the live stream text.
Yeah, go ahead, Quap. You should have it.
Okay, cool. I was gonna upload, but that's easier if I can just stream it.
There, you got it. You good?
Arwen, you see that? So that's a picture of the camp missing in front of that mountain.
I'm not able to zoom in on your screen for some reason.
I mean, do you see that there's no camp there? No. Can you see the video? I mean, can you see the picture? Yes, no.
Okay. Did they use a 60? Is that the claim?
Sorry, so what happened? I don't hear you guys. Is anyone looking at what I'm showing?
Yeah.
You're coming in super low, bro. Does anyone hear him? I barely hear him.
I see dead people.
It's creepy.
I don't know what these pictures are supposed to. Not getting a lot out of
You
it.
were
All right.
way too quiet, Arwen.
That was great.
Okay.
Great conversation. Yeah, is that you, Arwen?
Yeah,
Where are you hiding?
I'm not hiding anywhere.
Sound like you're hiding in a laundry basket.
I don't know. It's just my mic.
Your mic is very low and muffled.
All right, is that better? Can you see the screen now?
I'm scared to look, bro.
My mic now.
Really low.
Yeah,
Can't help it.
that sounded a little better. I think you just
What do you
gotta
see?
say it with your chest, maybe.
You see my screen? Do you see the lines in the sky there?
Bro, no one's trying to look at your screen, dude. We don't trust your, whatever you got on this.
All right, I was showing Arwen because he like slightly was interested, but I don't care if you're not interested.
Yeah, I'm not really impressed, dude.
Impressed for what? I can't even hear you, bro. Like, what do you mean?
I'm watching your screen and I'm not really impressed.
Okay, I'm not trying to impress you. I'm just trying to show you. Do you see this line?
Yeah.
Okay, that was also in the 360 footage.
Okay, well, it just looks like a bad filtering quality.
What's he doing, Arwen? Is he making lines disappear with his nose?
No, it's just showing freeze frame, so.
Yeah.
He's debunking TFT.
All right, here. I just skipped to this because you guys aren't impressed with the lines in the sky. I guess there's just a normal thing. There's lines in the sky.
Can be.
There was lines on the
It's
mirror, and there
literally
was
called
lines
a
on her
solar
face.
flare. Seriously.
Why can't this? I don't know.
It's caught up in the
Solar
race.
flare, bro.
All right, do you see that cloud, Arwen?
Yeah, that's called a solar flare.
It's called a lens. You mean a lens flare? I don't think it's a lens flare, but
Yeah, it's a
sure.
lens
You see
flare.
the lens flare?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the beginning and the end.
Yeah, so.
Okay, well, I thought you were open. I thought you were interested. So now you're like I wouldn't have shown you if
Really
you like.
good, compelling arguments, but I mean, this is.
Okay, I don't know what you want me. You wanted to fucking say, this is fake on the top. Like I don't know what you want them to fucking do.
No, I'm just saying it.
It doesn't say this is fake in the sky of the video,
Like,
so it's
I
gotta be
think
real.
that it's kind of like done like this on purpose to basically
That would help your case.
present
though,
an
Quap, if-
endless rabbit hole to keep digging while you never get anywhere. I think that's what they did. I think it's a giant psyop, specifically a mock-op style psyop.
What were you saying, Jeremy?
That would help your case though, Quap, if like Witsit was holding a sign or had a T-shirt on that was said like this is fake or we aren't in Antarctica or something. Or if you had some like Buzz Aldrin clips of him saying, "Oh, we never went."
Dude, he literally, unfortunately, I don't think he's going to be in the documentary, but there is I think there was a line where he said, first step for flat Earth, or something like some Buzz Aldrin quote type thing. Small
There's a
steps for
joke
flat
that they
Earth or
would have
something.
said that, but they didn't.
They didn't?
It was a joke that was said that like, oh, hey, wouldn't it be funny if we said this? But they didn't actually say it.
Well, we don't know because he's not going to be in the documentary probably. So.
No, I mean, this was talked about in that, like, whatever. I've said the point.
I think he'll end up being in the documentary.
I mean, given the fact that he wasn't in the trailer at all, like, the only reasonable solution is that, like, he's not going to be in it. Because he rescinded his
Well, I agree
permission.
with that, but I think when push comes to shove, the type of person that Whitsitt is really going to want to be in a documentary that's like on Netflix or something like that.
Yeah, but I mean, like, already if he's trying to, what's it called? Like, not particularly make a lot of FE content, like, kind of separate from that.
Yeah, true.
It only
If he
makes
is pivoting to like more like, the Jews, red pill stuff, yeah, that might make sense. Good point.
Yes.
So Arwen, did QOP convince you TFE fake?
No, not particularly. I mean, I know there was fuckery going on, as it were, but that doesn't mean that there is no 24-hour sun potentially there. Although I'm fine if there isn't. That's okay.
Yeah. My best argument is just bones. Because it's just like, if there's no reason to fake anything, then why would the bones be bonesing, But I'm not, like, super interested in, like, trying to convince people. So it's just like, oh, bones. They're there if you want to look at them, but otherwise, it's not a big deal.
Right, but like, look, maybe there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica at winter, but like, how? Like, here's another follow-up question to that. Let's just presuppose that for a moment, that it's like as we thought in the disk model. Yeah, it doesn't make the disk map at a consistent scale. It's still not that terrain, and there's still tons and tons of rumors of land beyond Antarctica, and it's even like in certain maps you could see that there's like an ocean beyond it, even within disk projections. So how do you explain that then? If, like, what, does the sun become visible beyond it again? Right? There's just so much that's left to be wondered about.
It could be like Martin Kenny's thing. Do you remember that?
What?
Martin Kenny's model where there's like the sun circling around this, and then you go further out and there's another sun. Like one of the planets is a sun, and then you go further out and there's another sun, and one of the planets is a sun. You know what I'm talking
Yeah,
about?
the consecutive ring realm system, but I mean that still doesn't make like that. Even that projection literally does not address the disk map not being of a consistent scale. Like,
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it would make
address it.
sense. It would just make sense in that there wouldn't be a 24-hour sun. It would go to darkness, right? And then you go a little bit further out and you go to light because the new sun's there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you take it literal, then that means then in the land beyond that there would even be even less sun, or it would go by extremely fast and be, well, if it is supposedly like an orb of light emanating from a specific location over that consecutive ring, you would literally have less daylight, and then why would you assume that there even is oceans? Why wouldn't it be all frozen over? Like, the logic just doesn't work out.
Yeah, I mean the moon map model of the North Pole, like the place where the sun rotates from, changing throughout the year, or like throughout the sort of the epochs, the eons, would mean that these places are sometimes, warm, and then sometimes just perpetually frozen over.
But then you're still, that only works if it is literally like a tight circle of a sun that keeps moving around over a bigger terrain. And that's not the consecutive ring model, in which it is claimed that the sun makes an entire circle around that ring.
Yeah, that's not the consecutive ring model, which is why I said that this
Oh,
what
right,
the moon
right.
model states. Yeah.
Yeah, but what you're calling the consecutive ring model, I'm talking about Martin Kenney's map. Do you remember that? Like, there are different suns the further out you go. And so, like, the next land over beyond Antarctica is lit up by not our sun, but a different sun altogether.
Yeah, but those are rings that are projected out. It's like you have the central circle and then a ring around it and another ring around it, and there's another moon and a sun, and they have different names and that thing. Yeah. It's been out for a while. But that, like, it can't logically work out, like physically. Like the physics of the temperature, it just won't work out. It's not going to be that way. It would not be viable terrain ever.
I don't understand why, but I'll trust you.
Because there wouldn't be enough sunlight at any point to basically keep that entire terrain from being constantly frozen. Because it has technically less light on average than Antarctica does throughout the entire year.
You're saying because there's the second sun would have to go at a bigger loop, therefore slower. Is that what you mean?
It would have to travel a farther distance over the terrain. And thus, there would be less light per piece of terrain over time. Doesn't matter how long it takes, the cycle, it would have less coverage of the terrain at all time. Because the terrain there is a huge, vast circle instead of a disk.
Okay, I think I get. By the
Right,
way,
but that's
Yoski,
because it's a circle-centric system, and then you have that problem. If you go by the rectangular model system, then you do not have that problem. You can have as many realm segments with their own suns that will behave exactly the same per realm segment.
yeah, but then you have the problem that you have to believe we're teleporting across the map. So.
Yeah, but it's not teleporting, though. It's just the way that the space of the realm that is available, how it interconnects with itself, not having any room beyond it. Like, that doesn't exist. Like, the rectangular looping model basically states, if you're going to go by it, that the available space of the realm is the only actual physical space in which matter can exist. And there is no space beyond it. All that exists physically is within the looping system.
Yeah, but it's just like so far out to even fathom. Would you admit that that's like more far out than like bendy space-time globe model stuff?
No, absolutely not, because bendy space-time globe model stuff is literally even imagined and calculated outside of the normal 3D realm, which the looping space system for the realm is not. All that it addresses is an unusual nature of spatial dynamics, like the layout of available space in which matter can exist. And that's the real challenge of it. but it doesn't force you to reify something that literally doesn't geometrically or mathematically fit within Euclidean reality, like space-time bending. Yeah, that was always the pitfall about that. Like it pulls you outside of physical reality. Like you can't falsify it. Yeah, a looping system and the way space interconnects can be falsified. You can actually measure it. It's effort to do it, but it is physically possible and within physical reach to do that. You don't have to go anywhere where you could never go in order to prove it.
Yeah, Oscar, you were trying to say something to me.
I was going to
Remember what
ask you, you invoked the moon map, and I was going to ask you if you subscribed to it.
I am very sympathetic towards it, yes. In that, like, it puts together so many other completely unconnected theories, and then it vibes with sort of all of them and puts them together.
But it looks like almost nothing like the actual map we have. Like, that's the thing that always gets me about it. It like looks like, well, nowhere close is all I would say.
Yo, I gotta.
I mean,
Sorry, go ahead.
One way of saying it would be that, like, I wouldn't claim to say that is what it looks like right now, but that is what it was at a certain point in the past. And Oscar left.
Yo,
I was saying that it would be that would have been what the Earth was at some point in the past, maybe during the flood, during creation, et cetera, some other point in the past.
Is there any way I just realized something should have realized before. Is there any way I could talk to Geo for a second? What are you guys talking about?
Whatever you need, Q-Op, it's always all about you.
No, this is just going back to, I just had an idea of, like, I just thought of something. I don't know why I didn't think of it before, because they were saying that that the sun, like, goes straight, like, during the equinox, and then in the south it goes outward in a sense, right? So I just had, yo, Gio, are you there still?
Yeah.
So I was just
so I call it arc and anti-arc.
Yeah. So, like, when the sun is rising, right? It's like, so you still believe in a flat Earth, right?
Are you asking me?
My connection. Yeah, I don't know if
we hear you now.
I might be robotic.
You were at the beginning, but you're good now.
No, I mean, that term flat Earth is kind of loaded. It's like seemingly connected with the AE map and all of that. So, I mean, the Earth is stationary and planar. Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. So when the sun is rising, right? It's not. You don't actually believe it's rising, right?
Like going up in altitude.
Yeah, exactly. Rising. Yeah. So you don't believe the sun's actually rising, right?
I mean, that gets into a question of this. Yeah, like, is the sun a physical object or not? It gets into that. But I mean, I guess for the moment, let's say.
I'm just asking if you think it's rising or not when it's rising.
I mean, dude, none of us have been up there to, like, measure its altitude or get a physical, tangible read on it. So it's kind of a little bit non-applicable to, because how would that be able to be validated? But I wouldn't see any reason that it would be physically rising. No, like in terms of it being a physical object.
So its position that you see it in is not reflecting on where it is yet. During the equinox, it's like a little bit over to a certain direction, and that immediately means that's where the sun is.
The sun doesn't triangulate up to wherever you're going to presuppose it is based on whatever projection you're going to use. That's always been the problem. Like what you're looking at, seeing the sun, you're seeing an apparent location that correlates with the celestial sphere, which is how you see all the celestials. You see it in an apparent sphere surrounding you, of which you will not be able to establish an actual distance or exact coordinate within Euclidean space. So even saying the sun rising is already based on an observation specifically, which is locked in with the celestial sphere in which the celestial lights present themselves. And in that sense, on the celestial sphere, the sun rises. It moves
Yeah. So
from
why?
high level
So why are
to
we?
above
Why?
eye
So,
level.
so why are we making like you like Geo's presenting like how the stars move above us and like the sun during the equinox or in the south, and it's like we need to make a model based on that with the sun in the exact position as it appears to be. Yet the entire flat Earth position is that none of the basically celestial objects are where they actually appear to be. So it's just strange.
Yeah, well, we unfortunately don't have more information available. Angular information about celestial lights is all there is, because
I mean,
actual positions
if you
cannot be
believe in it,
established. It's not doable.
if you think it's flat, you cannot believe that they're in their actual position, because there's times where you can see that measure the horizon below horizontal, and then a sunrise happens. So it's like you can't really think that the sun's there below horizontal. You can't. I don't see how you could believe in flat Earth and actual positions of this, at least the sun and the moon.
Yeah. So why are we making a model based on what we see? That like we obviously know that we're having like an optical hallucination going on that doesn't
Well, it's not a
really match
hallucination.
what the reality.
It's
Yeah, it's basically
a
it's a
hologram,
hallucin. You're
an
the
optical effect.
way your eyes see reality is a hallucination, and it's not the actual like you know uh what's it called Euclidean version, like the real
Oh, you're
version.
just not looking at a lamp in a specific position that radiates light at a vast distance. That's not what you're seeing. You're seeing a light apparition. It's like a hologram that surrounds you. That's kind of
Yes.
what you're looking at.
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm not. It's not really disagree. I don't know why you said it like that. Like you're very
Well,
aggressive.
a hallucination is specifically a internal, like not actually based on received information on the eyes. It's not an optical phenomenon. It's an internal imaginary phenomenon that you can misinterpret as being an actual observation. So calling it a hallucination is always going to be a misnomer. Like the sun is actually observed. It doesn't
It's not
require a
directly
psyche.
applicable,
You
but
can record it with a
it
visual
gives the idea that we're not
device.
seeing reality.
That you're misinterpreting my words. You can see it. It's just not an object that radiates light. Perspective doesn't actually apply. Inverse square law of light does not apply. But there is a light manifestation, and energy is being received, is being absorbed. That's what's happening.
Okay, so I just don't know why flat earthers are making models based on all this stuff. If we agree that we are not able to figure out where any of these things are, the positions are, like we're doing, like what Globers are doing, like that looks like it's 93 million miles away because of the shadows here.
Yeah, but I mean, only flat Earth diskers that reify the celestial lights in actual positions, which is a large amount of people, do that. Not all flat Earthers do that. There's plenty of people, especially here in this Earth Awakenings
You're literally
channel, that
making you.
have
I've heard you.
realized it's not that.
I've heard you talk about Pac-Man models on here because of the TFE or whatever. I don't know where you why you started talking about that, but seems like it's after TFE that we get all this. Like now, Torah
Because I
believes
was
in the
asked
Pac-Man.
about it.
Basically, I don't know if you guys know that.
What? I was asked about it. That's why I started talking about it.
Okay, so I'll just say Torah and other people believe in a Pac-Man Earth now because of TFE when it's just ridiculous.
Cool. I'm glad. I'm glad they're finally able to see a reason and beyond the reification of literal positions of the celestial lights for which there is no tangible evidence. I'm glad that people are finally doing that.
How is that
I've been
reasoning?
waiting for that for a long time.
It's based on its reification of the sun being where it looks to be. Over our
I
map.
have no
that we believe.
reification on actual position of the sun, dude. That's not part of my model.
Yeah, but whatever the sun is up there, like you were saying, does it rise and lower in altitude and that kind of thing? And like I was saying, my response to that was, unless we could actually be able to tangibly validate that, it is just an observational thing, basically. The sky is something we can only observe. I know NASA claims that they're out there probing the sun or whatever, but that's its own entire claim. So, but nonetheless, I mean, there are positions, like there are ground positions of the sun. Like, I mean, do you agree that when the sun is on the Tropic of Capricorn, it's tracking along the ground? Like you could walk under the sun and you could put little flags in the ground directly under where the sun is?
Yeah.
So whether you call that a real position or not, it is tracking upon the ground in some way that's consistent.
Right. It's an angular position.
We've learned to map the world based on what the stars look at different places. So that doesn't prove where they are at all.
No, angular positions. The maps are projected and navigated based on the angular positions and the angular consistencies of the celestial lights, which are translated in GP points, where the angle is directly above in direct relation to specific positions on Earth in a consistent fashion. Yeah, the angular positions are consistent. The angular pathways that the apparent celestial phenomenon tend to travel are consistent and cyclical.
Yeah, I agree. I'm agreeing. That's literally what I basically said. I don't know why you have to say everything so great.
Yeah, so to that extent, if you want to track it on the ground, like at the equator, the sun's going straight. When the sun starts going south of the equator, it starts arcing towards the south. Which means it would make that path on the ground as well, that anti-arc path, like the latitude and longitude, because you have like right ascension declination, which is basically the latitude longitude of the sky. So you have right ascension declination in the sky, then latitude longitude on the ground, which is consistent in terms of how that moves. So I mean the arc and the anti-arc can be mapped on the ground, which would be cool to validate all that, and like validate the GP points more fully, like while the sun's moving. But to that extent, there's an observational correlation between the ground, like what the sky actually is and whether they're in the real positions or not, because you'd have to know what exactly they are and what the real position is versus the non-real. But just what we observe is what we can go off in terms of that part of it. So that anti-arcing is how it moves in the sky observationally, and then how it's tracking on the ground. I mean, do you disagree with that or agree with that?
No, I think I agreed with all that. I don't know if I would say it tracks like, because we don't know if it's we don't know what the map's like, so I don't know if I would agree with it, but
all right, well then, do you agree, like if you're in the, okay, well you were saying you're not sure about that, but if you're in the south and the sun is setting, it's arcing off to the southwest, like it's literally like you're throwing a curveball, it's going off. If you were looking dead west, you'd have the sun would be arcing off to your left, whereas in the north, when the sun is in the north, the sun arcs off to the right.
yeah, and then in the north, I mean I live in the north. I lived in South America, but I didn't really pay attention to that stuff.
Right. But I have a question that I always wondered about, and that is, does the sun actually make a perfect straight line from east to above you to west at the equator? Does it actually do that? Or is it rather like sort of a slanted arc that's just like on average above you? Like I've never had any direct confirmation. Like people that have tested this sort of thing, they never were like at the equator.
To be fair,
That's
I don't
funny.
know anybody from the equator that's ever been like connecting up with information, flat Earth and everything. Or maybe the Eru guy. But I mean, yeah, I don't remember.
Not that this is the same topic, but it sort of correlates also with the Foucault's pendulum that goes clockwise and counterclockwise in the north and south, and then they claim that doesn't precess at all at the equator. I know it's kind of a different thing, but like that going straight at the equator, it's like a null zone to where you don't get the effect either way. It's like the middle point. I'm not saying it's directly connected to that, but it is in a way. But I know it's not quite the same category.
Well, it
And
is just a curiosity, right? I mean, we know more about what's north of the equator and south of the equator, how celestials behave over there, than we do about what's actually exactly happening at the equator. There's not as much information about that.
Yeah, I just got back. What the hell happened, dude? We had all kinds of people talking and shit, and all of a sudden it's dead. What's going on here?
Nah, nothing.
I feel like a dumbass. Fucking responded to my kid's baseball group chat saying I'm thinking about bringing water balloons tomorrow for after the game because it's gonna be like fucking 100 degrees out here, and like nobody responded. I'm like, okay, I'll take that as a no. Man,
It'll be
I don't
hot.
know. Either people,
It'll be hot here
uh,
too.
yeah. And I just figured it'd be something cool for the kids after the game, you know, freaking, give them a way to cool off and have a little fun before they head off. Maybe bring some trash bags or something so they could not get in their parents' car all completely soaking wet and fuck up the seat, you know. I don't know. It's just that maybe people are busy getting off work or something, haven't seen it yet, but you just figured somebody would respond, but fucking nobody responded, dude.
I mean, I'm still here. I'm just doing all this stuff right now.
All right. What are you doing, Jeremy? You still at work or what? You work like the graveyard shift or something, right?
So, do you think the AE map is like is false? Do you think it's like a psyop, or like do you think it's false? Do you think it's possibly even close to anything? Like, what is your thought on that kind of that type of layout from the North Pole like that?
Honestly, dude, I'm not like a huge map expert. Um, I mean, I wouldn't have any fucking way to verify any of that. You know, like that would take so much freaking money and such a grand endeavor to like authenticate or create a fucking map. Um, beyond me and my capability for sure. So I don't really touch what's beyond above me like that too much, you know. But I don't know. What's the is the AE map got like a centralized pole or something? Is that what it is?
Well, yeah, it's like from the North Pole, and then the continents all coming out from the center.
Right. So it's kind of like a top-down orthographical view of a 2D representation of their 3D model, essentially. I don't even know if that's the right terminology I used, but I thought it sounded proper, so I went with it. But either way, man.
So you've never really but you've never attached your thoughts to that or anything. You've never told people this is it or stuff like that the way other people have, kind of identify with it.
You're kind of getting a little broken up a bit. I don't know if you're on the road, but yeah, I heard you. And yeah, I mean, if I was to refer to any map that I'm aware of, that would probably be like the closest version of a map that I would refer to.
What do you think of in terms of the Yeah, my connection might be going out.
You clipped out a little bit there. Say it again.
Yeah, my connection might be going in and out. Well, what do you think of just like magnetically or electromagnetically, the difference between like a one pole in the center with like a ring around the outside versus like a two pole, the way that you have like the two 24-hour suns and the two star rotations, and like toroidal, the way the toroidal fields work?
The two 24-hour suns. I don't know if I'm aware of that.
My
I don't think
my
I've heard
connection.
of that.
But what I was saying is that like the AE map has. Yeah, I can try to switch to my phone.
Yeah, you probably have to wait till you get better connection. Unless somebody else had heard enough to respond, go for it. But I don't really know exactly. I mean, I know what you're saying as far as the sun goes. Like, I don't know, man. The only thing I can really think of would be like that coffee cup caustic thing, bro. Like, I don't know why that's just getting thrown out the window. Like, to me, even prior to the whole freaking final experiment thing, I perceived it that way. Like, I never completely ruled that out of possibility. So I don't know why everybody's like, I don't know. It's weird,
100%. I actually thought that was the thing that made the most sense when I learned about it.
right?
I would mean caustic. Well, just. Oh man, my connection keeps going out. Wow. All right, maybe this is better. I don't know.
Yeah,
This might be better.
yeah.
No, what I was saying is just, well, if you want to explain what you mean, I mean, I know about the caustic effect, but how you were relating it. But I guess if my connection's back, the thing I was saying is just, if you have that AE map, you have the North Pole and the idea of the sun going around that North Pole, and it wouldn't really imply that there would be the 24-hour sun in the south and then the southern star trails, all of that. So I guess I was kind of asking like the difference between the North Pole centered with like, the ring around the outside idea versus like two actual poles where you have the 24-hour sun in the north, and then 6 months later you have the 24-hour sun in the south at the other pole, and then you have the two star rotations, and then the straight line at the equator. And I was just sort of asking what you thought of that, like electromagnetically, in terms of the way electric fields work, because electric fields have that kind of two pole. Well, I mean, there are ring magnets though that would be like the AE with the single pole and then the ring around the outside. So I mean that does exist in magnetic configurations, but when like an electric field has two poles, like a dipole, and a lot of the like the ferrocell images and all of that. So yeah, I just wonder what you thought of that, like electromagnetically. Like, would it make more sense that it would have the two poles like that, like a toroidal field, versus the single pole in the center with the ring around the outside?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can have polarity any other way. I mean, so I don't think you can separate the north and south polarity, like even like on an atomic scale. It's like, yeah. So it's by necessity that there's got to be an opposing pole. I don't know. I
So
don't
like
know if that answers your question.
yeah. I mean, so so the North Pole with the ring being the south around the outside, you think is that like not valid, just like in terms of the electromagnetics of it, or could because that's what a lot of people have said in the past, like that idea, the ring around the outside
Yeah.
and the North Pole center.
Right. Yeah, I mean that's kind of how I've perceived it. So unless it's like perpendicular to that, but I kind of always perceived it that way, horizontally. Does that
So
make
if
sense?
that was so if that was the case, you're saying like, then what would account for the 24-hour sun in the south and then the stars arcing the other way? Like, would that like were you saying the caustic effect? Like what would account for that then? Like how would that gap be bridged with that kind of layout?
Well, as far as the star trails go, I don't necessarily have an answer for that. I haven't really like studied star rotation too much to really put much thought into it. But as far as like the sun being visible in the north and the south, like I said, the whole coffee cup caustic thing, I mean, in my opinion, would answer for that. Like you've got, you know, an apparent sun and an actual sun, you know, both having similar attributes in the sense that, you know, they're both having an illuminating effect. So it's kind of how I perceive it. Like one's the mirror image of the other. I don't know if that makes sense. You still there, Gio?
What's going on? You don't know it. So you still buy Globe Curious?
No, Di. So I heard the last thing you said, but I'm going to be home in a minute. My connection will be better. So because my connection is still going out. I just clicked on that debate, modern day debate, and that's what they're talking about. It looks like I just clicked on it in 1 second, and I think it's Alan and Shane debating who is it, MC Toon, and anyways, I just clicked on it, and they were talking about the sun and the south and stuff.
You're roboting hard, but I'm gonna watch that. Oh shit! Can I stream that on here?
Yeah, we can't be streaming porn queue up, so it's probably against server policy.
Yeah, especially gay stuff. Give up.
I'm just streaming Alan's debate. I don't know what you guys got on your minds, but I think you're projecting.
Who's he debating?
Looks like MC Toon and Globy McGlobeface or whatever that guy calls himself. Somebody was saying like, oh, they're not doing flat versus globe debates on MDD anymore. Well, I guess that's not true. Somebody was trying to say that it was all over and they're not doing debates anymore. Well, they're doing one.
That's what I heard. Someone was. I mean, I thought that was the case. Someone was telling me that too. I don't know who was spreading that.
These guys have been such fucking liars for years. We shouldn't be surprised, bro. That's just funny.
Well, Jaren definitely is not doing any more flat Earth debates. He literally told that to me, personally. So when someone said modern day debate was also not doing anymore, I just assumed it was true because it seemed like a good time to act like the debate was over and settled.
Yeah, I guess it was just part of that rhetoric trying to claim it's all over and no one's going to do debates anymore, but that was just false, obviously. It's like this thing of just like, we'll say it's over and we'll just hope that they'll just think it's over. And it's just like not. It never was. Kind of a strange tactic. Q-Up, I was going to ask you before, like, just out of curiosity, if you went to, like, if you took that trip, to Union Glacier, like, you flew to Punta Arenas, you then flew 4 hours south, you had a compass, the best you could, you land in an icy place, and there's a 24-hour sun there, and you were able to, I guess, kind of do what they did. You could take, you could take a magnifying glass and burn paper, you could film it, you could do what you can. And if you felt the heat on your face, everything seems like the sun. Would you then think there is a 24-hour sun there, or would you still question it in some way, even with that, if you went there?
I pretty much just believe the pilot. Well, I mean, I've gone to Europe and like South America, but I've never. I mean, those are areas that we know where they're kind of located because everybody travels to them from different places. But as far as going in a certain direction and ending up in the middle of a fucking icy continent, definitely wouldn't know where I was. But if there was a 24-hour sun around me, like during the, our winter, that would be definitely strange. But I don't see that they would ever bring me there.
Well, I guess I'm saying, like, if you were to, basically take that trip and you were to go to like Punta Arenas, you could see the sun arcing that way, rising south of east, south of west. And I guess when they were there, like those live streams they did when they were there, it was like they were getting like 17 hours of daylight of sun. Like it wasn't 24, but they were like, because when Witsit was there, he was even live streaming on here, and he was saying the sun like would set at like at 1 a.m. or something, and then it would just like rise again like at 4 or 5, 8, or whatever it was. Like pretty. There was only like a few little hours, and he said it never even got fully dark. It was always kind of twilight. And he was live streaming with his video on here several times. It's on the recordings or whatever. And then the sun was arcing off, southwest and all that. And then the southern sky was like lit up. It was like blue. It was like kind of lit up, even when it was like the twilight or the nighttime. And then they got in a plane, flew 4 hours, and got the whole 24-hour sun effect. So I'm just saying, if you went to both those locations and confirmed what they did, I'm just saying, would you then be like, whether or not you believe their trip or not from there, I'm just saying, would you then be like, okay, there is a 24-hour sun and all that, if you were to do that and have that experience?
Maybe. I don't know. I can't really picture it happening. So.
I mean, I would. That's the only reasonable conclusion. If you went yourself and seen something, what are you to believe?
If I went and it felt real, felt like the real sun, I guess. It's just not gonna happen. Or we're just imagining. It's like if you got brought to the moon, would you believe it was the moon, like they say? Like, I guess.
What if like Q-Hop comes back, but it's like an imposter Q-Hop?
Why would that be impossible though? It's like 40K. You don't think you'll ever take a 40K trip in your whole life? I mean, I don't know what your situations are, but I mean, is that
I think
really
it's a
out
little
there?
bit more complicated than just 40K. It's like there's a little window, and then they have a certain amount of people, and they can basically tell whoever they want to fuck off.
Well, but my understanding of it's not that different than booking a ticket. I mean, you call the company, say you want to do it, they have a little medical check or whatever, and then you get yourself to Punta Arenas. There's other footage of other people, like I've talked about, other bloggers and YouTubers and stuff that have filmed the trip where they show up, basically the same place Whitson and Jaron were, and all those guys were. They show up, get on the plane, fly there. They're at Union Glacier. There's people do skydiving, all that stuff. So I mean, yeah, it's an expensive trip. It's more than just other trips, but it's not necessarily, out of the realm. I mean, essentially anyone can take the trip. So no, I was just asking. There was one person I asked. I don't need to name who it is. It's fine. But I just asked them if they even went, would they believe it? And they said no. They were like, no, maybe it would be a fake sun or something. So that's why I was asking, if you actually took the trip, would you agree it's real? And then would you then think that they didn't fake TFE if you took the trip yourself? That would be the second part of the question.
No, they definitely faked TFE, and I definitely wouldn't spend $40,000 to even see that, even if there is a 24-hour sundown there. It's not that interesting for 40. It's not worth $40,000. And after knowing that they faked it, I definitely wouldn't want to sign up for going wherever, like, giving my information to those people that set up that kind of stuff, taking me wherever they want. It's not a plan I would make.
You say they faked it. Just curious, what percentage? Like, what's your confidence level that they faked it?
93, 4. I don't know. It's like very close to 100%. It's only not 100% because I'm like, I'm open-minded, but I don't see how many more ways they could have fucked up. Like, if it was any worse, then I'd be like, why did they do such a bad job? They did worse than I would imagine they would do, but it's kind of, I guess it's passable. It's like what's her name? Obama's wife, Big Mike. She's passable, I guess, but I saw her dick. I mean, you can say it's just some anomaly of the pants, but I don't. I saw it bouncing around. So.
I mean, if they didn't fake it, like, to me, it's not even an if, but I'm just saying from your perspective, if they didn't, like, how would you evaluate your discernment if it's not fake at all and you thought it was? I'm just wondering, like, how would you afterwards evaluate that? It'd be like that if you came to the wrong conclusion on it.
I mean, if you're saying if they brought me there and I saw it.
Yeah, let's say if you took the exact same trip, and yeah, that they took, yeah, and well, I'm just saying also if the ultimate truth is that they didn't fake it, I'm just saying how would that render your discernment if you're now 93% that they did, but they did fake it, but then they didn't fake it?
I mean, in this hypothetical, like I would assume that if it actually did happen, that they could bring me there and show me that, then they would have like an even better way to fake it than the last time, because the TFE was like just a bunch of camera tricks, like stupid tricks. So I would still think they faked it, and they just either it was like a setup to make us think that it didn't exist, or they figured out a way to actually do the sun simulator, which is what I thought they were going to do the first time. But either way, the TFE is like, it's, I don't know, no one wants to even see the reasons why it's fake, so I don't.
By the way, I know after it happened, there were some people. What is the current status on it? Are there still, X percentage of people who still claim it's fake? I don't know what Banjo, the Flat Earth Banjo guys doing these days, or are people still going on about it, or have a lot of people turned to, changed their viewpoint that it's not fake, or what's the kind of status out there on the TFE was fake community?
Most people have said their piece, and it's just like people don't really talk about it much anymore because it's no longer the topic of conversation, and everybody said what they want to say about it.
Everyone's gone into their camps. We're all in our little echo chambers now.
Definitely the biggest cohort of people that is not talked about because of just the nature of the position is people who were flat and are no longer flat because of this, that are just kind of, because of TFE, that just kind of stopped engaging with the stuff. Like they're not in some sort of big, oh no, I've been like believing this lie or going into this cult forever. And like, whoa, it's just like, oh, hey, yeah, I guess the earth isn't flat. And so I'm just going to opt out of the flat earth community.
Do you think that's a big group?
I think that's a big group, yeah.
Is that just your hunch, or are you basing that off something? Because I don't personally know anyone who left Flat Earth besides me. Although I talked to Jaron a little bit, he said a bunch of people have emailed him, and I heard that there's people on Twitter, but I haven't heard of anyone else on Discord doing that.
It is more based on vibes that I see that. But also, given what I just said, I don't think these people are going to be saying a lot. Like, they're not going to be, vocally saying, oh, hey, I'm announcing my departure. Like, they're not in the airport, as the joke goes.
Yeah, I think that's probably right. I had always thought, and this is just my opinion, obviously, I'm kind of a dummy, so take it with a grain of salt, but that more people would leave Flat Earth over time. That's why I was so shocked to hear even Noah say he's opening up to the globe idea. To me, that was he's a hardcore Flat Earther. So for him to say, okay, I'm open to the globe now, is indicative that maybe a lot of people are.
No, that's because he believes in history, and he's looking into Greek history and that they believed in. He thinks they believed in the globe. So
yeah, but most people aren't like you. Most people somewhat believe in history.
Well, I don't think he knows TFE is fake, so Noah's not doing that because of TFE.
I mean, he's not here, so I'm a little tentative to talk about him. But I mean, when he came into this, I think he was on the fence, right? I think when he came in, so I think he kind of shifted to Flat Earth when he kind of came into the community. But I don't know how that's relevant, but I'm just saying it's. I think, isn't that the case? When he came in, he was on the fence?
I don't know, because I don't really remember. I just feel like Noah's always been someone who's been around as long as I've been around anyways. But I don't really remember.
I mean, Osco, doesn't it seem like in a way, the activity is down? Let's say, compared to before their Antarctica trip, the overall numbers and viewers, just in general. I'm just talking about across the board, everywhere.
Of Flat Earth stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah, it does seem like that. And to me, and I could just be putting my bias into it, but I think it's because of what Yasuke's saying, is a lot of people are checking out of Flat Earth just sort of quietly, or reconsidering stuff or taking a break from it because it was a blow to what they thought, even though they wouldn't maybe want to admit it.
Yeah, because that AE map with the sun path was, sold pretty hard by a lot. I know. I mean, Oscar, you said everyone said that was the case. I mean, I know that there was a lot of people that did, but I mean, not everyone did, obviously. But I mean, it was something that a lot of people did cling to, and there's T-shirts and all this, all of that go along with it, and just the the kind of fanfare, I guess, around it, and people claiming this is it. And it was sort of like the immediate backup to the globe, like, oh, here it is. You just go on Google. I mean, dude, back in like 2004 when I was looking into like Hollow Earth, and then I found Flat Earth. That's kind of the first time I like looked into it more. I mean, I had heard about it when I was younger and stuff, but just, and even back then it was like that was the first thing you found, Flat Earth Society and Robotham and other stuff like that, and that map was right there. So I mean, it has kind of been like the main backup to the globe. And like I've often said, like, does it really, if they've lied to us about the Earth, would they really just give us the true shape on a simple Google search in 2004 that you could just pop it on and be like, oh, that's what the Earth actually is right here on Google? Would that really just be given to us like that?
Yeah, no, that definitely makes sense. Like for sure, if they're just lying about everything, they probably wouldn't give it to us. But and I don't think that everyone said it was the AE map. That's not really what I think. I just think that that was the common conception of flat Earth. And I can really only speak from my own experience. But in like 2018, 2019, when I was looking into it, like you first hear about flat Earth and you think this is the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard, and then you start to look into it a little bit, and then the AE map allows you to conceptualize it and make sense of it. And that's when it clicked into place for me. And I imagine I'm not alone. That's when it clicked into place for a lot of people. And so you take that away from them, the whole thing crumbles. And I'm not saying that's the correct way to look at it, but I just think that's what it did for me. And I think a lot of other people, it might be the same for them.
But wouldn't that be like the PSYOP from that light? Like, if, from the perspective of it's a PSYOP to get people thinking, the flat Earth is that, because I agree with you that AE map is definitely tied to the term flat Earth in a lot of ways. So I'm saying if that was a larger PSYOP, wouldn't it make sense that they would kind of get everyone to think, okay, this is the flat Earth, the Earth not being a globe, being a stationary plane, and then linking flat Earth to it, and then that map to it, and then if that's a false layout, then that would then be to discredit the whole thing and get everyone just to throw it all out and go back to the globe.
Yeah, I mean, if it truly is like an evil cabal of people ruling the world and deceiving, like, however many people are on Earth, then yeah, that would make sense. But it's just like the conspiracy just gets deeper and deeper and more extreme. And then at what level do you say, okay, this conspiracy is too deep and too extreme that I just can't follow it anymore without like solid evidence for it. But even if the conspiracy is that deep and that extreme, you wouldn't have solid evidence for it. So I get that.
I mean, I would push back on the idea that they wouldn't give us the correct answer. And the idea that that is actually the best way of hiding something is you give the correct answer, but you add so much noise to the signal that like there's 50 bajillion different potential solutions or answers that are being told. So people don't actually have the ability to discern, oh, hey, this is the actual answer. Like it's given to you, but it's also given to you with, 50 other different conspiracies attached to it.
Yeah, that's a good point too. Like in some sense, like the best way to tell a lie is to say a whole bunch of shit and 99% of it be a lie and then 1% of it be true.
You guys have ever seen Pirates of the Caribbean? There's a time where in the beginning of the first movie, which is the only movie worth watching, where Captain Jack Sparrow is like, I am a pirate. I am here to steal that ship and steal your guns so that I can go out and do pirate things. And they're just like, yeah, no reason to believe that you're telling the truth. And that's the best way of hiding something.
Yeah, I mean, there is like the truth in plain sight kind of idea, where that and that's been talked about. I mean, they use that AE map as the cover for the or the logo for the United Nations. So people have said over the years, like, oh yeah, truth in plain sight. They put the real one right there and kind of a thing. But there's another side of that, like, yeah, but could that? I mean, I guess it's like a double bluff, idea where like they would use that, and it's also not the correct. I mean, they claim that that's like a projection of the globe, of course. So even the mainstream is like, well, it's just a projection of the globe that shows all the continents, kind of thing, is what they claim. But yeah, the one perspective that, oh yeah, that's, from that people have said, oh, that's the truth, and they put it in plain sight. And then there's obviously the perspective that that's not the truth, and that's like a second psyop or like a backup psyop to link everything that would be linked with a stationary planar Earth to the term flat Earth and to that map or to that layout.
Let me ask you this, Gio. It's kind of off topic, or anyone who wants to answer, but I just thought of it. I used to ask Globers about the moon landing. How long would it take for us to not go back, for you to not believe in the moon landing? Because they're always saying, oh, we're going to go back this year. We're going to go back in 5 years. We're going to go back in 10 years. And I would say, okay, if we didn't go back in 10 years, would you still believe that the moon landing was real? If we didn't go back in 20 years, we didn't go back in 30 years. If you're 90 years old on your deathbed and we still hadn't gone back to the moon, would you still believe in it? And usually by the time someone gets to 90, they would say they wouldn't believe in it. So I guess the sort of transformed question for you is, how long would you have to go on flat Earth to where there is no map and no model that you would stop believing in it? If 50 years from now, you're 90 years on your deathbed, and we're at the same spot where we just say we have no idea what's happening in the stars or how the sky works, would you still say, okay, it's still flat Earth? Does that question make sense?
Measured flat.
Sorry, I think I talked over you, Arwen, or whoever.
It doesn't matter if we get the whole model right or not. It's measured flat. It's never going to be a globe.
So for you,
No, I used to actually ask that question of Globers, and I've had them tell me. I used to stretch it out to, let's say they could stop the cells in your body from aging, and you live to be 10,000 years old. If we still didn't go back, I've had Globers say they'd still believe it. They'd still believe in the moon landing, even if it was 10,000 years.
Yeah, I've heard people say that too, which is just so ridiculous, obviously. But like some people are so like just zealous about it that they'll hold to it.
Yeah, I guess if I were to try to answer that, the thing is, like, you use the word belief, and so yeah, that's kind of a term that has different connotations. So there's like the idea of blind belief, and then there's obviously also the word of belief, where if somebody says, "Oh, I believe I had a hamburger yesterday for lunch," they're not really meaning like they have blind faith that they had a hamburger. They're just using belief as like knowledge, or basically saying, "I had a hamburger. I believe I had a hamburger." So yeah, there's like different usages of the word belief. But yeah, I'm not claiming I have the entire, model or picture of the whole Earth in that way. But I mean, I would say, there would be no reason that to me that it would be indicated as a globe unless curvature or motion were confirmed in a further way, than is currently claimed. So that would be one kind of way to see it. There would be no. Like I said, I don't have the entire knowledge of what the entire Earth is, but I don't see any indication of a globular nature as they claim. So I wouldn't see any reason to really consider a globe unless that was confirmed or validated, more fully than what they claim is today.
Yeah, so in 50 years, if it's still the same conversation happening, people debating refraction and long distance optical measurements primarily over water, but no map or model or like furthering of flat Earth, you would still say, well, we falsified the curves, so it's still flat, sort of thing.
It's measured flat. What are you going to do? It's still going to be measured flat in 1,000 years, whether we mapped everything out or not.
Yeah, but it's not like directly measured flat. Like all the flatness measurements are long distance
Yeah, it is.
observations primarily over water. And so, like, even I think Jeremy or someone told me the longest tangible measurement we can make is an 8-inch or an 8-foot level from Home Depot.
Physical measurements versus optical measurements.
Yeah, and all those optical measurements is which is how we falsified curvature, are long distance ones that, you know, are at least hotly debated and involve refraction and whatever dome of vision or perspective and all of that sort of stuff. And so it's hard to say that we've completely falsified curvature, although it does seem like we
Yeah, no,
falsified
it's
curvature.
absolutely solid because the supposed downward terrestrial refraction is a complete myth. It's not actually based in optics. In optics, that doesn't happen. Yeah, refraction requires very specific condition to have that much of an impact. And without those vertical hard borders, right, to cause actual refraction to that degree, the overall refraction will be insignificant. Will be
I mean,
angularly so
the amount you
insignificant
see,
that it's never gonna amount to a globe looking like a flat plane. Which is
I mean,
what
the amount you see
terrestrial
does
refraction
change
is
day by
arguing.
day. Like, so there's clearly something that goes on that changes it day by day. Also, just back to the point is that there's never been a single physical measurement of flatness or curvature. There's never been a single physical measure of curvature or flatness.
It's geometric consequences. And however
No, the
light
measure of
behave,
flatness, we have the physical, tangible measure of flatness. That's every time some guy draws a level line on his wall.
yeah.
Oh,
Every time
there's
someone
that.
goes to hang a picture and shit, that's a level line. Like, you can't measure, there's no difference between that horizontal line and level.
yeah, but the level of the expected phenomena would be no different in a globe versus a flat plane, and that you would expect the exact same result in what you're saying in both models.
But you know why?
Sure, you could say
Because the
it's. Hold on
globe
a second,
literally
Arlen, real
back
quick.
engineers the flat plane into being that supposed globe. They're just making up mathematical excuses in order to make that globe appear like a flat plane, so it actually corresponds with reality. That's what they're doing. They've been always doing that.
You
Yeah.
can say it's you can say it's curving and like, oh yeah, it wouldn't be there. Meanwhile, the measurement is it's not curving. You know what I'm saying? You can be like, yeah, but if you go farther out, then it'll start curving. Okay, it's a cool, neat idea, but when it comes to just the measurement, we have it.
Yeah, but like you wouldn't expect a different result. Like the way that you would falsify something is that like, oh, if it was this, then this is the expected result. If it's something else, then this would be a different result. The problem is that in this scenario of like having a level to like look at a painting, you would get the exact same result for both instances. So it's not a meaningful data point in terms of validating one model or another.
Yeah, no, I hear you, but you said we didn't have a measurement of flatness, and when
No. I said a physical measurement of either flatness or curve.
Yes, and we have a physical measure of flatness. Every time the guy draws a 10-foot level line on his wall, or your wife tries to hang a picture and draws that horizontal line, there's no measurable difference between that and level. That is a measurement. I mean, you can say, yeah, there wouldn't be different. All right, cool. But that is a measurement.
This is like the idea of like bodies of water, the whole thing of like Globers trying to say like, oh, look at this little bead of water on the ladybug or the leaf. Therefore, like obviously water doesn't be flat over time. Like you're doing the same thing right now in that clearly what is meant between flat or globe or flat or curvature is flatness, planarness, or curvature over time, over distances. And that is not something that looking at a level while you're making a painting, that has nothing to do with what's actually being talked about.
No, you can make a horizontal line, and I hear what you're saying. Yes, there's no difference. There would be no difference. However, the measurement is there. You can make a 10-foot level line, and you can make a 10-foot horizontal line, and there is no measurable difference. That's a measurement of level not curving. We have it.
Yeah, but it's
I
not
hear
really
what you're
like
saying. Yes, they're saying if you go farther, it would start curving, and there's no differentiation. I hear all that, but it's still, unless you're saying that's not a measurement,
So
which
that
is
phenomena
honestly what
has
the Glovers.
nothing. That phenomena
That's
has
what the
nothing
Glovers
to do
started
with
arguing
curve or
recently.
flat.
Is that's not a measurement? Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's that has nothing to do with a curvature or lack of curvature over distance. It actually has zero to do with that. Like literally nothing. It's completely irrelevant.
Well, it's a measurement of level not curving.
Yeah, but isn't it a large enough margin of error to actually get the information of what is needed for what the actual shape of Earth is? That's the
No,
question.
it's not. It's not long enough. But to say there is no tangible measurement is just not true, because there is a tangible measurement, and it's of level not curving. We have it.
There's
that's
no
not really
measurement of
adequate.
physical flatness over distance.
Yeah, it's
which
not
is-
adequate.
Yeah.
No, dude. Okay, so you everyone's saying now we can't measure a 10-foot horizontal line and a 10-foot level line.
No, it just has nothing to do with the point. It's so irrelevant.
The point was there's no tangible measurement of flatness, and that is a tangible measurement of level not curving.
There is no physical measurement. Most specific wording possible. There is no physical measurement of curve or flatness over distance.
Over 10-foot distance, yes, we have one. 10 feet. Level,
Yeah, but like,
level's
okay,
flat.
maybe an analogy. Let's say you're in a huge warehouse, just like a massive, the biggest warehouse you can imagine, and you have a tiny little micrometer, a little tiny micron of a ruler, and you're trying to like measure like one tiny little part of it. That's not really going to accurately. That's not going to be adequate for actually knowing what the shape of the floor of the whole floor is. You know, by having some teeny tiny little, the size of a little doll hair or whatever, you know, of a little ruler. You know, and even though you could measure that to be level, but that doesn't really give the overall shape of the whole floor. I mean, you would agree with that, right? It's not adequate to do that.
Yeah, I hear you. It's not going to differentiate between if it's a globe or not. But to say there's no measurement, what are you doing? But to say there's no measurement, tangible, physical, whatever word you want to put in there is not true, because you can physically, tangibly measure 10 feet of it. Sure, you want to put a number on your distance? That's fine. Put a number on it, but we do have a measurement of level not curving.
So if
Absolutely,
it was
100%.
if it was curved, 10 feet would be 0.0001 micron inches, something crazy like that, right? That would be indetectable. There would be no way of actually measuring that. So therefore, it's not like exclusive. It's not actually a measurement that falsifies the claimed curvature.
Dude, I hear you. You can't measure a difference on 10 feet, level line, horizontal line. You can't measure a difference. I understand that. That is the measurement for 10 feet of level not curving, level being flatness.
What about plane surveying, Yasuke? Even though that's technically optical, it's not necessarily physical. But I mean, plane surveying is done, like within 100 square miles, and there would be appreciable curvature, and they have an accuracy that should show that curvature. So what about plane surveying?
Yeah, I mean, you can say that's valid, and that's totally fine. I'm just saying that is, by definition, not physical. Like, it is not a physical measurement. That's the only point that I'm trying to make, is that there is no physical measurement. It is all optical.
But that's not true.
Every single measurement is optical.
That's not true. You can draw a line on a wall, a physical line on a wall with a pencil or whatever you want to use, and you can make a level line on the wall, and you can reference them. And like you just said, you can't measure the difference between them. That's the measurement of level not deviating from horizontal. It's
because
there.
you
We have
can't
it.
measure the difference because it's so small, you actually can't tell that it's horizontal or not.
No, we measure it horizontal. We measure the level line being horizontal. You got
It
the
would
Globers.
be
The Globers are
so.
just saying. The
It would be
Globers are just saying that we measure the horizontal. The Globers just say if you go farther, it's not. It'll be curving. So the only rebuttal, even for what I'm saying, is that you can't measure a level line or a horizontal line on your wall. That's the only rebuttal for what I'm saying. So
if your 10-foot horizontal line on your wall in a world where the Earth was curved and your horizontal line wasn't actually perfectly straight, but it perfectly matched the curvature of the Earth, you would not be able to measure the difference between that and it being perfectly flat, because it is as close to perfectly flat as you would have the ability to measure.
Yes, I understand this. We've been through this several times now. You can't measure the difference. It's too big. Earth's not curving hard enough to measure the difference. I understand that. So in the meantime, until you do measure that, the measurements we have of level all measure horizontal. That's a measurement. It's tangible. It's physical.
So this is the point, is that 10 feet is not satisfactory enough to make a difference between either situation. So my only point is that there is no physical measurement that is satisfactory enough to show flatness or curve over distance.
We do have a flatness measurement over 10-foot distance.
No, you
level
don't.
not curving.
Because
Level
you don't
doesn't
have... No. You do not have sensitive enough measurement instrumentation to be able to tell whether or not that is flat.
Okay, so we can't. So you're saying we can't measure a 10-foot horizontal line on a wall? We can't do that.
No, you can. He's just saying it's not. I keep using the word adequate. It's just not adequate. It's not going to actually give you the answer of what is being requested. Because, I mean, you would agree with this, Jeremy. We've talked about, like, to do a physical measurement would be the first time anyone's done it. So it doesn't exist.
I agree. 10-foot. Yeah, I agree. 10-foot doesn't tell you if it's curving or not, but that doesn't mean, like I said, the only rebuttal is to say that that's not a measurement.
The rebuttal is that it's not. No, the rebuttal is that it's not an adequate method to evaluate the actual thing that's being, seeking to be found, which is what the actual shape of the ground or water is over great distances. It's just
I know, but in the meantime, we have a measurement of level not curving. That is a real thing of it not curving.
No, because measurement is based on the sensitivity of your ability to measure. In like a good example would be saying, like, there are certain scales, right? And let's just say all scales are accurate, right? And let's say I weigh 180 on a certain scale. But one scale might only give me, 180 pounds and then no ... And then other scales show up to 180.0251. And so one scale is more sensitive than the other, so it is able to give me a more accurate reading. And we don't have a scale, we don't have a measurement device that is capable of reading what the difference would be, so it's entirely meaningless.
Yeah,
it's not a measurement because our measurement instrumentation is not sensitive enough.
That's what I'm saying. You have to say this is not a measurement. That's the only rebuttal for this. Is you can't measure a 10-foot level line. You can't measure a 10-foot horizontal line. That's the only rebuttal. And in your weight scale scenario, if you say you weigh 180.5 pounds and we only have a scale and we don't have the points yet, we can only do pounds on the dot, and it can only weigh you at 180 pounds. I would say, sure, you can say you're 180.5 pounds, but this scale only says you're 180 pounds. So the measurement is of you weighing 180 pounds. If you got a better scale that can do better measurements, come through with your better scale, do the measurements, and then you'll have a measurement. Until then, though, we only have a measurement of you weighing 180 pounds. I like your analogy. It's great.
Yeah, and the point is that if we only have the very unsensitive scale, then we don't have the ability to say 100%, oh, this person is exactly 180 pounds. Because, I mean, in the situation where I'm not 180 pounds, I'm obviously not going to be exactly 180 pounds.
Yeah, I know. We would only have the measurement of you being 180 pounds. I know.
It would be like...
But you would say we have a measurement of you weighing 180 pounds, right? In your scale example?
Yeah, give or take an error rate.
Yeah, so that would be a measurement, though, if you weigh 100. That would be a measurement of you weighing 100.
Yes, but if there was a boxing weight class that I was trying to hit and the weight limit was 180.05 pounds, there would be no way of saying, did I actually make weight or not? Because that scale wouldn't be sensitive enough to be able to tell whether or not I made weight.
I don't know. Just like the measurement we have now of level not curving, that's the same thing as your scale measurement. You just have a measurement of you weighing 180 pounds. That's all you would have. Unless you're saying the scale weighing you at 180 pounds is now not a measurement.
No, it's just that it's not a measurement that is satisfactory to actually discern the difference for the question at hand.
But
so it's meaningless for the question at hand.
But it is a measurement nonetheless.
Yeah, but it's just a meaningless measurement.
It's like, as I was using the word inadequate, it's like inadequate and just inefficient and therefore inconclusive.
I hear you. It's not conclusive, but it is a measurement and we have it.
Yeah, sure, if you say that, as long as you're not trying to invoke it as a proof of flatness, then you're fine. If you try to use it to make an argument that this is proof that the Earth is not curved, then that would be where you run into an issue.
It's proof that the only measurement we have of level is of it not curving. That's all. That's the only measurement we have is of level not curving.
I mean, I don't know where to go. Like, we're just going in circles here.
You can say it's not a measurement. That's like, I hear you. People have said that to me. That's not, you can't measure a 10-foot level and a 10-foot horizontal line, or the difference between them, because we don't have the tools adequate enough. I hear you guys. I understand.
No, I mean, you're just not listening to me.
In the meantime, we just have the measurement. I've heard it all. I heard what you said. I understand. I used your own analogy. I was definitely listening. I liked your analogy of the scale. I used it against you. Remember?
Yeah. There's no. I don't know how else to explain it. So I concede. You win.
I think it would be like if you had a scale that only went up in increments of 10 pounds, right? And so once you hit the 180 mark, like you can't say that you weigh exactly 180, but you can say, I weigh at least 180 pounds. You know, I weigh somewhere between 180 and 190 or something like that. And with this like sort of thing that you're saying, Jeremy, it would be like, okay, like we know for sure that Earth is flat at a 10-foot length, right? Like we can verify that at a local 10-foot level length, Earth is flat. But what's the difference between flat Earth and globe Earth at a 10-foot length? They would be the exact same thing.
If you had the scale and it only did 10-pound increments and you put Yasuke on it and it comes out to say 180, even though he's 184.72 pounds, we would say, yeah, we have a measurement of Yasuke weighing 180 pounds. That'd be the only measurement you would have, just like us having the only measurement of level is of it not curving. I hear what you guys are saying with it.
I understand what you're saying, and I think you're technically correct. But what I'm saying, and I think Gio and Yasuke are saying as well, is that like it's completely irrelevant to the globe versus flat thing. It means nothing because at a 10-foot length, they would measure the exact same thing.
I know, but he let out saying we don't have a measurement of flatness. And that is a measurement of flatness, level not curving. It's only 10 feet. Okay, so what? Fine, but it's the only measurement we have is of it not curving.
Yeah, we don't have a measurement that's relevant to the flat versus globe discussion. Yes, we have a 10-foot level that we can like measure, I guess, flat at a 10-foot length, but that's irrelevant to the globe versus flat discussion.
Okay, but don't lead with saying we don't have a measurement of flatness, because that is a measurement of flatness.
Yeah,
I clarified in saying a physical measurement of flatness or curvature over distance.
It's
10 feet is not a real distance.
And it's over distance. It is a real 10 foot is a real distance. If you were 10 foot tall, people would be like, wow, that's a huge distance from the ground to your head.
10 foot is not a distance that is relevant for the question of whether or not the ground is curving or planar, because our instrumentation is not sensitive enough. So therefore,
I hear you. I heard
a relevant number, a relevant number would be a physical measurement of curvature or flatness that is long enough to be something that we have sensitive enough instrumentation to be able to measure, which we don't have.
For a tangible measurement to matter, it'd have to be essentially like, I don't know, a quarter mile or something like that for it to be relevant to the flat versus slope discussion.
Okay. In the meantime, we can't. Would you guys agree we can measure level right now over 10 feet?
Yeah, I work in construction. I use a 8-foot level all the time. Yes, you can use that, but it's completely irrelevant to globe versus flat. That's what everyone's saying.
Okay, no, I understand. It's not going to do. It's not going to tell you if the globe is Earth or flat. But when it comes to measuring level, it's there.
Yeah, I don't think it's completely irrelevant, but it just has kind of limited application, because something more like Jeremy, if you had like the example I said, like a massive warehouse and you were hired, someone said, hey, I need you to know I need to know the shape of this floor. It's really a huge floor. Whatever the largest, what is the largest? It's like the Tesla warehouse or something. Anyways, I've looked it up before. There's like whatever the largest warehouse in the world. And you were hired to be like, somebody said, I'm going to pay you to know what the shape of the floor is. And if you came in with a tiny little 1/8 of an inch ruler and you came in and you were like, all right, yep. And you gave him that, the guy would be like, all right, I'm not paying you for this. You didn't tell me what the shape of the floor is, Is it relevant? Maybe in some minimal way, but, it's just not. But, I mean, I don't think it's completely, there is something to what Jeremy's saying, but it's just very limited. It's in its scope.
We have the only measurement of level, and it's not curving. If we can measure a 10-foot level line, then we have a measurement of level not curving. That's it.
Yeah. So you're the guy coming in with a 1 millimeter measurement for a 2-mile warehouse.
No, because I'm not saying it proves flatness or proves curve. I'm just saying the measurement we have right now, the only measurement we have of level is it doesn't curve. That's it. If it's physical and it's over distance. You may not like the distance or not like it that it's only 10 feet or it's not long enough. I understand that it's not long enough to prove the shape of Earth, but it is over distance and it's.
So it's just, we're talking about this in the context of globe versus flat. And if this is a irrelevant piece of information because it's not satisfactory, it's not sensitive enough, then what's the point of bringing it up? If it would be the exact same result for each thing. Like, what is the point of bringing it up? It's just a factoid. Like, it doesn't actually have any ability to progress the conversation forward.
Okay, it's a pretty important fact because we do a lot of measurement talks in here, and that's the one measurement of level that we have, physical level. And you led with saying we don't have one. And we do. Over 10 feet measures flat. I get it, not long enough. I understand. We don't need to do it again. But it's there and we have it and it's ours.
But you don't. But there's no reason to actually concede it because you don't have a measurement because your measurement isn't sensitive enough. So it's not a measurement that it is not curving. If it was curving, you would get the exact same result. Therefore, your measurement devices are not sensitive enough. So it's not a measurement of anything. For the purposes of the discussion.
Yeah, so you're saying we can't measure a 10-foot level and a 10-foot horizontal line.
At the sensitivity that would be required to be relevant, yes, we cannot do that.
Yeah, that's the only rebuttal is that's not a measurement.
It is not a measurement that is sensitive enough to be relevant.
But it is a measurement though, right?
I mean, it's irrelevant. Yeah, Yasuke, would you say it's a start? Maybe it's at least a something. I'm not saying it's
Yeah. I mean, you can say this is what we're capable of now, and then the question becomes, how could we try to do something that actually gets us to something tangible? Yeah, like what Oscar was saying is is 1/8 of a mile valid? As in do we have sensitive enough measurement devices to where 1/8 of a mile would be something that is directly measurable.
Dude, I
Yes.
could probably
Okay.
do it in like 100 feet, bro, or 100 meters. Depending on how you do it, you could do it in fairly short distance. Like all you need is like a little eighth of an inch or something. Couple millimeters.
At 100 meters, it would be 0.78 millimeters.
At 100 meters?
Yep.
All right, 200 meters. Probably doing 200. Dude, here's the idea. You get a cylinder, right? You know your paper towel roll? You lay it on its side.
The curve would be pi, 3.14 millimeters over 200 meters.
3.14 millimeters?
Yep. And again, this is the question of physical measurement versus so you can't use anything optical to measure at that 200 meters.
What's up? Yeah, no, physical. I hear you. We've been all over these physical things. Here's the idea. You know your paper towel roll?
Okay.
The paper towel roll, cylinder. The
Yep.
side of it, that's the top and the bottom is a circle, right? If you got it like standing up straight.
Mhm.
You get your paper towel roll, you lay it on its side. Now the circle is vertical, right? So you get one of those, maybe made out of like granite or something crazy, right? Giant ass circle. You make a plumb line. You put a plumb line on it, bro. You feel me? Going down the face of the circle. Then you turn it 90 degrees. You turn the circle 90 degrees, roll it. Now you now have a horizontal plumb line. Booyah. And then you can just make level references easy peasy across the face of it.
I mean, yeah, that would probably work. Like there might be
I
something
don't
I'm
know,
not
you
understanding.
need a 200 meter tall circle that you can roll.
Yeah.
That's the problem with that one.
And my only point is that there hasn't been, like, nobody has attempted to do, well, maybe people have attempted to do experiments like that, but nothing conclusive has ever come up that somebody is willing to share with the class.
I mean, dude, that's the height of a skyscraper, that circle.
Yeah, which is the whole point, is that it's really difficult to do physical measurements, which is why people don't do them.
There's some good fishing line ones. Did you hear all the fishing line ones?
I'm somewhat familiar, yeah.
Some of those are pretty good. Yeah, I'm not trying to argue with you guys. I'm just saying when it comes to a measurement of level, we definitely have it, and it's not curving. So the only thing you could say is, you can't measure it. It's not a measurement or whatever you want to say. Whatever.
Yeah, don't let him lie to you, Oscar. He's definitely trying to argue with you. Don't let him off too easy, Oscar. Or
Like,
yes,
I
you did.
understand it's not far enough. We don't have the capabilities to measure it down to such a level. So, in the case of is Earth flat, it doesn't help. But I mean, we could measure it over 10 feet being flat. Make a level surface. You measure it over 10 feet, it's going to be flat. You could probably overlap 2 spirit levels and come out with 20 feet flat. I mean, I don't know how far you'd have to do that, but one of my best ideas to actually measure it is with a wall. You get a wall, a mile, 2 miles long. You start with level in the middle and then work out both ways from there to make sure you're symmetrical. Then you get 3 precision engineered pieces of metal shaped like a spirit level, right? They don't even need you don't even have to have the level part in it, just the pieces of metal. And then you just start overlapping them back and forth, up and down. You can do it in multiple ways. You could have arrows on them in one way. One way you have them all facing up, another way you have them all facing down, another way you mix match them. You know what I'm saying? You can make multiple lines on the wall.
I don't know. What are you guys talking about?
You're talking about measuring and level curving.
Oh, okay. So, yeah.
I mean, they should have spent the money on trying to measure if level was curving or not, because like that whole TFE thing did nothing. Obviously, I mean, maybe it did something. I don't know, but if they wanted to really squash it, they should have made a measurement, an actual measurement, not the bullshit optical thing that they do.
Oh yeah. Totally agree.
I mean, we know that's not a measurement. That shit's all over the place. If that's a measurement, Jesse leveled concave Earth one day. So did George Hanichuk, Kozlowski. You know what I'm saying? All them guys. You debunk the globe radius. Like, those aren't measurements. You debunk the globe radius all over the place if you think any one of those is a measurement. It's not a margin of error thing either.
I don't know, man. I think if people can be moved away from their original position that easy, like I don't know if they were even fully confirmed to the position they thought they had to begin with. Like,
Yeah, Osco.
What's that?
so
Were you
Osco's the
talking
only
shit on
person.
me?
Yeah, Daiso was talking shit on you.
I didn't hear it. I was doing something else.
He was
What's
like,
up?
fuck, he said, fuck Osco.
He said if your position wasn't strong enough that before TFE, that it like changed after TFE, then it wasn't strong. Then you're a weak little bitch. He said.
But yeah, that was like the most common thing
That
people
was
told me. You need
verbatim.
little faith.
From the guy that just I listened to the last 2 weeks talking shit about this server. I don't know why you're in here so much, dude. Queue up.
Oh shit! He wants us to go, bro. Everyone in here knows I talk shit about the server. So, Tank, you wanna? Is there something else you're mad about? Did I debunk all your beliefs on globe Christianity and
He
germ
literally
theory?
DMs me all the time talking shit about
All
me,
day. I'm all up Jeremy's ass with
Geo, the
fucking
server.
negativity.
yeah, I had to block him because he was just like, I don't know.
Oh, I'm
asking
wondering
for
why you're
autographs.
following me around, Queue up.
I'm following you around.
Yeah, you fucking weirdo.
I would
Yeah,
be
we kinda
offended if
came in
Q-Op
because-
didn't talk shit about me.
Well, yeah. So, Tank, do you have any? You want to debate anything, or do you just want to add home?
Yeah, don't insult, please. No insulting.
Is there anything you disagree with on any of my positions that you wanted to talk about, or just? Can you think of anything that I'm wrong about that I've debated you on?
Yeah.
See, Tank's
Yeah,
got nothing.
sorry.
He constantly
Tank.
claims like Tank. I could think of like a million things you're wrong about. You can't think of one thing I'm wrong about.
What's the
He's pulling
topic?
he's pulling a Riggs on me when Riggs doesn't have anything to say. He just goes quiet. So back to Osco. Why was your position so weak on the flat Earth before?
I didn't have enough faith in flat Earth, I guess.
Did you do the ceremonies with us?
Yeah, I skipped church a bunch.
The flat Earth blood drinking ritual.
This is gonna be another Queue up server.
You're so
Yeah,
mad, bro.
I forgot to do the blood over intent for flat Earth. It just really screwed me over, I think.
I probably will come in here every time Tank's in here, so he's kind of right about that I'm gonna follow him around. It's just so funny, like it's so easy to like. He gets so mad.
Get a topic popping, Jeremy. Get it popping in here. I'm bored. I need something to listen to while I wait for these people.
Yo, Daiso, Dyslo, where are you at with the whole Greek Bible? I'm just curious because like you listen to Ken Wheeler. I don't know if Ken Wheeler's talked about it again, but he did confirm Amon Hillman knows his stuff. Curious if you look into any of Amon Hillman's Bible translating stuff.
I mean, just because I follow Ken and like a lot of his stuff doesn't mean I agree with him on everything, dude. I think his views on some of that stuff is, I don't know, a little odd that he'd even pick that topic up to even discuss in a video. So
Yeah, I don't know how he
I
got
don't
in. I don't even know how he knew about it. It was interesting. But he does know. He does speak a lot of different classical languages. I think I've heard him speak Greek before. So he says he calls his gravity, because he's a glober, he calls it his gravity fuck, what was the word? What was the on dielectric acceleration, but it's like in, what's the first word? In on what's it called when it's like not uniform? Like
might think about it because my phone's about to die. I'm on a
It's not
walk. I'm like
dielectric
literally
acceleration.
5 minutes away from my house, so I'll be back before my phone dies. So give me a minute.
oh, he calls it incoherent dielectric acceleration. Fuck. I had it right. I had it.
Yeah, it's
Is that when you
incoherent
have a bunch of
drivel.
little magnets and they clump them up to make a big magnet, but they're not? What is it?
Well, he's like a
I think that's
glober,
what it is.
so I'm thinking that I'm gonna start saying that when people ask me like, "What's your theory of gravity?" I'm gonna say coherent dielectric acceleration, because Ken Wheeler's is incoherent because he's a glober, so he thinks it needs to pull in from all directions, like when you have a bunch of metal pieces like stuck to all sides of a magnet, versus like coherent would be like two magnets up each other's asses. Like they're not stuck
Yeah,
on
but it
all
isn't
sides
though.
incoherently.
It isn't incoherent or coherent dielectric acceleration because dielectrics are measurable. And you could actually very manipulate it to affect its influence.
Yeah, but on the
And
flat Earth, I'm
it's
just
not
saying it's
it.
coherent because it's just going down on the flat Earth. It's only down.
Yeah, you can build a Faraday cage perfectly and things are still gonna fall just the same within it. It's not dielectric acceleration. Like literally no matter how you're gonna argue it, it isn't that.
Wait, how are you saying? What about you're saying it's not dielectric acceleration because
Because that's
it didn't fall in a
measurable.
Faraday
You
cage, and
can actually measure that.
you don't get rid of
Also,
any.
dielectrics. You're gonna let me actually give the arguments? Why not? Or you're gonna
You
talk over
said it
me?
already. It's kind of dumb.
Dielectrics are measurable. It's based in electric fields, electrostatic fields, which have a range. Yeah, like a magnetic field has a range, and then when you approximate it, the origin point, it has to have an origin point, and then it becomes stronger. You go away from it, it becomes weaker. Yeah, none of
I
those
don't know.
things apply
So
in
like
any sense to Earth
in
in the setup.
a Faraday cage, do all the particle like? Do you believe that we're made of like things that they call atoms, which are like charged?
What I'm saying is, if there's any kind of charge going on to which dielectric acceleration could be attributed, that you can literally isolate an area from that influence perfectly, absolutely perfectly. That is literally possible. And then things would still fall within it. It's not the cause of the passive vertical displacement.
So you
That's
can.
final.
It's final. Got it.
Right, because I just explained why.
You
Because
explained it.
dielectric
So
acceleration would be
that proves that
measurable. You could very manipulate it. It's not being measured. And if you attempt to isolate it, things are still going to fall. It's not the cause of what we think of as gravity.
So in a Faraday cage, there's no magnetic forces at all. Nothing. It's all gone. It disappears once you set up a Faraday cage. It's all just gone. And if you don't measure it with your instruments, then it doesn't exist.
You can isolate electrostatic influences, which is the supposed cause. Also, the important factor, it's measurable. You can actually measure it. It has like a distance to a source, and then there's a strength, just like a magnetic field. You go a distance from the magnet, and that strength, measurable strength, becomes weaker.
Is
Yeah.
there
All
any
these
type of
influences also apply to electrostatics. It's not happening. That's not what's here.
got it? Because you're not reading any electrostatics in a Faraday cage. Is that what you're saying? With like some
Well,
kind of
do
like
you agree that you could isolate electrostatics? That you can
maybe
do physical things to cause
you
it
can
to
measure
not
them?
happen?
No,
No.
I think everything is intrinsically electrostatic and charged. So I think we're just
Oh,
literally made of.
so it's a not measurable thing. You can't very manipulate
You
it
could. I
then.
mean,
How
if you could.
convenient.
Well, you're measuring like a I don't know that I wouldn't even really know how to, like Tesla was talking about different types of electricity basically, and I'm sure there's lots of different types that we don't even really comprehend, but everything seems to be
Oh,
charged
okay.
particles.
So you think that's an effect that you could compare to static electricity, but it's basically being done by a mystical electric force that we don't know what it is. We can't measure it. Yeah, I'll go with space-time bending. That seems more likely.
Well, do you believe that do you believe like in like some type of atomic model where like we're made of like charged particles, or do you not believe any of that?
I believe there's plenty of scientific evidence that whatever you think of as gravity is caused by density.
Oh, you keep avoiding my questions. Is it on purpose? Do you fear the I don't know why people always avoid my questions. It's weird.
I don't know. You're just mumbling at this point. I don't even know what your question is.
Well, why should I enunciate if you don't answer my questions? What do you think we're made of? Like, what is do you have like an atomic model that you believe in? Like something along those lines?
I don't know what we're made of, but I'm certainly certain we're not made of gravity or an electrostatic field that causes some kind of direction.
Well, if we were made of charged particles, and if everything was like, so I mean, at that point, like you wouldn't be able to measure the electrostatics, like at that level, right?
I mean,
If it's going to be a constant influence causing continual vertical passive displacement, yeah, you better damn well measure it then.
Bro, you're so annoying. Like, why do you talk like that? So weird. You talk to everybody like that? Like, if you ever have a girlfriend, like, do you talk to her like that? You better kiss me. You damn well better kiss me. Like, what
Yeah,
do you?
if you're going to have a
It's so
claim
fucking
about
annoying, bro.
some kind
Why
of
do you talk
effect
like
that
that, dude?
causes
So
a
annoying to listen to
universal
you, talk
perceived
to you.
thing,
Like, I
yeah,
don't
you
know why
better
anyone.
have something that's measurable, and that annoys me.
All right,
It
guys,
annoys
just
me that
relax.
you're
Let's
just
all
going with
relax.
this
But
idea
why
and
does he
you
talk
don't
like
seem
that?
to
It's
have
such a
any
weird way
idea
to
of what
talk.
you're talking about. You have to literally guess about some elusive thing out there in order to support your argument. Yeah, that irritates me. Yeah.
Well, it irritates me that you say that you don't answer my questions, and I don't know what your atomic model is, so I don't know what you think stuff is made of at a small level. I'm just
It's
talking to
irrelevant.
you.
It's irrelevant. You're avoiding the point.
Not avoiding any point, bro.
Yeah, you don't have to go into like deeper philosophy or the core particle or element of whatever the fuck we're supposed to be in order to explain what supposed gravity is and how electrostatics has any
So,
part in that. You just
well,
have
when
to
I
point at something that you can very manipulate in order to establish that it is the cause of the presumed effect. It's called scientific method.
well, electrostatics is the only way to, use an invisible force that affects things how they float or get pulled in certain directions. So, what would your alternative theory be?
I already told you, but you didn't seem to be interested.
Okay, you want to say it again?
Yeah, density.
Density. So, what is it? What chooses a direction for all dense objects to go down? What is the difference
That it's
between
more
down
dense.
and up?
Oh, well, that's inconsequential and irrelevant. All that has to be
Oh, nice.
established is what causes the
No,
effect.
no. The cause is
Yeah,
just
yeah, yeah.
it
What
all goes in one
causes the
direction, but the
effect?
cause is
It
making go in
being
that
more
direction
dense
for a
causes.
reason.
Are you gonna rumpus me, asshole?
What a
You gonna
just
rumpus
a
me,
lacking
asshole?
theory that is. It's so weird.
Yeah, maybe you're gonna complain about my voice again while you rumpus me actually explaining my alternative to your
You didn't explain it. You
unbacked
said it's just
theory
not necessary. You
that you
literally
don't seem
just
to
gave away
understand
bullshit.
very well.
I completely understand.
Guys, let's just talk this out. Remember how I did with level just now? I wanted to fly off the handle with the measurement of level thing. Let's just keep it cool, though.
But just why does he talk like that? It's so weird.
That's just how, some people talk a certain ways. He's like Norwegian or something.
Yeah, and why do you talk like a
What are
fag,
you from the
Cutie? You talk like a fag. You have like that fag little voicey.
See
Yeah?
what I'm saying, Pop? This is what we're doing now because you did this.
Faggy little laugh too.
You did this.
Think you're really all that, don't
Arwen,
you?
please. Arwen, please.
So if God turned your world upside down, why would density start going the other direction?
I don't know. Is that ever going to happen?
What about, but if you
more
could, like,
hypothetical situation that are never going to happen, or are you going to actually give me something that I could very manipulate in order to establish the cause of the effect that we would consider gravity?
Just curious, what about the world makes density go in the place we call down?
Yeah. What's more dense than the medium it's in is going to go down, and what's less dense than the medium it's in is going to go up. That we can
Yeah, but that's
establish
just
that
how it
scientifically
orients
through
itself within like
experiment.
this downward. It's a downward, gradient
Yeah,
for
it
density.
seems like you keep interrupting him. Like you ask questions and he goes to answer, and then you just like talk over him. I don't know. It's kind of weird.
No, he doesn't
Yeah,
have a
that's why I
theory.
get
He just doesn't
irritated
have
and start to like take notice of his faggy little voice.
it. I'm just trying to so he doesn't have like an answer. Like, so I don't know.
What, an answer to what? Something that's not relevant to an
You don't have a
actual
theory.
scientific
Everyone
proof?
has density in their theory. That's just part of like how gravity orders itself. Like,
but
in the gradient.
oh yeah, does it? What is gravity though? Yeah, you can't answer that.
I did answer that. You don't have an explanation for
No,
gravity.
you just made something up that you can't actually back.
I can totally, but I have a Van de Graaff generator right here. I can literally change, I can make a napkin
through
fly or be
experiment,
pulled.
but you'll never find out because you keep talking over me every time I tell you.
There's nothing to find out.
Oh no! Yeah, see, Jeremy, he's made up his mind.
I mean, Arwen.
He's an electrostatic tard, and he
Arwen.
doesn't even know what it is. He
Electrostatic.
literally
Arwen, he's Van de
he
Graaff.
doesn't even know what
Hold on,
it
guys,
is.
hold on.
That it could be some elusive electrical force. Yeah, he's a retard.
Hold on, now.
Make
The
it
thing
up.
is, Arwen, don't call names, Arwen, please. The thing is, his Van de Graaff generator is the same exact thing with you changing the density of the water or whatever, or the object. It's the same exact thing, dude. He can make something go up or down depending on how he changes the electrostatic field or whatever that shit does.
Yeah, but that's actually
You
a
can make-
measurable external thing, though. And it only works at a distance. It's not a universal law scenario. Yeah, something is more dense than a medium, it's gonna go down no matter where you are. in proximity to a Van der Graaf generator, you have to be at a certain proximity in order for it to work. Yeah, that doesn't apply in the realm. Yeah,
Wait, you're saying his thing
electrostatic
doesn't do?
is like
Hold
has
on,
a
you're
very short range. It always has.
wait, what? You're saying his thing because of the range?
Yeah. Yeah, static electricity has a range, a very, very limited range, after which it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, but it's just showing what electricity does. That when you change a charge of things, so it's not. It's just that the static is like basically an exterior, like the dialect, like the electricity is passing around the exterior of stuff. So it's not as like fundamental as gravity, which obviously is also an electric force, because that's why you have to step on the ground barefoot to discharge, because there's a flow of electricity going down through
Right.
you at all times.
So when you discharge, does that mean you still have a charge, or that it's
You can't.
discharged?
Well, you're discharging extra electricity.
Right. So does it
You can't change
charge?
like
I mean, it's literally in the word, the charge, discharge means
okay. So
doesn't
you're
have
saying
a
the human
charge
body is
anymore.
completely discharged? You think the human body? Do you know how you realize everything in the human body is like our spirit is probably electric, like that. That's how
But
they
you do not
measure like brain
avoid
waves. Like
the
it's all electric.
question all the
You
time.
think you
Every time I
discharge all
ask
your
one.
electricity, you just turn off?
I asked you, electrostatics can be discharged, right? And then it's not charged anymore. Well, any electrostatic attraction is going to then end. So
Bro,
where's this measurable, super heavy electrostatic field that we should be able to measure if that's the cause of gravity that would pull things from, I don't know, dozens of kilometers up or straight downward at a consistent rate?
Isn't
Yeah,
little
we're
g in
not measuring
coulombs?
that. We're not measuring that at all.
Isn't little? I don't know if it has to be huge, but isn't little g in like Coulomb's law or something? Like, can't you get the gravity formula right out of one of those electrical formulas?
Never heard of that.
Does anyone know? I mean, Quap, you're arguing this. This is like you and Witsid's thing, right? So you
Daislow's
should
the
know.
expert. I'm just a fan, bro. Why can't Daislow help? Just a fan of the ether. I'm not an ether boy yet. I'm not a
Well,
nerd.
I'm saying
not a
you. Somebody knows where's gravity at? Is it in Coulomb's? I think it's Coulomb's law.
I know about the gastrocolon, but not about that when you're talking.
You've also got a downward current going in the atmosphere. You can power a Corona motor with it. I mean, dude, there might be an electrical component, electrical, magnetic, some kind of component to that. I mean, no.
I'm sure there's a lot of electricity going on, but I mean, you could actually, I don't know, enhance that, stop it, and acceleration rate downward of more dense objects than their medium are still going to be unabated, like the same rate. It's not going to accelerate or decelerate or cease to fall. Like, it's not happening. And you can add local electrostatic effects, like static electricity, and then keep something close to it.
So
but it's
I
not
have a
very
question. So
manipulating that absolute universal constant of
Okay, so
dense things
whoever
flowing
unmuted me,
downward.
thank you for that. I appreciate it.
I have a question for you, Arwen. So what do you think heat is?
What do I think heat is? Or
No, Arwen.
Yeah, I'm not answering your questions.
Oh, because you know where it's going. Because heat is the charged particles moving faster, and you know it goes up because they're charged differently.
That's not
Oh my god!
electrostatic, though. Yeah, I'm not
No,
gonna
it's
move on
not.
to
Are
another
you
subject.
sure? What is
You
it?
can think you have a gotcha, you dipshit.
But you
I
don't.
did. That's why you don't want to answer it. Nobody wants to answer my gotchas. It's
No,
fucking
yeah, because
frustrating.
it's fucking irrelevant,
Arwen,
retard.
please, man,
I'm
don't.
gonna call him a retard again,
Arwen,
Jeremy.
no, you're
because he's
not.
fucking
Arwen, you're not
irritating
gonna,
me.
dude. We don't do that here, bro. No, you're not gonna.
Bad, Arwen. Bad.
Quap, please. Come on, man. There's
No,
no
no,
name
he
calling
is
or
right. So
insulting.
he
Yeah,
is.
I'm the second person here complaining about you. You better just turn around your tone, or you're just gonna get kicked out. You're very irritating as a person.
Projection.
Lots of people say that about you.
Guys, no one's getting kicked. Can we all relax, please? Come on.
But he's right though. Like, so heat is molecules moving faster, right? So he's right about that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's not cause of passive vertical displacement. No.
Okay.
So if it's moving faster, does that mean it's taking up more space, more volume? Which then changes its density and creates buoyancy.
They do say hotter things way more. Because according to like relativity, there's more energy in it, and E equals mc squared. So it would have more mass, so it would have to weigh more. It's all theoretical, though. I don't think you can actually weigh it.
Yeah, look, you can change the acceleration rate of passive vertical displacement by changing something's density, and you could do that by altering the temperature, which will change its density and thereby altering the passive vertical displacement. But the cause is obviously established to be the density that's changing. The heat is
But what
changing
is-
the density. The density is causing the actual change to happen.
But what is
About
our
the
model?
thing that we're
What is the?
discussing? What it is, right?
I still don't know what is density in your model. Like what is being packed? Like what is the density made of? Like what is being packed densely?
Matter. The matter is dense.
Yeah. What does matter at a fundamental level? Just plastic or what? Carbon?
It doesn't matter. Like it's not a charge. It's not light.
Not charged.
It's matter. It's what matter is.
It's very vague. If you can't just say density, density like doesn't even mean anything really.
I'd say it's the stuff
Yeah, it
things
is.
are
It is
made
an
out of.
aspect of matter. Matter has density. All matter has.
I would
density.
say matter is the stuff that things are made of.
Yeah, but that's not really an explanation of anything.
It's just defining it, like what is matter. You know what I'm saying? The stuff everything's made out of.
Yeah, but I'm just curious. Like, 'cause he says like it's not electrostatics, but he doesn't even know what his matter is. So I don't know how you discount anything if you don't have even like an idea.
Yeah, well, it's not the intramolecular forces that are causing gravity. Certain about that. Yeah.
No, it's almost like Newtonian. Like it's just mass attracts mass, just dense objects with no explanation.
Yeah, but
of
it's
what the
not
mass
a
is.
mass attracting a mass, though. A mass isn't anything. It's not actually something that would classify in physics like as an independent variable. Density, however, is an inherent property.
Yeah, I would say mass is I don't even know what you want to say about that,
It's a
but matter.
mathematical extract.
All right, guys. So I came in a little late. What is the actual argument about here? Just what heat is, or
Bob saying gravity is like electrostatic kind of thing, right? And Arwen
Okay.
saying it's density, relative density, just equilibrium.
I think it is density myself, but
What do you think
That-
density is?
but
Density
that's
made
just what you can. That's what you can look up on Google, right? So you might. So do you have a source for your claim, or if you're making an assertion?
Who?
Well, the guy that said it's not density. So the density is the more the popular belief, right? This more the consensus
Well, popular belief of what?
of what gravity is.
In what model?
So if you look up what gravity is, they would say it's density on consensus.
Where?
I'm
It's just
asking.
gonna scattergun you with more questions in more directions, and then eventually make fun of how you're gonna talk to him. So it's what he
He's
did with
It's
me.
okay, man. You can
gonna
try to
keep
make fun of
this.
me. That's fine. I don't care.
No, I'm
I
just
don't.
curious, Pete. There's no density like a flat Earth. Like you mean in flat Earth like
No,
consensus?
no, no. I don't believe in flat
See what I
Earth.
mean?
No, I'm just curious. Like the globe doesn't say that gravity is density. They claim it's space time bending.
It does bend space time, but it's because of its dense. Okay, maybe I'm
No,
misunderstanding.
no space time bends.
Yeah, it bends, but it's because of like the mass that's pulling space time. So maybe I'm misunderstanding what you guys are saying.
Yeah, but not density.
Okay, and maybe I'm a retard. Okay.
Dude, Arwen's saying, I laid it out for you 2 seconds ago. Arwen's saying things fall, gravity is because of density, the difference in densities between the medium and the object. Quap is saying it's not that, it's electrostatics or something of that nature.
Okay, so
Right?
yeah, I would agree that when an object is more dense, it pulls something towards it, right? That's what you're saying?
I don't even agree with that.
No?
See, Arwen,
That's
you
not how
believe
I
in
would phrase it.
Newtonian glober
I don't
gravity.
think Arwen would
Arwen,
agree with
right?
that either. Well, let's see if he agrees though. Hold on, Quap.
No, but
No.
isn't that like the original? That's what I was always taught. When there's like something that's really mass, like has a really dense mass, then things are pulled towards it.
No, that's Newtonian gravity. It's not towards it. It is a cardinal direction. Down.
Okay.
More dense goes down. Less dense goes up. Cardinal direction.
Okay, thank you.
Very scientific.
It's very specific.
No, that is a good piece of science. Honestly, it has an independent variable. You can manipulate it. It's actually great. A great science thing. That's definitive. That's a cause and effect thing. We always bring up boiling water. However, that's another one I would throw in with
So
boiling
guys, the
water.
difference between me and you is like I'm not here to one up anyone. I'm just here to learn, right? And like talk, right?
All right.
It sounds like you guys are trying to one up each other. Like it's
Yeah, I'm
weird
trying to
debate.
dunk all over Arwen, make him rage quit.
Well,
Why?
why are you
Dude,
guys
why?
doing that?
Why? I know why. Why would you do that, Quap? Come on, man. Can you just play
Yeah,
nice?
why don't you go join my fan club of trolls that have been at it for 6
Oh
years?
yeah, I want to be your fan.
Quap, can you play nice, please, man? Come on, dude.
All right, so yeah, I just come here to I just want to learn. I know I probably don't know as much as you guys, so go ahead.
Aren't you Verdak?
I
No,
thought he was
I'm
Verdak. I thought he was Verdak too.
No,
no,
you're
I'm
not Verdak.
no, I'm Raven.
Yeah, good. Yeah, I thought he was Verdak. That's funny.
Oh, you dead ass sound like this Verdak guy. All right, man. My bad.
I know a little bit about science and like physics, and I know more about politics. That's more my field.
So are you open to flat Earth, or are you convinced it's a globe?
It's a globe.
Well, if you get into politics, you'd have to believe that.
Well, I know it is. So what you guys think is a flat Earth?
How do
Why
you
do you know it's
know?
a globe?
I think your version of knowing and my version of knowing are two different versions of knowing.
Okay, so you actually think it's a flat Earth? Okay, that's
No, I asked you how do you know? I do think it's flat, but how do you know it's a globe though? That's what I'm trying to get at.
Oh, I'm not getting into this discussion, man. Like, holy.
Like what Verdak would say.
The thing is the flat earthers, they come up with all sorts of different, contradict or rebuttals or whatever, like explanations. But the thing is, like, you can actually prove that it's a globe. It just takes a little while. I don't want to get into that.
I would suspect
Really?
you can prove
Because
it's a
we
globe
can
if
measure
it
it
was.
flat.
Okay, what about satellites? How about that?
Well, what about the next 10 scattergunning points beside it's measured flat?
And what about
And that
satellites?
celestial navigation requires a 90-degree angles and flat plane, right?
No, one question at a
Horizontal
time. So
baseline that you need to take
what?
the angles off that you can only get on a flat Earth and not on a sphere.
I said, what about
Geometric feat.
satellites?
Yeah, you don't need them.
So, no, what are satellites to you?
Nothing.
So they don't exist to you.
Nope. As far as I'm
Okay,
concerned, I
well,
mean, there might be some
they do.
balloons up
They,
there. There
they
might be a
no,
zeppelin up there.
no,
It might be a
no.
drone up there, but there's no floaty thingies that are
Okay,
required
all right,
to
that's
transmit
ridiculous.
signals that you could just transmit on a very, very, very large distance
Okay,
with a
we've had
basic
nuclear powered
antenna that's very
rockets since
high
the
up.
60s.
Oh
I
shit!
see you
This
have a
guy's full
lot of
full blown normie.
trouble letting somebody actually tell you what their argument is.
Actually, no. You ignored my question and you started talking about the flat Earth, like a
He does do that.
curvature.
Yeah, he
Dude, you
ignores
asked me
questions.
what satellites are, and I literally answered it in detail, and you talked over me three
You said
quarters
that.
of it.
You said they're balloons.
Yeah, that was just one little word in what I said. And then I
It was
proceeded to
yeah,
explain
but so that
what I actually think it is, mostly.
okay. Well, that's ridiculous, and you know it is.
Oh,
Yo,
okay.
Raven. Yo, Raven. Do you think I sound annoying or he sounds annoying?
I don't want to say either one of you. Like,
If you
I
had
don't.
to pick,
I'm not coming in here for contention. I'm just coming here to learn and talk. All right.
Talk over answers.
Yeah, some of us want to talk about the topic squat and not like chase people off and make them rage quit. Come on, dude.
I
I'm
actually
trying
don't
to
want
help.
to.
I
I want to
know,
help
I know.
Raven, dude. Arwen's gonna scare him off. I'm gonna help Raven. Raven, come here. Satellites are are stuck in like an ether vortex.
Oh my god, dude.
They're not floating in space, falling continuously.
That's
Why do you
fucking
guys
dope.
believe
Ether
this? Why do you
vortex.
guys believe this garbage?
So
We
if
don't.
you if
He's
you
a
if
fucking
you map
troll,
it over a
man.
flat
You're
Earth,
just a
it,
troll, QP. You're just here to troll and mock everything. Why don't
you
you
All
just
literally
right.
said
piss
So
off?
you said the floaty things don't exist, and he literally almost like left, bro.
all right. All right. So this is
I
ridiculous.
wasn't able to finish my sentence and not gonna be able to actually explain it.
Have you guys ever seen a satellite? Like when you're looking at the space?
No.
No? Have you ever seen like one streaking across the sky?
Oh, I've seen celestial light flashes for sure. Yeah, that's not satellites though.
I don't
Uh,
think
But you could call
satellites are
them
visible
satellites.
with
I
the
think
naked
people
eye,
call
bro.
them
They are.
satellites.
They are actually.
Yeah, sure.
I mean, maybe like Starlink or something. But as
No.
far as just like a standard satellite, like have you ever seen the comparison in size compared to like, I don't know, maybe a school bus or a jet airline? How big do you think that satellite is?
Well, if they were where they claim they are, that's too far to see. But there are little dots I see in the sky at night, so I think those are probably what they call satellites, and they're probably just closer. They might just be satelloons, but I don't know. You do see a lot of dots at night moving around. Starlink is way brighter, with like bigger dots.
Yeah, I mean, Starlink's significantly closer than where these satellites are said to be.
To me, it seems like Starlink mostly is actual drones. I'm not denying drones exist. I mean, they exist for sure. But the idea of satellites was just there to justify basically using really large broadcasting antennas that reach incredibly far. And on a globe, they're not supposed to. So they made up satellites to basically explain why they had all this magnificent reach, which you shouldn't be able to have with just an antenna on a globe. And that's why there's made up satellites. Now, they like some connection points here and there, like in mountain ranges. For that occasion, they either build local antennas, which is usually the cheapest and easiest solution, and sometimes they take temporary measures and send up a drone or a balloon. I mean, you could think that's ridiculous, but it's literally like on video in the news that they let up balloons that carry what literally look like satellites, as you get told are supposedly floating up there without balloons, and they get launched. And it's admitted that they do that on a regular basis and have been doing it for a long time. That's what they call satelloons. But I mean, satelloons is not like the sky is not full of satelloons. You wouldn't really
Oh,
need it.
sorry, I
You
was
just
muted.
use
Anyway,
antennas.
so it's called a psychological operation. So they did this to actually distract you. So there's no reason why you should be arguing a flat Earth. It doesn't benefit you at all. It's just a massive troll. It's just a distraction. There is a globe Earth.
Well,
Okay,
you're not ready to be here, dude.
dude. Just because you guys like the flat Earth doesn't mean I have to.
No, we don't like it at all. We absolutely fucking despise it. But unfortunately, it is the provable reality, and we're gonna stick to what we know to be true instead of just going with what we want it to be.
All right. Well, you're allowed to have dissenting views. So you saying I'm not allowed to be here is bullshit.
No, I'm telling you, you shouldn't be here because it's not healthy for you. That is your response. Like,
Oh, it's not healthy
I'm
for me. What
saying
do you think
you're
it's
not
going
an
to damage? No,
anti-flat
no, no, no,
earther.
no, kid.
People that
What
usually
you think it's
argue
going
the
to
globe
damage
here are
me?
anti-flat earthers, and they've made up their mind about everything. They already know it and have their nonsense
Hey,
rebuttals ready. You
kid.
be a newbie, dude.
I'm
It's
twice your
like
age.
you don't know what my age is.
I can tell by the cadence of your voice.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, what is my age?
You're about 20.
Wow.
Sound
Yeah,
young.
I'm 45, dumbass.
You don't
Guys, can we
sound
all
45.
relax?
Arwen wins.
I
He's
know
old.
because you can't always tell somebody's age from their voice.
Well,
Guys,
maybe it's all the
what was the
estrogen, your
actual
You don't have
lack
to
of
topic
talk
here?
like that.
Hold
You
testosterone.
on,
already sound like
Hey,
that. You don't have to do that.
guys, hold on a second, please, please. First of all, let's not call names and insult people, please. Second of all, what's the actual topic so we can get back on something real here?
They were talking about gravity.
Okay, can we just stay with that then, or I don't know. Let's not go to all the I'm older
Yeah,
than
I didn't.
you.
I
I
didn't
don't even
want to
know
do
what
the
that means.
flat Earth thing. I was like interested in the gravity thing. So let's do that. What about the Hollow Earth thing? You guys believe in Hollow Earth?
No, there's no curvature.
Well, no.
Oh, okay.
What about globe
We're not
Earth?
forward.
Do you believe in globe Earth?
Yes,
Well, what makes you believe in globe Earth?
but they already asked me that.
What's your greatest globe evidence you got?
Oh, for sakes.
What's
You
your
went with the
greatest globe
satellites.
proof you got? You went with satellites?
Oh, dude,
That's your
Was that your
evidence?
best one, or was that just one you were just throwing that out there? Or?
I was just throwing that out there. But listen,
What's your
dude,
what's your best?
we're not doing. We already decided we're not doing the flat Earth thing.
Well, let's talk
You
about your
said
globe
it. I
model.
don't know if we decided it. I mean, you just said it.
Yeah. So I am the arbiter of truth here. I am the one that controls things. When I step in the room, I control the
That
room.
is
You understand that?
definitely not how. That is definitely not how it
Yeah.
works.
As soon as my foot goes in the fucking door, I control this room. All right. I
Oh,
dominate this room.
Very
All right,
alpha
Devin.
male.
Probably not. Probably not.
You seem a little triggered. That's why I said, like,
Just
you
take
should
5.
probably not be here. It's not good for you.
Just take 5. All right.
All right. So are we
Anyways,
changing
let's
the
get
subject?
back to something, dude. Take 5, bro. I was talking to you.
Q-Op, where'd you find this guy?
What do you mean? I've been here for ages. What are you talking about?
I'm not friends with any
I
Globers.
feel like I don't know. Q-Op dragged you in from some strange bar he goes to.
You guys are just fucking angry because I don't believe in flat Earth. That's it.
Arwen's
Yeah,
always angry. That's
Dicelow's
just how he sounds.
angry.
I'm always angry for sure. Grr.
All right. Well, I'm trying to actually be peaceful here, and I don't want contention. I already told you that.
Dicelo said
All
you're
right.
gonna see shells for sure.
That was how old are you, Jeremy? You're like 50 with that joke?
That's bars right there. I don't know what you're talking about.
You tell by your jokes that you're old.
That's not that was a gun bar.
Okay, dude, this guy's not 45. Whoever the fuck said he's 45, he's not 45.
Oh, don't invoke him. I don't want to hear it. Oh, he's gonna talk now. Oh, I thought he unmiked. That was Dicelo.
What, me? No.
All right, if you're 45, why do you sound like you're 12?
Bro, come on, dude. We're gonna go there, dude.
Yo, take it easy on Dicelo's little brother, all right?
All right, we got lucky. He didn't open up his mic.
Guys, what is the actual topic here?
All right,
I'm
what do you
just
guys
trying to
think?
find out why this guy believes in something that can never be
All right,
substantiated.
fine. All right,
Like,
fine. All right. So what do you
it's a
guys
big
think?
belief.
What do you guys think Starlink is?
He's going with satellites
bro.
again.
Why do you
No,
keep going with
satellites.
things that we
Is that
can't
your
touch,
best
bro?
one? Is that your best one though, or
No,
like
I'm
hit us with
just
your
curious.
best shot? Hit
I'm
me
just
with
curious.
your best shot. Remember that song?
Yeah, but I'm not going to hit you with my best shot. I'm just going to.
You don't think we can handle it?
Jeremy said hit him with the money shot, right in the.
Just go all out, bro. We can handle
Was that
it.
too much? Was that too much?
We debate some of the best Globers, bro. Trust me. We can handle it.
Have you ever heard of a gentleman named Zanuck by any chance?
Yeah, they released him a few years ago.
Rumpus was actually fire. I wish Rumpus would come back. If he could cool his shit down, he would be actually probably a half decent Glober.
Yeah, maybe the tariffs might have done something for the blow game over there, and he might be coming back. We'll see.
Raven, you need something better than satellites. Come on. You got think of something good. Things can fly over the flat Earth. It's not like 10 miles high atmosphere.
You're gonna have to figure it out for yourself because I'm calling it for tonight. See you guys later.
All right, Arwen. We'll catch you later, man.
Take it easy. Don't ever diss Arwen. He saved the world once.
He did.
Damn it, Die Slow. He fucking left because of you.
He's about to wreck you guys with satellites. I was just gonna let him too.
Oh, that guy took off.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want the smoke, bro.
This is ridiculous. It's like fishing with no Globers over here, and if I go into Omnis, it's like just like a million sharks everywhere.
Yeah, and you come over here all bit up and shit, pissed off, acting funny.
He's back.
Quap, why
Bail him
can't you
slow.
just what?
Bail him slow.
What's up?
All right, sorry guys, I had a phone call from a whammon. And,
Bro, you got all kinds of excuses. First it was you're muted, now you got phone calls. Come on, bro.
no,
Give me your
I'm
best
serious.
foot
I'm
evidence.
serious, dude. And then she's having like domestic issues with her parents or some shit, and I was just like, well, maybe you guys should all talk nice to each other. And she's like, what, you judging me now? And I'm like, oh fuck sakes. And then she hung up. So that's what just happened.
You should just tell her to talk to her parents about flat Earth, bro. I mean, usually fixes
Right,
families
right,
pretty good.
Do you want a knuckle sandwich? You want knuckles? You hungry?
Oh shit.
Yeah, sounds like you do.
Oh, you want a Hertz donut? That's what you want.
All right, so listen to me, kid. Flat Earth is bullshit. It's a psyop, psychological operation from Fort Bragg. You know what Fort Bragg is?
I don't know. It sounds like some Bob Lazar shit.
You don't know shit. All right, you guys are all fucking stupid, nerdy kids.
I'm not nerdy.
All right, Grandpa.
I'm not nerdy.
You just settle down. I think you're getting
I'm not
dementia.
nerdy. I just have low testosterone and like the estrogen from all like the food I eat. Like, just shut the fuck up, kid. All right.
Why is everyone against you?
I fucking bitch.
Can you change his diaper? I think Grandpa's getting
kid, shut your fucking mouth. You got it? Now, talk to me like a fucking adult.
Oh wow, is this
You have
what your
anything
dad
to
did to you?
say? Or is it just flat Earth? Is that just you're not stupid?
Is this how your
This
dad
is
talks to you?
this is still better than
Can't
Omnivore.
you
This is still
see?
better
Can't
than
you see that
Omnivore.
it's a fucking psyop and it doesn't benefit any of you?
You can keep saying psyop, but what's this? Go run through your. Why is it a psychological operate? What's the goal?
The reason is to keep you distracted. So this doesn't benefit
They
any one
distract
of
us with
you.
porn. They distract us with TV. Why flat Earth?
Oh, that's multifaceted distractions. Flat Earth is to keep you away from actual conspiracies, like real conspiracies.
What's a real conspiracy?
You don't know what the word conspiracy means?
I said, what's a real conspiracy? You're saying that we
What
don't
is
know.
a real
anything.
conspiracy? Like
Yeah, give us a
9/11?
real one. 9/11?
Yeah.
What about it?
That's
I bet
real
you.
shit.
Or,
Yeah,
or
that
like
is real.
when people
That's real shit.
conspire to, like, you know, start wars.
Well,
you know, that
what if
kind
I
of
told you
false
that the
flags.
real conspiracy?
Q
What if I told you the real
hold on a
conspiracy?
second. Hold on a second. Queue up. You're
Hey,
gonna really,
kid.
dude. I'm gonna have to
The
mute you.
adult
Queue
is
up.
speaking.
I'm gonna have to mute you, dude. I don't want to.
What?
You can't interrupt him, dude. You
Yeah,
gotta let him finish his point.
So there's also, like, there's a lot of them. There's like the Great Reset as well. Like there's the
Your point was
depopulation
9/11.
plan.
Queue up. You're
Hold
doing
on,
it
but-
again, bro. The guy's right in the middle of talking, bro. What's wrong with you, dude? This is
Because
not
now he's just
Omnivore
listening to everyone.
server,
Why would
bro.
you do 9/11?
We're
these
at
are-
Earth Awakenings, dude. Stop.
So these are all open conspiracies. They admit it. Like they put it out in white papers. They put it out in YouTube videos. Like they do it in the open. Okay, they conspire against the public. That's what a
Okay,
conspiracy
you
is.
made your point. Can we do a 9/11?
So yeah, 9/11 was an inside job.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes, it was. Yeah,
Is that
even
it?
the CIA. Like, okay, even whistleblowers in the CIA will admit it.
Okay.
It's out.
Dude, you just blew my mind. 9/11 was an inside job? Are you
Oh
serious?
yeah, what about Building 3?
This guy is fucking based. How many
We got
buildings?
to know
How
that.
many
Hold on,
buildings?
what
do you
happened to
think
Building
dropped?
3? What happened to Building
It
3?
collapsed. Implosion.
How many buildings dropped?
3. Actually,
3? You
the
think 3?
Pentagon. The Pentagon actually got
No.
hit too.
No. World Trade Center. How many in World Trade Center?
3.
3? Not 3.
Yes. Yes.
More than 3. You don't even know how many buildings fell.
Okay, how many fell?
Like 10 or something, including a
10 or
church.
something? Those
Yeah,
aren't World
it's
Trade Centers,
between
you fucking
7 and
idiot.
10. Between 7 and 10 were destroyed that day.
Church?
Yeah, a little church.
All right, you're an idiot, dude.
I'm not in it. Just look it up.
Look.
You're like this is like the most
All
normie
right,
thing
all right,
on
Yo,
earth.
you can't call names, guys. How many times I gotta tell you guys? Don't call
Why you
names.
saying
Don't
guys?
say you're a
He called me a
retard
name.
or
I didn't
you're an
say anything.
idiot.
He's like,
I
do you
wasn't
not
talking to you,
understand?
Pop. It's just,
Do you guys not understand? There was a
Hold
small
on a second.
church.
Hold on a second, Raven. And queue up. Jeremy's talking, bro. He's a mod. He's trying to freaking guide you guys so that we can continue the conversation. But if you
Raven's
guys are
being
gonna
daddy.
queue up, I'm not done. If you guys are gonna spiral, dude, you guys are gonna start getting muted, bro. Just relax.
He's acting like he knows conspiracies. He doesn't even know 9/11. How many people do you think died in 9/11?
Okay. So you don't know how many people died.
I don't know.
So that is a stupid thing to say. Okay.
0.
I know a lot more than you, because you probably
You
weren't
keep
even
saying
born.
that. You keep saying that, but you don't even know how many buildings fell.
You weren't even born. Okay.
Okay, that's not true. But can we just stick to the 9/11 thing?
That you know how many people died? Were you there?
I'm asking you how many you think died.
No, but did you count them yourself? Did you go through the rubble and like?
I'm just curious.
You don't know
Well,
what
you-
the fuck you're talking about.
dude, we have people that think no one died there.
So, but you-
No
it's
one
not like
died.
a crazy question. I'm saying there are people. I've heard people say no one
Okay,
died.
they're idiots. Did you see New York City that day?
I don't agree with them. Yes, I saw it. I was watching.
Well, so you believe so?
There were
you
people in
realize
those buildings. You realize
So
that,
they
right?
say you realize they say 40% of the people were vaporized, right? There's not a sign, not a trace of them. They claim.
Okay, I understand why you're flat Earth now. You're an idiot. And
You're
yes,
just not gonna.
it is an ad hominem or even whatever, just an insult. You are an idiot.
Can you just respond to the things I
I mean,
say?
Quap, do you
like,
think somebody died? Dude, stop calling names, dude. Quap, do you think some people died or no?
No, not maybe after, because like long, like
Oh my
some
God.
people nearby.
There are people in
like,
those buildings. There are firefighters in there. Okay.
Now you're
Thank
interrupting
you for
him,
stopping
Raven.
yourself. Thank you for
Jesus.
stopping yourself.
Yes.
Do you think they're yeah I don't know why you think we don't know like conspiracies, but you're a normie. This is like normie stuff.
Do you talk to people like this in real life? Like what do you
Yeah.
look like? Like,
I have my pic. I'm the only one with my picture here.
let me see your photo. Let me see.
Yeah, check out my face, baby.
So that's your.
But bro, is that your real hairline though?
That's not him, bro.
Not so good.
I don't
hairline.
think that's you, bro.
Dude, even if that was you look fucking weak.
Weak?
Show us your day.
It's just my
To me.
face. What do you want my face to have muscles on it?
Well, yeah, you can tell someone's body mass like from their face.
That was a while ago, bro.
You
was
do
a while
have
ago.
kind of
Put on weight.
a weak feminine looking
Let's-
chin. We should let
let's-
Yasuke examine
Let's
this.
square up. Let's square up, dude.
He
Turn on
said
your
your
camera.
jawline soft.
All right. Anyways, so my point
He
is,
said you got a
they're
glass
distracting
jaw.
you. They're distracting you from the fact that they're killing you with mRNA shots, depopulation.
You probably took a shot.
mass immigration. No, I didn't. I didn't take a single one. Mass illegal immigration. They're distracting you from all this shit with flat Earth, and you're stupid enough to buy it. And you know what? Let's say it was true. It still doesn't help you in any fucking way. Do you get that?
Wait a
So it's
second, Raven.
He said,
distraction.
Floppy said you shouldn't throw stones if you live in a glass house, and if you got a glass jaw, you should watch your mouth.
You
Yeah,
didn't
but
say
I
that.
don't.
Hey, wait, Raven. Are you saying that the mRNA shots are bad for us?
Yes.
Are you serious? I've been spending all of this time looking into flat Earth, and I completely missed that. Tell me more.
I love us.
Right, but you're still talking about flat Earth.
You can't even pick up sarcasm. You think we're being
So
psyop.
no, I know that, but he's still spending his energy on flat Earth, which is the point.
He's a broker. He's a broker.
hold on,
He's still more
because
base
it's
than you.
kind of weird that you're like, criticizing him for that while simultaneously
No, what he's
being
saying
in a
is
server.
he can't multitask.
talks
That's what he
about
was
flat
saying.
Earth.
Okay, listen, you're saying he can't multitask, but the thing is, he's spending his energy talking about flat Earth, which is a psyop, instead of the mRNA shots killing people. You see it?
Wait,
See
dude,
it now?
I'm like,
No, dude, you're saying that you think flat earthers don't look into like vaccine
No, I mean,
shit
you're
or 9/11?
wasting your
Like, I
time.
guarantee you,
You're
flat earthers
wasting
are
your
way
time
deeper
and your
on all of that
energy
stuff.
arguing over something that is completely made up.
Raven, you're interrupting him. Hold on, QOP. That's not your turn. Oscar
Daiso,
just
you're
got rudely
interrupting
interrupted. Oscar got rudely interrupted. I'd like him to finish his point, if he can, please. Thank you.
Flat earthers are way deeper in every conspiracy you can possibly fathom than you are. I can guarantee that. So to say that they're wasting their time so that they don't know about the real conspiracy,
homosexual, so I don't want to hear from you.
so that
Alright,
they don't
bro.
know about
I'm
the
just-
real,
you-
so that they don't know about the real conspiracies like 9/11 and vaccines are bad for you. That's retarded.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just gonna put you on mute for a little bit, bro. I'm gonna let you think about your words before you say them, because clearly you've got no I don't know, impulse retention or something weird going on. So let's just take a little break, go drink some orange juice, come back, and we'll unmute you and see if you're capable. Okay?
That guy was funny. Where did he come from?
he's Verdak. It's Verdak on a soccer account. They're like Verdak. We're gonna want you to go back, but be a little bit more aggressive and less drunk.
All right, you're unmuted, dude. Just please, mind your P's and Q's here, bro. This isn't
Okay, so look, I'm
some
not actually
freaking free for all.
anyone. I think the kid actually interrupted me multiple times. So I'm not trying to interrupt anyone here. I'm just making it very clear that they're trying to distract you from what they're actually doing with a fake psychological operation. And so you guys keep wasting your energy on flat Earth when it's a massive distraction, and that's all I have to say.
So
Okay?
what
That's
is
it.
it? If it's a distraction, what's the benefit? What's the opposing benefit of the globe and thinking you're spinning and shooting through space at 1.2 million miles an hour and all that bullshit?
Well, because that is actually the truth. So we've actually had nuclear powered rockets since the 50s. That can go close to the speed of light.
I said 1.2 million miles an hour. You said that's the truth. We got nukes. Does that make sense to you? Was that a
There
logical
are
train? Like, how were they
there is
connected?
nuclear fission as well that also exists. Yes.
How is that connected to what I said? I didn't say. I mean, I do believe nukes are
I
fake,
said
but
rockets.
I didn't say
I
that.
said rockets. Where do you think the rockets are going?
I'm saying that the globe model they claim is moving 1.2 million miles an hour. So
Yeah.
what's the distraction by not believing that?
The distraction is that you're still talking about this garbage, even though it doesn't matter to you at all. Instead of
Not
the
garbage. I
fact,
know the globe.
instead of the fact that they're trying to kill us all. Can you get it?
I push. Do you
You
even
get it
so?
now? Okay, good.
So do you think it's only vaccines? So I literally I'm like debate like the
It's not a
entire pharma
vaccine.
scheme. Like I literally walk around like when I go out and I go into Walmart, I literally debate the pharmacists in like I'm always walking around like exposing pharma's poisons that they. Do you think it's just vaccines or what?
Okay, listen. As soon as they know that you're a flat earther, you're discredited too.
All right.
So I don't
that's
know,
actually
man,
kind of
how deep your research goes on this topic, but you claim to be like you're an older guy. So, I mean, when do you think? How far back do you think this goes?
When they decided to depopulate?
Let's just start. Like what you're claiming. Start, killing off population.
Well, the Great Reset was somewhere in 1969 or 1973, I believe. But it was a while ago. It was for the 1800s. There was some guy that actually had the plan. They wanted 3 world wars. Actually, the first World War was for it's not the League of Nations. Second World War was the United Nations. Third World War would be the New World Order, and they actually want to kill off most of the population. And they do that not through just war, but they'll do it through bioweapons. They'll do it through poison, all these different things. And you guys are distracted by things like the flat fucking Earth and Justin Bieber or something. Okay, like that's how dumb you guys are.
I do watch a lot of Justin Bieber.
So, what was it? Those towers that were in? I forget where the hell they were. Those 2 pillars talking about bringing the world population down to like
Oh yeah,
500,000. Georgia
what are they called?
Guidestones.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah, so they said 500 million on the Georgia Guidestones. Yeah, and they blew
And
those up
and
recently. Immediately.
They also said the Earth was flat on them. Did you read that?
No,
part?
no, they didn't.
There's a little hole pointed at Polaris that doesn't ever move.
No, that never happened.
No.
Why don't you prove it?
What?
Say your sources then, kid. Burden of proof.
There's a hole pointed at
Isn't that what you kids like to say? Burden of proof. Show me.
Polaris.
Go ahead.
It's in the same spot. You can find it.
You got nothing. So, guys, he's busy photoshopping the Georgia Guidestones right now, so it might take a few minutes. Yeah.
They're gone. You Globers come in all different fun sizes.
No, do you understand what I'm saying, though?
I
It
hear you.
doesn't benefit you at all to even discuss if it's a flat Earth or not.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me explain something to you, man. You're under the impression, right, that if you walk one direction, you'll eventually end up right back in the same spot due to your globe bias beliefs, right? No offense, but this is the fact of the fact of the matter. So you've got yourself trapped in this mental prison, right? And now you've got shit going on, right? You're claiming that they're trying to kill us. You've got nowhere to escape. But you got to realize, dude, if you were to actually put reality in perspective and understand that there's a possibility to what we're saying, you might have a way to escape.
Okay. Oh, what's the way to escape then?
Well, that's a conversation to be had when you're willing to have.
So there
a
is no way to escape. So
conversation.
you're just full of shit.
Okay. Well, I mean, hey, you know what? For the guy in the mental prison that can't escape, I mean,
that's you.
The greatest hope you could have is that there is a way.
I've been on an airplane, dude. Like, are you guys that stupid?
Yeah, I've been on an airplane, bro. Been on an airplane. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The name of the plane tells you what it's flying over.
Yeah. So have you ever been one that goes to Australia from Seattle?
I don't believe in Australia. I'm just a stupid fat earther.
You don't believe in Australia.
You think it's upside down
Okay,
from
this
where
this
you're at? That's what you
conversation
believe?
is over. Like you guys have lost miserably.
I
You
don't
believe
believe in
Australians are
birds.
standing upside down. That's what you think.
You don't believe in Australia.
You think people are upside down because it's the land down under. You took it quite literally, did.
Look, guys, you got trolled. You got trolled badly. All right.
Well, I mean, when you can substantiate your position, I mean, I might give you some credit, but I haven't seen anything.
Look, guys, just walk it off.
Bunch of
Just admit it.
He
bunch
said
of
Admit you got
nonsense.
trolled.
satellites and 9/11 and mRNA. What's mRNA?
What's
I've never
Amaranth?
heard of that before.
So you're gonna play dumb and act like a fucking kid? Dude, don't act like a goof in front of me.
I'm just a stupid fat earther.
If I just may say, they talk about vaccines all
All
the
right,
time.
listen, man. You're disingenuous. You're coming here in bad faith. You're trying to troll. You're also a flat earther because you're a fucking retard. You're low IQ. Like you're actually low tier fucking bullshit. All right,
You're
kid.
calling it tank fallacy.
For one,
That's tank's fallacy.
someone else was talking. It was somebody that hasn't even spoken like hours. I don't even know if Chetty spoke once today. And then you're just gonna start insulting him like that. Yeah, this guy's out of control. What were you saying though, Chetty?
I was just gonna say, you guys talk about vaccines all the time in this Discord server. I'm not sure who was saying that we only talk about flat Earth. Like,
No, I know. Yeah, he's making a ton of rash assumptions. I mean, he's got no idea what the fuck is discussed in here. He's just trolling, dude.
yeah, there are times
I don't
the
know.
point is exhausted. Like you'll talk about vaccine for literally hours. It gets exhausted. I'm saying, or the topic.
Yeah. He's trolling, dude. He's not. I wouldn't take anything the guy said serious, bro.
Oh, okay. I hear you. Appreciate that. I know. I would say, in my opinion, the flat Earth conspiracy is, in my opinion, the most interesting one, which is why it's favored to be talked about in this Discord server.
Oh yeah, no, it's yeah, it's prevalent, bro. And you know, the big scheme of reality, it's a big deal. It's a big deal, dude. Just like ether and a lot of the other things we discussed. But yeah, I mean, I think ether and the true nature is the shape of our Earth is are very
Dyslo.
big topics. Sorry.
So does it make sense for me to say that gravity is what was the word? Coherent. So Ken Wheeler says incoherent dielectric acceleration for gravity, right? Because he believes in the globe model.
Well, that's a straw man because he doesn't believe in the globe model.
Well, he says it's incoherent because it's in a globe. Gravity would be going basically in all directions inward. You know, like around a globe, like a incoherent magnetism.
Well, coherent just means like something's reified, it's compressed, it's focused. You know, well, kind of like a laser beam. You know, you got coherent light, and then you got incoherent light, which, you know, something out of focus, widespread. You know, you got two different things going on.
Yeah, just making sure I was my
I might have got it switched up, but point is, yeah. So. What were you saying about your turn?
No, just making sure I got that right.
No, man. He's got like freaking hundreds of videos on the whole topic. Just go watch a video, dude. We'll break it down. I liked where your conversation was going with Arwen, though. Like, too bad you guys had to, like, I don't know, start cat fighting and stuff.
I mean, if I talk like that to someone, I think I would want them to tell me that I was coming off really annoying.
I mean, Arwen's who he is. I get it. He's not always the easiest to communicate with, but I wouldn't take anything personal because he talks like that to everybody, pretty much. So. Nobody's perfect, man.
Well, you think if like he walked around and talked like that to people in public, you don't think he would get punched in the face?
Probably would, which leads me to believe he doesn't go out of his house much.
That's why I don't know why it's normal for him to do that on here. It's like,
Well, maybe that's where he comes to vent or something. I don't know, bro. Either way, it's who he is, bro. You're not gonna change him. Just like we're not gonna make you straight or anything.
I'm as straight as a globe Earth.
I don't know. When's the last time you've been with a lady?
I don't know, Yasuke. You tell me. Have I been with a girl before?
You're always on here, bro. Dealing with guys.
Yeah, but Yasuke says all guys are girls, so it's straight to be with guys.
You gotta make time, bro. If I was 20 something, dude, I wouldn't be just stuck with a bunch of dudes all the time, bro. Be out there,
Listen,
trying to do the
listen,
damn
kid.
thing.
Listen, kid, you sound like you're 20.
Yeah, it'd be nice. I'll take it. If you're gonna give it to me, I'll take it, man. Fuck it. Yep, I'm 20.
Flow, would you give away your entire stash of XRP to be 20 tomorrow?
Do you get to know? Do you just go back in time, or do you get to know what you know now?
You get to know what you know now, but you don't get to take anything with you.
I would do it. That is a good deal, yeah. Because Dysel, what do you
Jer-
like, 40 something?
Jeremy's like, I wouldn't have gone up to my wife.
No, oh, dude, I would have definitely still done that. That was a power move for me.
Is she listening? Is she listening?
No, I'm just saying she's the smart one, dude. You guys think I'm smart? She's the smart one. She got her master's degree. She got her shit together. She's fucking.
You're appealing to credentials.
She's awesome.
Yeah, I was watching like a poker game, and a millionaire asked another millionaire if he would give away his entire net worth to be a 22-year-old again. And he said, yes, absolutely. And I thought, that's kind of interesting. Like, maybe I would too, but I don't have that much money.
Taking a shower? Cleaning your toe?
Die slow. Your hot mic, and can
She
someone
wants you
put
to
him in
do
the
this
hot
in your
mic
way?
room? Die slow. Die slow.
Do you mean to get you anything?
Sounds like a guy he's talking to about taking a shower. He's called Miguel? Who's the guy he's showering with? Caught him red-handed.
I got him. I got him, guys. He was
I heard a
probably
guy in
calling
the
you gay.
background.
Yes, Club.
No, there's a guy in the background. He asked if you're gonna take a shower before you come to bed or something.
He's probably talking to his kid or something.
Still weird. Say that to your kid.
Yo, my bad.
Sorry, now we know.
I didn't dox myself, did I?
You said something about taking a shower because you're filthy, man. And you're not getting him out of bed like that.
No, my wife just got out of the hospital, so it was the hospital calling.
Club said, dude sounds like a lady. He said your wife sounds like a dude. He said you were talking to a dude. That was your wife? Die slow.
She sounded very handsome.
Die slow said his wife will fuck you up. She got a
She sounds like she
off.
could fuck me up.
All right, what's the topic?
Me fighting Daiso's wife.
Bro, can't you play nice with people, please, ever?
Yo, Yasuke,
No.
why did Moses have to give a baby's foreskin to Yahweh so he wouldn't get killed? That's me playing nice.
Jesus Christ.
Did you hear about that, Jeremy? That's a weird one I found recently. That Yahweh was about to kill Moses, and then some lady pulled out her baby, circumcised him on the spot, threw it at like Moses' feet, and Yahweh was like, I won't kill you. What the fuck kind of story is that? Why is that in the Bible?
It's wild. Yeah, well, everything means something else in there, and it's all a symbol for this or that. So
Oh,
whatever.
yeah, this is a metaphor.
Oh, Jeremy's doing Bible verses?
It's metaphorically true. Dude, I heard McToon the other day read a Bible verse out that said the earth was a globe. A ball or globe or something like that.
Yeah,
It wasn't out of King James, it was out of some other one that predated it.
Yeah, he's probably got the fucking Jewish one or the, I don't know, Hebrew fucking national, whatever.
Pretty sure it wasn't a baby. I think it was actually like a grown dude. And I think the problem was that it was the son of Moses, and he should have circumcised him when he was a child, but he didn't, and so God was displeased with it.
No, I'm pretty sure that it was a mother with her baby.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you're wrong.
Yeah, I read the verse. There's no way it was a fucking full-grown dude that she's circumcised.
Well,
It's so weird.
That's the
It's
problem
even
with
weirder.
reading one verse and then deciding that you know everything about the story. There's a thing called context, and whenever you get the context, it's actually pretty easy to understand the story properly.
You're about to get a Bob Dole body bag. You might as well start a land war in Asia right now.
Yeah, I'm finding this verse.
The weirdest verse to me is when Jesus puts all the demons in the pigs and make them run off the cliff. That's bizarre to me.
So, Zipporah, the wife of Moses, circumcises their son.
Yeah.
You're saying the son is a full-grown adult?
You won't find it in that verse.
How do you know it's the same time period?
Exactly. You don't know. You have no idea. You can read that verse all by itself, and you'll have no
Yeah, 'cause they
idea what's
circumcised
going
demons.
on. So to find out what's going on, you would actually have to read other verses and get the context to understand what's going on.
Hey, well, if Yahweh didn't kill Moses because the lady circumcised Moses' older son, it's still freaking weird.
I'm sure it is very weird to somebody who's decided to read a verse and then decide they know what the story's about.
Well, what's it about if it's not literally what it says?
Oh, I didn't jump in here to give you a Bible lesson. I was just explaining that you were wrong about the point of it being a baby, a mother just pulling out a baby and circumcising. That's not at all what happened. You were incorrect about something. I was just correcting it.
Verse 25, Exodus. Then Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin and touched Moses' feet with it and said, "Surely you are a bridegroom of blood to me." So he let him alone, which means he didn't kill Moses or Moses' son. Yahweh sounds like a monster in this Bible of yours. Then he let him alone. Like, you have to do things so the monster doesn't kill your baby? What the fuck?
That's certainly one way to read it, yeah.
You guys ever heard of that scientist Shohei Ohtani?
That kind of sounds like the company from Alien, Wayland Yutani, something, or Yutani Wayland, something like that, maybe.
They just discovered some shit. Raven, you ready to actually have a conversation instead of projecting your emotional abuse that you took place, I don't know, long ago?
Yeah. I apologize for the visceral reaction, but you know what? There's something else I thought about. You guys know that there's weapons in space, right? That they're trying to hide. That's the
Satellites
UFO.
again?
It's not just satellites. It's like there's actually like weapons in space that they don't want you to
I'm
know
very
about.
scared. Very
So
scared.
that's another
Is the
reason.
moon
That's
like the
another
dark?
reason why they have a psychological operation trying to convince people there's just a flat Earth.
Is the moon the Death Star?
They
The
don't want you to
giant.
know. They don't want you to know about what they have in space, man. It's like a checkmate.
Space
I
being
think they
not
want you to
real
know.
and the Earth being a planar place that we are two entirely like separate things. They don't have to relate to each other.
Sure, so, but I will give you guys something though. This is a little bit separate, but I don't believe really that humans were on the moon because the Van Allen radiation belts and it was obviously kind of staged. So I'll give you that.
How do they get weapons out there if you can't
I also
can't
don't
leave?
believe we're on
We
the
can
moon.
still have satellites in low Earth orbit. Okay, and we can still get weapons out there.
You said in space.
Yeah, so that is in space, an orbit of so it's out of the atmosphere. Yeah.
No, the atmosphere reaches to the moon in your model now. They stretched it for some reason.
No.
I don't think there were men on the moon either, but it's not because of the Van Allen radiation belts. I think it's because that's retarded.
Well, there's a few different reasons, but that's one of them.
Well, it's a reason you don't need.
Anyway, but yeah, they have stuff in space that you don't want you guys knowing about, man. I just don't. I think you guys have been tricked. Okay, honestly, I do.
You're saving us for not being scared of space weapons.
Great. You don't have to agree with me.
So if you wake me up, I'll be scared of space weapons.
I don't care, man.
That's your message.
I don't care.
Yeah, Tank is on board, bro.
You can either look into it or you can stay ignorant.
How do I look into something that's in space? You claim that I can't see.
So you can look into like research, like files, like it exists.
The files exist. I agree with you. I bet those exist for sure.
All right, so you guys have no reason to believe in flat Earth. Is what also I've told you. It doesn't help you. There's no actual reason. There's no escape. So some guys said it was an escape. There's no escape.
It was a red herring. Do you know what a red herring is?
Yeah, I do. I know you like to use those words like straw man, red herring, and like shit like that because you think it makes you sound cool. Like, did you go like?
No, I just had to learn. I just had to learn what globers are doing. So I had to learn logical. I didn't know the names until.
Okay, listen, you're not smart. You sound low IQ. Okay, next.
It's like see, Tank. This is you. This is you. See globe. You see how globe. And you think he's making sense by just
raising
doing
your voice. You're raising your voice. Just for
the guy talking about Van Allen radiation belts in space is saying that someone else sounds low IQ. Really?
That's right.
Good job, Raven.
Thank you.
Magic circles in space are dangerous, guys.
Yeah, there's something called radiation, guys.
Sure there is, buddy.
All right. You done?
I love how Tank thinks this is him like debating correctly.
Look, I also agree with something. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a complete fraud. Okay? Almost everything he says is bullshit. NASA is bullshit. It's never a straight answer, right? So I'll agree with all of that, but it doesn't mean that there's a flat Earth. Okay? You guys are jumping to conclusions which are put there for you.
You're assuming we jump from where you're at mentally to like just
well, I'm trying to like grasp like your stupidity here, and I'm giving you like a fig leaf.
That's not proving the globe.
It's so vast, bro.
Yeah.
So far, you're the only one who's mentioned flat Earth, I think.
You know what? I have no problem insulting you. Yes, it is an ad hom. I want you to cry about it. Next.
Do you have any good arguments though, like without atoms? Because
I already gave them.
No, you just said space weapons. There's paperwork.
You just ignored what I said, and you're crying now.
I'm not even.
You're whining. You're whining.
There's way more annoying globers that we talked to, bro.
I mean, he's right. You did just say space weapons and then said there's paperwork. That's really not an argument.
I said there's research. I said that there's evidence of this.
Well, you're right. But your proof that there's evidence or proof that there's been research is paperwork. So again, that's not really an argument. Saying that you have a comic book that talks about all the magical things in space is not proof of all the magical things in space, man.
Listen, kid. This is pure rhetoric. I don't have to. I'm not your fucking secretary. Kid? All right.
Yeah. You think I'm a kid?
Yeah, he's older than all of us.
You're talking about magic stuff in space and how you have a comic book that proves it. Like, how am I the kid here?
Do you guys think ICBMs don't exist? Like, this is really old technology.
Delusional projection. They're just going to hit you with it over and over.
Wait,
if Tank is so excited. Tank is finally someone as stupid as him. He's so excited.
If we agree that missiles can go from one place to the other on Earth, that must mean we have to agree with magic stuff in space. Oh, wow. No leap of logic.
Why is it magic? Just because you don't understand it? Because you're a fucking retard?
Adams, Tank, do you think that was good?
Magic.
Was that a good argument?
That must be magic now. Like, what are you like fucking before Christ times? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Magic.
I'm talking about the things you're talking about.
Oh, propulsion.
Your magic things in space that you insist are there because of your comic book.
Propulsion. It's called rocket propulsion. What? This is old.
How does propulsion work in space? How does propulsion work in space?
You don't know how an ICBM works?
How does it work in space? I asked.
What do you mean? Okay, so it goes from the Earth, the atmosphere, and it has a trajectory. and then it goes down in space and doesn't actually need the propulsion in space. Like it's already moving in space. It doesn't
Magic.
No,
Once
it's
it-
already
once
moving.
it
It
gets-
already has. It's called.
Once it's gone fast enough to exit the atmosphere, how come it re-enters?
Because it's on a curve.
It's on a curve. But if once it gets out of the atmosphere, why wouldn't it keep going in space? Like you just conserve momentum. It would just keep going. Why would it turn around?
Okay, well that's something you should actually ask ChatGPT. I'm sure it'll.
Oh, you
answer
don't
for it.
know? Oh, look how quickly you don't know answers to really simple questions.
No. It's just that it's so simple. It's so
It's so
simple.
simple that you can't answer it.
Dude, you have a fucking supercomputer in your pocket. You're asking stupid shit like that.
I don't need.
You're a
I
fucking
know the
troll.
answer, bro.
You're a
Why-
fucking
why-
troll.
Raven, come on, man. You sound like a clown. Stop it.
Yeah, this
How
is-
does he not sound like a clown?
I'm just asking questions that you can't answer.
Propulsion, idiot.
Propulsion, gravity.
All right,
Putting in the
you guys, let's
clowns.
all right, there's got to be some way to like okay, so the idea of an outer space, would you say for you it's a belief, or do you have any actual validation of it or any direct experience of it, Raven?
Yeah. So
Here we go.
So I flew to above the atmosphere myself. I'm kind of magical myself. I might be like an archangel or something. And so I looked down on the Earth, and then I was like, "You guys flat earthers are fucking retarded." That's my personal experience.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
It's really
You like
high
that?
level.
You like that? Yeah. Go fuck yourself. Yeah.
We're psyoped, but you're just extremely.
Well, it's like flat earthers
informed.
didn't get a software update for the last like 7 or 8
I
years.
think wants to add some add-ons to our IQ.
Maybe they should pay you guys more.
They don't pay Tank. No, all the paid Globers are in Omnis. So where all the good ones are. In here, it's just... This is the scraps. Yo, Tank, you got anything to add? You just jumped in for like some ad-homs. Do you have an argument? Can you answer how the ICBM turns around once it's reached the vacuum of space, which it would just conserve momentum in and keep traveling outward into space? Why would it turn around if it had enough speed to get out of the atmosphere? Usually when things turn around, when they curve in the atmosphere, is because they are losing like speed, and then they return back down because they're within the atmosphere. But you wouldn't lose speed if you got to space, right? You would just continue with the conserved momentum, right, Tank? You got an answer to that, right? You're not gonna just stay muted, right? You got something other than an add-on, Tank? Tank, come on. Tank, answer it directly. Don't say something about my IQ. It's low.
All right, hold up. I don't know what's happening right now, but let's who else is in here? Who's at their mic? Queue up. I don't know, dude. I just started listening.
Me and Tank
like
have a lot of
minute-
drama.
I've just
Yeah, we
listened.
get
I just
into
started
these.
listening a few minutes ago, so I'm trying to figure out where things are at here.
Look, I left that other server so I didn't have to communicate with UQ up. Like that was the point.
All right,
I'm
well,
not
hold on,
like
you
into
guys,
this
this
drama
live-
shit you're
yeah.
into.
Yeah, I hear you. But I mean, this live stream's not really for like beefing and stuff. So like, can we? I mean, if there's like a topic, if you guys are here, you could probably still have you just talk about topics, right? As long as it's not about that, or if not, then I don't know. It's another issue.
Sorry,
So
Tank's
that's
like,
another thing.
Tank's like my punching
All right,
bag.
so-
You know, like when you practice with a punching bag and it doesn't hit back at you.
All right, so I don't know if you guys are friends and you're joking, or if you're actually like saying you're enemies. Like, it's just you have to you'd have to fill me in, but it's all new to me. So yeah, but what is there a topic, or is there who else is that? That's what I was saying.
Well, I
who
left
else
this
is
other
in?
server to come in here just to be around relaxed stuff. Yeah, I mean to not be involved with whatever the hell that was. And QOps
Yeah,
seems
so
to
let's
follow me
just
in here.
get-
He's trying to
let's just
aggro
get
me,
on-
so I'm just trying to
get
not
on a
respond.
topic. Let's just get on a topic.
Good excuse. Nice.
So QOP, dude, if we need a new topic, dude, about the stars earlier, because like I was driving and stuff, I wasn't really able to like fully. So what was the point you were trying to say about like if they're a parent and then not a parent, and then how that linked to the arc and the anti-arc? And I also was interested in what you were saying, where you're talking about like the flower of life. That was a cool idea too, because like if you did, Like, dude, I mean, the idea of like all the continents coming out from the center in a planar, it is very like elegant and beautiful in a lot of ways. And there's a lot of cool things about that. The question is that actually how the continents are laid out, ultimately? But yeah, then but having that, if you then had like multiple anti-arcs on the outside of it, you could create like that flower of life pattern is what I was thinking about when you said that. But then I was also going to say the thing is it happens all along the equator too. Like as you go on it, it's the whole thing. So it's not only like some, like a star that has certain like legs to it. It's not only a certain number.
Composed of all these
Yeah, I
different
understand.
converging, divergent zones. I think it's the magnetic domains or whatever they call those. I think that's what's going on with the flower of life.
Yeah, but it would have to happen like wrapping around the outside of an AE map, or it has to just be a 2-pole layout. So it's one of those two. AE ground with a stereographic sky that has the 2 poles, where the outer would have to like reflect the inner all the way around the outside. But the problem with that one is that you have like a problem with the GPs, the ground positions of the sun and the other celestial bodies, because those are consistent. They're not changing as you move. So that's kind of the issue with that. Whereas like a 2-pole one where there actually just are 2 poles, however the land is laid out, there's just 2 poles. Like there's the North Pole, you can travel south and you're going to get all the way to the South Pole. And the whole celestial sphere tilts as you move between those. And the stars rotate around them in the 2 24-hour suns that are 6 months apart. Like that is what the sky is, without a question. If that's what the sky is, and if there's consistent GP positions on the ground of every celestial object, then that means the ground would mirror the sky. So it's a 2-pole planar Earth. Now, I'm not saying that classic 2-pole model that people are saying, I'm not saying that's it or anything. But what I'm just saying is that the sky is a 2-pole system like that. And if the sky matches the ground, why wouldn't the ground also match that? Because like celestial navigation works, you have the latitude and longitude of every star position. You have all the known stars, northern and southern rotations, and the 2 24-hour suns, and the 2 24-hour moons in the north and south. Oh, okay. I was being long-winded, but Q-Op looks like he left anyways, so. All right. That was kind of towards him, but. My bad if I went on too long. Or maybe he just had to go. I don't know.
You're good. That's I've been watching a lot of these like documentaries all over the internet, just trying to get more like more awareness of all the different stuff, like all the different topics and models, I guess, more specifically. That was a pretty cool take to hear it from you. I haven't ever heard insight like that from you, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm getting a call, so hold on. I'll be back in a bit.
I was gonna oh, never mind. Raven's muted. I was gonna ask Raven a question.
Yeah, I didn't leave because of Yu-Gi-Oh! I just kind of want to debate Tank, and he's not gonna engage with me. Just acting like he just doesn't want to do it for some other reason other than he has no arguments that are good. It's like knowing you can beat someone in like a match and they won't even play you. It's like, why even be good at the sport?
Well, we've already beat the shit out of that dead horse, bro. Like, we're not gonna grant each other anything at this point. I mean, there's like communication is just not even effective.
But we didn't beat the shit out of a dead horse. Like, you're the dead horse.
Right. I mean, that's part of it. Like, no one will communicate with somebody that has that presumption or even that framing.
You don't answer
It's
any
just
of my
low
arguments
consciousness, bro.
without anything but ad homs.
Yeah, because you're unwilling to self-reflect. Like, if everything is an ad hom to you, that might mean you just don't. You think anything that's projected to me Like I'm not even gonna process it. You're trying to see that. You're trying to think that I'm trying to use that as like fodder or something. I'm not. I'm just pointing that out. If we're having a positive intent conversation about something, you can't push your beliefs as though I'm gonna grant them and frame them with things you believe like they're just reality.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say I came in here. I said I didn't want any contention. I just wanted to learn from you guys. And this guy's been coming at me like he wanted to fight, right? So I know I said some things that I probably shouldn't have said. That isn't why I came here. I might have dissenting viewpoints. I thought that's what debate was about, or this chat was about. I thought we were having a conversation.
Then why do you ad hom so much then?
Okay. You just don't like my answers, right?
I literally just explained why people ad hom you up.
No, it was not just me. He's been ad homing everybody.
No, I haven't. It's really just you.
Okay, sure. Don't ad
I
hom
actually
just
didn't
me.
mind almost anyone else, even if they disagree with me. I didn't mind it. Like it's just you.
Okay.
And this
So
is the
let's you
obsession with
wanna
identity and
debate.
credibility instead
I
of
know
saying, what are we
Tank doesn't
talking
want to
about?
debate. Tank literally said he
Anyway,
doesn't want to debate.
anyway, so we can talk about literally anything else. I even said I didn't want to talk about flat Earth because I knew this would happen. Okay.
Well, why can't we talk about flat Earth? Why can't we debate flat Earth versus globe without
Let's
ad
get
hom?
back to rocket propulsion in a vacuum. Let's do it. Fuck it. Why won't rocket propulsion work in a vacuum? Q-Op, teach me.
While we were going through, I mean, does anyone have an answer for how it comes back to the atmosphere?
Well, see, for me, that's just some specific example. Like, if someone doesn't know the answer to it, they must be retarded. Like, I don't even understand the framing of that. Like, you want to draw me a picture?
Anyway, guys, can we talk about something else? Is this all we talk about? It's flat Earth. I'm actually wondering: is this the flat Earth channel? I don't even know. Is it?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Does it say flat Earth?
I gotta go to Omnis to get people to
It
answer
says
questions.
Earth Awakening.
So far,
It says
since
it's
I've been here, I think you're literally the only one who's used the phrase "flat Earth" the entire time.
Oh, really? So this is being live streamed, so you can see that you're wrong about that.
Okay, go ahead and show me that I'm wrong. I guess
I'm not the one
Like I
recording
said,
it.
I don't know that I've heard anyone else say it the entire
Well, I
time I've been
have
here.
an eidetic memory, so I remember other people using that terminology. Okay.
So I'm going to go ahead and go with my memory until you can prove my memory wrong. Okay.
Well, I can use a cold gas thruster to move through a vacuum in space. That's
Okay. All right, guys. Even though you don't like me or whatever, has anyone else used the term? Has anyone else used the term flat Earth other than me?
I think Tank wants to answer my question. What'd you say?
Can someone honestly answer that? So you
About
guys
flat
are all
Earth?
just someone. Yeah, someone said that before. Yeah, I'm not the only one that said that.
It's a pretty much it's a predominantly flat Earth server, and we debate usually flat versus globe and other stuff. So
Right. So
do you wanna do that?
this kid just said
Q-Op
I'm the
has
only
been
one.
banned for the last like month,
That's not the
trolling
question.
people in other
The question
servers.
is,
Now
as
he's
soon
back
as
here
I've been
because I
in
came
here,
back.
has
So
anyone else said
random.
it?
I just I unmuted because Tank said something about the thrust in a vacuum or something.
All right. So why are you guys flat earthers?
You hear me speaking?
I'm just asking. Like, was it
You're the one saying
2018?
One of the things is thrust not working in a vacuum. So Tank, what'd you say?
Yeah, so you can use like a cold gas thruster, and you can get propulsion just in a vacuum. You don't even have to use like a normal jet propulsion, but jet propulsion becomes more efficient in a vacuum because it doesn't have to overcome atmospheric pressure. There's all sorts of things that it's just difficult to grant this reality some people project. Like you can't move in space because there's a vacuum. Like how does that work? And they try to act like it seems more like people don't understand how a vacuum works or how propulsion works.
That's
So,
exactly it. These guys just don't understand, and it's just too confusing.
Yeah. So whoopee cushion? Or no, sorry, a balloon. Like let's say you blew up a balloon and then you let it go and it started flying away, right? That's basically a rocket, right?
No.
It's not
That's not
expelling
rocket.
gas out the back to move forward. Okay, so if you put a vacuum on the back on the bottom of that balloon, do you think it's gonna fly forwards?
Fly forward. What are you talking? The balloon would break because it's so weak.
It's a very simple example I just made.
Yeah. So the reason why, when balloons go up into like, when a kid like, let's go with some balloons, eventually they break. Do you know why that happens? It's not because there's a firmament. That's what you're thinking.
I'm just gonna disengage because I don't know.
Well, I'll respond like, okay, so what's coming out of the balloon is air, right? It's a pressure difference. You're pushing air out. That displacement's pushing the balloon forward, right? You look at a vacuum in space, because there's not as dense particles as there is in the atmosphere, so the balloon would probably just like deflate. It's like there, you know what I mean? Like it would just be some sort of like
No, I'm
much
saying like
slower
on
gradient.
on Earth in the atmosphere, you let go of a balloon, that's open and it flies away, right? Let's say you put that balloon, that the opening, you wrap it over a vacuum and then you let it go. Let's assume it's not stuck because I just wrapped it over the vacuum. I'm just talking about the force that was pushing the balloon forward with the vacuum up its ass is now
All right.
pulling that force and basically equalizing it so that the balloon doesn't move anywhere, right?
I do have a question.
It's Newton's third. Hold on, man. It's Newton's third law. You know what I'm saying? Like Newton's laws of motion are pretty solid. I know I've argued against them in the past against Globers for various reasons, but they're pretty solid. Like theoretically, that should happen. Like the balloon should go forward in a vacuum. You know what I'm saying? If you're on a vacuum and you throw something, you should go the other way.
Yeah, but the laws of motion just refer to like the body, like and friction and stuff.
Okay, so you guys don't know anything about like Galileo's law of falling objects, or you don't know anything about the law of motion. Like, okay, all right. So what made you guys think about that there's a flat Earth? Was it 2018?
You
Like,
just
what year was
you
it?
just claimed we don't know the thing that you are not going to talk about.
Hold on,
what
man.
year
We're
was
right
it?
in the middle, dude. We're right in the middle of this. Rocket's working in a vacuum thing. We could go to your thing after, but not now.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Dude, just go ahead, Quap.
No, if you could get some type of propulsion that would move the rocket that wasn't like using gas because it wouldn't work in a vacuum, then yeah, it would continue to move through space without anything stopping it.
Okay, so once it's in space, it doesn't need gasoline anymore. It's going to move straight, or if it's on a curve, it's going to go on that curve. Do you understand that?
We're not talking about that right now.
No, we actually have examples of it not going in the curve. I mean, I don't know what kind of law of motion you think we're talking about, but you can make something go in a circle or remove part of the circle. The thing's just going to fly off in a straight line. It's not going to keep going around in a circle.
Okay, so now you're talking about different kinds of propulsion that are not using traditional gasoline to make it move, right?
You said we don't need gasoline. You said forget the gasoline.
I said traditional. So anyway, so yes, there are other types of propulsion. Okay, and you can look this up yourself. Like this is really easy stuff. But anyway,
I know it's easy stuff. I know it's easy stuff. If something's going in a straight line with no gas powering it, it's not. It might not keep going. It might, or if something's going in a curve line, in a curve, but it's not just
Yeah,
going to keep going in a curve.
I see your point. So even if it leaves the Earth and it's curving, then it's just going to go in a straight line as soon as it hits space.
Don't come in here and try to talk down to us and shit and act like we don't know shit, dude. Just stop.
I'm not doing that.
You just did. You were doing that, bro. It's pissing me off. I'm not gonna lie. I'm getting mad.
All right. Get mad then. Then you lost the argument. What, you don't want to have a conversation?
I do, but not with somebody that's condescending.
I'm not being condescending.
You're acting like we don't know shit. All right.
Okay.
You have this tone about you that's doing it.
My question is when did you guys start being flat earthers? Was it 2018?
Dude, we're not doing it. Dude, we're not in the middle of that combo. We're talking about things moving in space. in a vacuum.
Okay, fine. Go ahead. You know what? I'll look it up for you.
Yo, Jeremy, have you seen the videos where like they you have a little vacuum chamber and they set off a little firecracker type little rocket, and the thing doesn't move until like the gas gets to the wall of the chamber.
If we use a metal balloon in the example you said, Co-op, the balloon wouldn't pop, and you know what I mean. We could test that. You could imagine that actually, or just a more rigid material that wouldn't expand exponentially when you tried to blow it up.
Sorry, what did someone say something to me? I was typing something.
I was just saying like a balloon would pop in space, so it'd be hard to like. But if you had a rigid material like a metal balloon, we could just move on from that contention and just. I don't know. Somebody said that earlier. I don't know. I think it was Raven, but he's gone now.
I don't know. Seems like he's living up to his name. Kind of what Ravens do, man. They just kind of fly in, annoy the shit out of you, peck at you a little bit until you freaking swipe at them, then they fly off. Come back when you're not looking.
Oh, bro, I timed that guy out for multiple reasons. He kept trying to dominate the conversation, change the topic. He was condescending, insulting, calling names, just a whole list of stuff. That's what I was typing when someone said something to me just now.
Nah, he's a fucking troll, dude. Not here for conversation. Not here for answers. Not here for fucking nothing. Just trolling.
I mean, you have a pretty solid argument with the rockets working in a vacuum to the point where they can't show it. They can't show something analogous. However, theoretically, like it should work.
Yeah.
Like it should work. Like Newton's third law is pretty solid. They have said like there's a motion that sperm does that debunked it, but I mean, other than that, it's pretty solid. Now, if you believe in GR, his second law is absolutely shot, and the first law has never even been observed. But nonetheless, the first law should still hold true, though.
I truly do wonder what the heck is up above us.
Dude, Newton was a genius, bro. If he was a real dude and did all this stuff, bro, he was on fire. That guy was lit.
Yeah, imagine being that far ahead back then.
I mean,
No
he
air
got mad
conditioning.
stuff wrong. Obviously, if you believe in GR, he got the second law wrong. He got the law of viscosity wrong. He got some things wrong, but I mean, he was on point for most of his stuff, though, considering how long ago it was.
Imagine if Newton had like modern day shit. That's probably a big red flag for any truther right there. If you see what some of these guys did with like no air conditioning in their shops outside in the woods and shit.
I mean, what'd they do?
Well, like Farnsworth did the vacuum tubes. It said he developed a vacuum tubes way before anybody else did in commercial or
He made a
public.
tube. He made a tube that was a vacuum.
Yeah, he was doing the glass vacuum tubes, which I guess that's not that difficult to
He
do
just
glass
sucked all the
building.
air out of a glass tube. That's it.
Yeah, he was also doing the geometric structures with the conductive material inside of it, like the filaments.
I don't know what that means.
Well, his grandson had like a box of his work, and it just showed, like Eric Dollard talks about it. Some of the tubes were extremely advanced, like as far as like manipulating frequency and current inside the tubes. But it's just amazing to see what people did back then. Like, their lab would have been just.
Is this neon lights? Like what does this tube thing do?
Let me see. It'd be like the tubes they use for TVs and different electronics, because they can be used for all sorts of stuff, right? You can have vacuum tubes. You can have, like, you can build any sort of electrical component out of like a vacuum tube. Like logic gates. This would be just like, wire wrappings inside the tubing or inside the glass. There's been all sorts of tubes made throughout history. It's a great place to test how electricity would work outside of, like, the Earth's atmosphere or whatever, I think initially, but they're saying they were creating like frequency and phase relationships inside of these vacuum tubes. They're just real sought after now too. The old tubes that they made for like CCT TVs or whatever. But there's even older ones, like wartime tech type shit. If you try to imagine though, like the magnetic field domains, you basically are putting current inside of these tubes, and based on how you structure the filaments and different conductive materials, you can create different interacting magnetic field domains. And they use like the convergent divergent relationships between these fields. It's like the magnetron in a microwave, very similar with the magnetic domain inside there. Like one positive charge creates a sequential effect that charges positive, negative through the domains, and they create an interactive system. Could be like frequency output. It could process information for a computer. Big in music too. guys have ever heard of Moog? They have super classified like proprietary tubes that only allow like attractive sounds to come out, like sounds that humans enjoy, basically. Does everybody still think the Epstein and Diddy thing is a big nothing burger, or just fake ops?
God damn, it's really, dude, it's so bad in Omnis server. I don't know how. There's like a lot of flat earthers that stay in there like all day. I don't know how they do it. I can't stay in there for more than 20 minutes at a time. Not even 20 minutes, like 2 minutes at a time. Yo, Jeremy, you ever listen to Omni's server? Shit's fucking crazy.
I was just sitting in silence just now. I can't really listen to that.
I couldn't even go in there for like a minute, bro. Taylor's like going back and forth with this fucking really, really annoying Glober. I don't know how she does it. Taylor's in there all fucking day, bro.
She reminds me of me when I first came in.
I don't think I ever did that. Like, it's so annoying. Like,
Where I spent 2 years in Gem, so I don't know. Like I needed to do. Taylor's doing exactly what I did when I first got into this. So God bless her, but I can't really say anything because I did the same thing.
I've never. Omnis is like the only server that I've ever been in that's like all like mostly Globers, and it's like they all kind of dogpile you. I can't stand being in there. I don't know what makes them so confident. They don't have any good arguments.
I mean, I don't know, just play nice and hang out in here more, and just more people come. We get some good combos going. You gotta play nice though, dude. Like, come on, man, work with me.
I mean, it's not like if you were talking to me like what's his name?
What's that?
I forget that guy's name.
Okay. Bro, I'm just talking to you like you know what I'm saying, like be cool. I don't know how to say it. Like, I can't. I don't know, dude. There's no nice way to say it. Like, just don't be an asshole. I don't know. Play nice with the other kids. Like, I don't know.
I'm only an asshole to the kids that are assholes.
Oh, I mean, I don't know, dude. We're talking about some highly tense subjects here. So, yeah, I don't know, man. If Omni sucks, hang out here more. I don't know. Just like, let's be cool and shit.
I don't know how you guys scared away so many Globers. It's crazy.
Like I told you, you have dope stuff sometimes. Like,
Sometimes.
Yeah, you got some good shit sometimes.
Oh, dude, they have been like upping, like the last 2 months have just been like building. It's just been like, it's been getting, it was pretty out of control there, dude. Yeah, just like basically just the attacks, the toxicity. I mean, whatever's all gone there, like was all here. You know what I'm saying? In a way, and we were like having to like moderate, and like it was intense, dude. It was getting like. And we just maintained the same moderation at the same time. There was just a lot more like attacks because it's sort of like after the whole final experiment thing, and they went to Antarctica, and then now like certain people are not as active. Like Jaren is out, Witz is not as much active, in in terms of this, whatever it may be, And then there's like more Globers that are really trying to like squash it out in a way. You know what I mean? They're trying just to put the final because it's even called the final experiment. You know what I mean? So they're trying to just like swipe out. It's almost like they're trying to like swipe out like the last of the people even talking about it in a way. Anyways, so the attacks have just been like so like intense that like it was just that more moderation had to happen just because there was more attacks, even though the moderation was the same. But anyways, yeah. So And then I mean I've seen, I know like B-ball has the stream, like someone had sent me the link to it, so I've seen that, and I have clicked on it a few times, and I've seen, so I mean I have a, you know, I could see what's going on in there, you know, to a degree. I've only listened for about 30 seconds at a time, and then I just turn it off, you know, but like I have gone back here and there and listened to little 30-second clippets here and there, but I haven't really listened to any like extended like you know, parts of it.
SE's in there a lot. I
I
don't
mean,
know
it's
how
a
he can
shit
take.
show. It's basically like if Issa was running Earth Awakening. It's just like an absolute shit show.
Yeah, I've heard some stuff that reminded me of like either the old 24/7 days or like the Gem Panda days. Yeah, back, like reminded me of going back to that stuff.
I mean, whatever. Like those are the guys that like B-ball's running the stream. He needed constant moderation every time he talked here. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know.
I've heard some sections over there where it's just only insults for just like an extended period of time.
Bro, yeah, dude. No, dude. Literally, was that today? I forget when it was, but they were doing like you know the guy that sounds like French. I forget what his name is now, but he's like, "You flat earthers, you are so stupid." You know, he just like ad homs like the whole time. That guy, he was just like him and Seact were going back and forth, and Seact was doing his like polite kind of insults, and then that guy was like just insulting him. And then I was like, "Is anyone gonna moderate for this? Like, can we actually talk about something?" And then they just kept like insulting. So I was like, and then someone said that the insults are just allowed in there. So I just started insulting them, and it was literally like an insult debate. It's
Yeah, I
pretty.
was listening earlier today. I think Lion was saying that insults are allowed. That's fine. It's all good. I also heard BioDuel say that Seact was the most interesting guy in the room.
Was he being
So
sarcastic?
I don't know if that guy knows sarcasm. He might.
Bro, Seact loves that place, dude. He can just talk as long as he wants, and no one will mute him.
I mean, if you let the name calling and the insults go, it's just a shit show. I mean, it's happened like 3 or 4 times before, so it ain't really nothing new, so New
Yo,
shit.
remix.
What up?
Fucking just getting geared up for baseball games. Both kids got games today at the same time, so I'm over here at the baseball fields, fucking getting shit together. So I'll be here for was it 9? Probably till 11:30.
That's not bad.
Nah, not too bad. I
What are
mean, it's
they in?
gonna.
What are they in Little League?
Yeah, Mustang and Bronco.
Dude, Little League was great. I was in my prime when I was in Little League.
Oh yeah, my youngest is
Bro,
like a
you couldn't
freaking.
stop me. My uncle was the coach. He almost went to the MLB. My uncle was the coach.
Uh,
Dude, he used to get so pissed at me. I wouldn't stop.
yeah, it's like my fucking youngest dude. He's unstoppable, bro. He fucking hits the ball, bro, and he's so fast, dude, that he just makes it all the way home, dude. Like almost every time, bro. And we worked out a thing where if he hits a home run, dude, I gotta pay him $20. Bro, this kid's got me going broke, dude.
Ah, he's probably got more fucking money than you do at this point.
Dude, telling you, bro. It's all good, bro. All good fun, you know. This is like the highlight of my fucking week right here, bro. I look forward to this shit. So point is, dude, I'm not gonna be around for a little bit, but I'll be in at some point today.
No doubt. I'll be here.
Right on. Keep the home fires burning. If I'm not back by noon, call the president.
You gotta say if I'm not back by noon, just wait long.
What are you gooners doing?
Queue up, get it popping in here.
Once I'm done gooning. My friend is busy having a sex marathon all weekend, so I got no one else to talk to.
What are you talking about, man?
See your soul. He's got a girl over, so he's.
I was wondering where he's been.
It's like the gayest thing I've ever heard. Sex all weekend with a girl, and not talking to your bros about truth or stuff. Bro, it's so hard to get in Omni server, fucking Lion and Taylor, they won't freaking shut up. I feel bad for Taylor's husband, bro. How do you? The bitch won't shut up.
Yeah, that's why I left. I'm like piddling around cleaning my house, and somehow sitting in silence waiting for a conversation to spike up here is more interesting than Taylor and Steve and Doofus yelling at one another.
Did you see what that guy was streaming before? It was freaking hilarious, dude. I'm so pissed I didn't screenshot what he did. Did you see the stream?
No, I'm like doing other stuff, so I'm just like halfway listening, not actually paying attention.
This guy set up like a 3D like modeling software model of like what he thinks like the flat Earth, like a flat Earth like sunset, and he's got this giant ball behind like a tiny mountain, like right up next to it. Like it's basically like person like 100 feet away from mountain, and then and then like mountain-sized sun right behind the mountain, like just a ball like sitting right there on the floor behind the mountain. And then he zooms out and he's like basically showing like he's like acting like he's debunking flat Earth because like the sun isn't rising or whatever, or like whatever. So I like started laughing. I was like, bro, zoom that out again. I need to take a picture of this. Because that's like the most. How would you show the perspective changing if you're setting up like a straw man of like a sun that's literally right behind the mountain? Like it's like hilarious. And then I kept asking him to like zoom out again so I could screenshot it, and he's like, he ended the stream and he didn't say anything after that because I was laughing so hard at how stupid it was.
Only slightly related, but why do Globers say that there would be no horizon on flat Earth? I've never really understood that.
They just don't, because they don't concede anything to flat Earth, so they just act like nothing would work with no.
Because they think there's no optical effects going on and we're seeing in straight geometry, which we're not even in their own model. So I don't know. They like straw man us with that, and then they'll come tell us like, oh no, that's not in its actual position if you show them like the black swan oil rigs or something. So
Yeah, they'd assume
they
you could
also
see
describe
forever.
when they do say real quick, Quap, sorry. When they do say there's a horizon, they explain it as if it would be all fuzzy and fade out, which is actually what we see when you go up. It's all fuzzy and faded out.
Yeah, it seems like just like such a weird claim to make, and I've never really wrapped my brain around it. They say there would be no horizon on flat Earth. It would be fuzzy, like you say, which it actually is fuzzy. Like when you look at a horizon, even over the ocean, you know. So I just never really got that. But they assert it as if it's like a death blow.
Because they gotta act like curvature is the only way that like the horizon is where it is. Like so. I guess they think everything would just get like
Jesse.
infinitely small. And if like with a powerful enough like telescope, you'd always be able to see stuff on flat Earth. It would just be really tiny.
He's just purposefully obtuse. He's going through the same shit time and again. You know that. I don't know. They act like those angles they make are measurements, but they're not, because if they are a measurement, it debunks the globe radius. In one hand, they'll say it's a measurement, and the next breath, they'll say, "Oh no, that's not a measurement."
Hello.
What's up, Arwen?
I'm back.
Like seriously,
You guys
is that
really
a
kept me
measurement
up
when
last
if you
night.
take an angle?
Sorry.
What's up? What's up, Arwen?
You guys kept me up last night till like 4:30.
Oh, this room was rocking last night.
It just never stopped.
Nice. I fell asleep early. Well, yeah, they can't say those angles they're making are measurements. Otherwise, they've measured concave Earth. They've measured the debunking of the globe radius. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just weird.
What?
Yeah, I agree.
Well, angles are measurements. They're just not triangulations. Right?
Well, I would say if you're going to do a tree and you want to see if this tree is going to fall on your house or it's going to clear the house, you're good. You know what I'm saying? You could do it. You could trig it out. Okay, the tree's not going to fall on the house. You cut the tree down. That
Right,
works
because
up
you
to a
can.
point. That
But why?
works up
You
to a
know?
point.
Sorry.
That works up to. Go ahead, Arwen.
No, just we keep. I'm sorry to talk over you. I'm just saying that. Why does that work? Why can you do that with a tree? Because you can actually walk up to it and establish its actual size. And because of that, you can then calculate based on the having taken the measurement of its actual size, you can then triangulate whether it will fall on your house or not. But if you can just see a tree in the distance, but you can't get there in order to make sure what its actual size is, then it's going to be an uncertainty because you can't really confirm its size. Anyway. Hope that makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, you need to stop following me around everywhere. Very irritating.
Who, me? I just
Yeah,
popped
you.
in. I can't
Yeah,
be here,
just
Arlen?
when I arrived here. Oh, surprise, surprise.
I don't know. It's a coincidence.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Yeah,
I
I don't
can't
think
be here 'cause
Geo
you're here?
recognized that as a coincidence. He takes notes of these things, yeah?
Okay, well, go ahead. I mean, I'm not doing anything wrong. I guess only you're allowed to be here?
No,
Just
but maybe you could show up when I'm not here. That would be just fine.
I have.
Oh, when?
Well, I don't know the exact day, Arlen.
Yeah,
Does
I
it
know you
matter?
don't know because I haven't seen you.
Well, you
Without
weren't
you being
here,
in the room.
you dummy.
Yeah, you just keep following me around, just waiting to
Yeah,
get triggered over
call
how I
names. Hold
talk,
on,
and
Arwen.
then
Arwen,
you
can you
take
hear me?
a half-hour speech
Arwen,
out of
can
it.
you hear me? Arwen.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm trying to jump in to moderate, so please, we don't call names here, Clutch. So, and there's no bickering. Like this is just like turning into a bickering fest. I don't know what happened, but we were on a topic, so let's just get back to it, please.
Yeah, Jeremy, fair enough, but I didn't do anything. I guess I called him a dummy. I won't do that, but like I just showed up. He started
you're the
Yeah,
freaking
reason I
out.
just when I
interject.
was here. Oh, it isn't a coincidence.
I'm just gonna tap mute you both, I guess, if we can't stop this. I don't know.
All right.
I was in the middle of a discussion with you, but then you didn't answer after I did the whole tree explaining. But Clutch did
see it
I said
fit
it didn't make. I
basically
said
say
it didn't
no,
make
it
sense.
doesn't make any sense,
It
right?
didn't.
Yeah, it
Well,
didn't. No, it did. Absolutely, it did make
I
sense.
guess it did to you. It just didn't to me.
No, it did make sense. And you need to stay out of the conversation because I wasn't asking you. I wasn't asking the guy that just jumped in because I happened to be there so they could contradict me because that's their favorite pastime. I was asking Jeremy, the person having the actual conversation.
I'll
Not
leave it up to
you.
the mod.
Yeah, I'm
I'll leave it
never
up to the
asking
mod.
you any questions.
Oh, you seem to
You
be
got it?
upset. I didn't do anything.
Yeah, I
All right.
don't need your answers. I wasn't asking you.
Well, you just seem to put it out there and like into space.
No, I
so
was
just
in the middle
answered.
of a conversation, but you wouldn't know because you just jumped in because you saw I was here and you know it.
Oh, if you were in the middle of a conversation, but you just jumped in, how's that possible? We just arrived at the same time.
Because you were monitoring, yeah, the channel,
Oh,
and you
oh
saw,
yeah.
hey, I was in
I'll
there.
just
Oh,
listen.
immediately
Sorry, Jeremy.
join.
Sorry,
Immediately.
Jeremy.
I don't know. We had a couple
But that's
people in
what you do.
here
You're a
going,
stalker,
but now
Clutch.
it's just
You're a
cleared
stalker.
out. Like I
You
don't
need to
know.
stop it.
I don't know what happened. I don't know.
Hey, Gio, how's the roboting today? Hope it stopped.
Hey, Jeremy. So, what is it you think it is? Like, I'm not really sure, to be honest. I'm pretty sure there's some lies going on, but I can't make any claims. But do you think it's like, are you a concaver? You think it's flat? You think it's a globe? What's your position on things? Just curious. I'm just striking up some conversation. I'm not being a dick in any way.
Yeah, I think it's flat with an optical effect happening, making it look like things are. You got like this optical drop. I like to call it.
So, where is the sun?
Like I said, there's optical drop going on, so it's above. It's always above us.
Like, do you think it goes in in circles, or like what is how is it traveling, and how far from us is it? Isn't it
couldn't
an
really tell you
actual
how to.
thing?
I couldn't. Is the sun a thing? I mean,
Yeah,
it's a
like is
light.
it a
It's
real?
definitely a light. It's a real light.
Yeah, it's a physical object in physical space?
Everything's in space, dude.
Mm.
As far as a physical object, I mean, some people say light is physical, so I guess yes.
I mean, besides the intense heat, would it be something you could go to and touch?
I don't know. As far as we know right now, it's not tangible unless you believe they sent a probe to it or something. Even then, that's not like it's not tangible. That wouldn't even be considered tangible. So, I mean, as far as we know, it's not tangible.
Hmm. What about like, I guess you would just say any like videos I've seen of it or images, they're just faked? Is that your position? Because like
Of the
I
sun?
think, yeah, of the sun, yeah.
No, I think the images of the sun are probably all legit. I mean, there might be some fake ones out there. I don't know. I've seen some very shady Antarctica shit, but
Yeah.
I'm about to say TFE was fake, but for years before that, every year these one or two guys would put out a video and we would tear it to shreds because there'd be all these glitches and weird shit going on in it
Yeah, I've seen
until
them.
eventually yeah.
I don't know. Like dude, I really don't know. I don't know what to believe. I do believe that we're being lied to about a lot of stuff. And if they lied to us about one thing, why wouldn't they lie to us about another thing? But I don't
Well,
know what.
here's how it used to be. Religion used to have sway over the people, right? This is how the story goes anyways, the history. Religion had the major sway over the people, and it really wasn't anyone else that would move people and sway people's minds like the church would. So if you want to take the power and control away, that's a lot of control right there. You know what I'm saying? The priest on the pulpit, he's got a lot of power. So if you want to take that away from him, what do? You say, no, we got all the answers. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
The people that are lying, the people that you think are lying, are probably the same people I think that are lying, and their main goal is control. Like they don't nothing else matters but control. I feel like they're even spending money. Like, yeah, they want to get money too, but I feel like they throw money away to get the control.
Well, I don't think like money's really a thing to them. It's more for poor people.
Yeah, it's probably not that big of a thing to them. I think they do play games and shit though, and do weird stuff with money if you know how the Fed works and all that. But it's more about control. The money gives you the control. So they crashed the stock market in the Great Depression, bought up a whole bunch of stocks, got control mad companies. Every time there's a market crash in 08, 11, the Great Depression, probably recently, they buy up tons of stuff for pennies on the dollar, gain more control like that.
Yeah.
You get the Bilderberg Group, the Skull and Bones, the Freemason. You got all these fucking groups. I feel like those are like gangs, but there's like a big gang at the head of that table. You know what I'm saying? Like all the
Yeah.
people in the Bilderberg
There's
Group got to answer to like.
different factions, and they have their own goals and stuff they want to accomplish, right? And their own methods. But there probably is like it probably works like a mafia sort of, where it's different families and there's a head of something, if that's kind of what you're saying. Oh, did I lose you?
So I mean, yeah, what they're lying to us about, I don't know. Tons of stuff. Big Pharma is in my radar. You know what I mean? They're very, very shady. all those secret societies and shit, Bohemian Grove, Freemason, Bilderberg Group. Yeah, you got people like the Rothschild, DuPont, like the 12 families, Rockefeller.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dude, since the 40-hour work week's been initiated, right? At one point there was no like 40-hour work week. That wasn't a thing. People were working just whatever, 60, 80 hours, whatever. There was no rules. You know what I'm saying? Then they came along, they're like, all right, we're doing a 40-hour work week. Since that time, human productivity in the workplace has gone up 450%. But we're still working 40 hours. Where's the money going? Like nothing's really changed. A dude can still have a house and a car and shit, and that's even coming to an end. You can't even
Yeah,
really
that's
buy a house depending on where you are. Like if you live where I live, you might be able to buy a house if you go to the hood. But like normal people, me and my wife make good money between the two of us, and we would not be able to afford our house right now if we tried to buy it now. The only
Are
reason
you
we
in
can even
Canada
afford
or
this house,
US?
I'm in New York. The
New
only
Oh
reason we
fuck.
can afford
Yeah.
no, we're not in the city though, but it's still expensive. We're like upstate a little bit. But the thing is, like, we wouldn't even be able to afford our house right now. And my wife is very smart. She has a master's degree. Like, we make good money between the two of us. You know what I'm saying? It's not phenomenal, but it's good. We should be doing better than we are right now. But because back in the day, one guy used to be able to do, like 50 years ago, one guy working would be able to do what we have now. And between me and my wife, we're like, we're getting
Yeah.
by, but it should
You know
be
what?
sweet, and it's not.
Something interesting I read recently was back in like feudal times, peasants only worked something like 3 months of the year in total, and the rest like for their lord. And then the rest of the time it was like they lived. I'm sure they worked, but it was like for themselves on their own property, doing their own thing. You know what I mean? I found that pretty interesting.
Oh, it keeps getting worse. Even before that, hunter gatherers, they had the most time to themselves. They would work hardly at all. All you gotta do is go kill a deer. You know what? You're good for a month. You know how long a deer would feed your family for?
Not that long, bro. There's only
Probably
like
weeks.
there's only like 60 pounds of meat, 80 pounds of meat on a deer.
Yeah, how many pounds of meat you eat in a day, though? So I'm saying
I
you're
don't
probably
know,
good
like
for like weeks.
if you're having tacos, right? Let's say that's a pound of hamburger right there. That's one meal. So at least a pound. So I mean, it's a lot, but it's not.
Yeah,
It's
so
not
you
going
went
to.
through 5 pounds of a day, and there's 50 pounds. You're good for like 10 days right there. Your
Yeah.
wife goes and picks some berries for a couple hours. Boom, you're good. I'm just saying, hunter gatherers had a long time, bro. You bring down a bison. Like, how much do you think the Indians were working when they killed a bison? Probably like 10 minutes. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
dude. No,
Where you
you're
go hunt the
crazy. Are you
bison,
out of your
and
mind? Do you know how long it would take to fucking like take all the meat off of that? They're using all the parts. They're stripping everything,
it would take hours. It'd
drying
probably take a day
hide.
to. Yeah,
Like that's
no,
a lot
I
of
was
work.
being, 10 minutes. Yeah, okay. I was being, whatever you call that. But yeah, probably a
Facetious.
day. I was thinking of that word, but I don't know if that's the right hyperbolic, maybe. I don't know, but you get what I mean. Like they kill a bison one day, you skin it, you got all the bones, you make a fuck tool out of it. You know what I'm saying? And you're good for, like weeks, bro.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you go out and pick some berries and some leaves or whatever. It's like nothing. And then yeah, the peasants came along. Now you're farming. Okay, we still got a lot of time. You got to do the crop season, but eventually, like now, here we are. I can't wait for 5/7 of my week to be over. You know what I'm saying? I'm working 5/7 of my week. And that's not over because That's just the work. That's like the work to get the money. Now I got to do like it doesn't end there. The grass has got to get cut, laundry's got to get done, dishes, like my house. You know what I'm saying? It's like nonstop. They got us
I
going
get you.
nonstop. They got to keep us busy because if they keep us busy, there's this show called Rome. It was 2 seasons. Really good show about ancient Rome. And in one of the scenes, the guy is like, we got to keep him busy with. He's like, why are you throwing gladiator games? He's like, we got to keep him busy with circus and bread. Otherwise, if the people had free time, they'd figure out what we're doing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? They keep us busy. They keep us divided and busy. America's motto is "United We Stand." That's a good motto for anything, and they've managed to keep us divided in every way possible.
I agree. I got to drop out for a minute. I'll be right back. I'm listening. Sorry, I had something to do.
I don't know. We're heading into interesting times here with all the automation coming, so we'll see what happens. Like I feel like they've actually stifled the automation because it's going to be a problem. You know what I'm saying? They need us to keep working and keep busy. If the automation rolls out, I know for a fact. I have a friend who works in a government sector and automate something a human could do. You know, as far as government goes, maybe private's different, but I keep trying to talk my work into getting Roombas. They won't do it. I'm like, yo, the floor will get cleaned better and it'll free up our time. They're like, yeah, but you want to lose your job? I'm like, yo, I don't just automate this shit. I'm not going to lose my fucking job because the floor is getting swept now or vacuumed or whatever. If a Roomba could replace me, they would have done it. I make 50 G's a year.